Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Incora County Ground here in Derby for the third day of this LB County Championship Division 2 match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. As always, Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Worcestershire. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities in the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch. Play due to get underway in a little under 10 minutes time. Welcome to our umpires for this match, Graham Lloyd and Rob White. Followed by the Worcestershire team, led by their captain, Brett Oliveira. And Derbyshire's not-out batters, Lewis Fitzroy and Lewis Rees.
Well, goodness me.
Here we are.
Here we are again. Good morning and welcome to day 3. Championship cricket on the BBC. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Derby. And Derbyshire will resume on 274 for 4, trailing by 94 with Lewis Rees unbeaten on 20 and Lears Deploy on 23. And we're going to start with spin.
We are. Well, there's 6
Morning,
overs.
Dave Bradley.
Good morning. Good morning, David Fletcher. Good morning to you. And because we got 6 overs to the new ball.
Of course.
Josh,
go on.
Well, I'll kick off. I'll have to disappear in a minute anyway. I'll do at least 2 balls. Just to justify my existence. Josh Baker's first ball of the day goes past the off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper. There is one slip. And Derbyshire resuming with a deficit of 94. Baker from the city end comes down and drives away to the offside for what should be a single, which gets the scoreboard moving this morning. Takes Deploy to 24. Rees's partner is on 20. Useful little partnership this last night because they came together after 3 wickets had gone fairly quickly, and they did well to see it out till the close. There was a sudden shift in the game after tea yesterday when those 3 wickets went down quickly. Baker, left arm over, bowls driven by Rees out to long off.
You haven't set an 11 o'clock alarm, have you?
Mid-off. I haven't, no. You got news already?
Yeah.
I don't need an alarm, you just get your jingle. See, I told you I'd do 2 balls and go. I think I did 3.
This one's dragged down a little bit by Baker and turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. Fielded by Jack Haynes, who's sticking with a floppy sun hat. And why not? It works for him. It's not breezy today. Well, if it is, there's a little breeze, but it's in a different direction. Now then, they're going through for a quick single here. There's a shy at the stumps that misses. Lears Deploy might have been in a spot to bother there. Over 8+2. So no worries with that. And as Brad has said, new ball available. Second new ball available in 4 overs time after this final delivery of the first over of the day's play. Being bowled by Josh Baker. And that one is a play and a miss from Lears Deploy. Rather reaches for that one outside the off stump. Good first over from Josh Baker. 17 overs, 1 for 54, his figures now. Partnership 42 from 102 balls. Derbyshire 276 for 4. Update for BBC Radio Derby coming up. Assuming that Jack Timon has remembered, which I'm sure he will have done. I'd be slightly surprised if he didn't, since he has emailed me this morning.
To start the bowling to the West Coast end, Adam Finch.
And we're definitely on the BBC Sport website this morning after my slight error yesterday. I call it slight. It was quite major, really, but we're going to see Adam Finch bowl the first over from the racecourse end. Update coming up. Yeah, we've had 1 over here this morning. Jack Derbyshire moved on from their overnight 274 for 4. 2. 276 for 4, a run each for Lewis Rees, who's on 21, and Lewis Deploy, who's on 24. It means that Derbyshire trail by 92. The new ball is available in 4 overs time, when things will probably start to move again. Derbyshire need to bat all day today, trying to put some pressure on Worcestershire, who'll be looking to take the remaining 6 wickets as quickly as possible. Derbyshire 276 for 4, trailing by 92. And here is Finch once again, running away from us, past the umpire now. Bowls 2. Lewis Rees, who gets a genuine edge, but down into the ground. There are no slips, of course, at this stage. The new ball, second new ball on its way fairly shortly. Picks up another run, moves on to 22. 277 for 4. The worst thing that could happen to this match, Brad, as it strikes me, is that Derbyshire get the remaining 91 runs and are all out, and it's all square. What we need... depending on which team you're supporting while you're listening at home and watching on the stream, is either for Derbyshire to fall in a big heap or to still be batting after tea time today. As Finch bowls and it's pushed out into the offside, there's no run. Lewis Deploy on strike at the moment.
Yes, quite agree, because if scores are level, it's going to take from here till lunchtime, say, for the scores to be level, haven't they? Because they've got another 90-odd runs to get, which will mean that if Derbyshire were all out, say, at lunchtime and scores were level, then Worcestershire probably haven't got enough time to set up a game.
No, it'd be a real shame if it fizzled out, because it's been terrific watching so far. Finch around the wicket, left alone by Deploy.
Yeah. We were discussing this morning in the press box, Brains Trust, which doesn't last long, trust me, about, a lot of people are complaining, the wickets are too flat and the batsmen are having it too easy and the seam on the ball is smaller and all this sort of thing. But in the past, some very average bowlers have finished at the end of May with quite a lot of wickets for not a lot of runs, but now they're going to have to earn them.
Certainly are. Finch bowls to Deploy, who rather fiddles at that one, pushes it down into the offside back of the square. Jake Libby, excuse me, does the fielding. And again, there's no run. It's almost the phony war, these 3 overs and 1 ball before the second new ball is available, when you would expect Worcestershire to attack a little bit more in the hope of trying to get that first innings lead. At the moment, it's all about containment for these 3 overs, and they've contained them pretty well so far. 277 for 4 as Finch is in, and that one is guided out into the offside. Backward of square, sort of backward point boundary region, and Deploy's coming back for the second. There's a nice sliding stop out there in the distance, but couldn't prevent the 2 runs from being scored. End of the over, 279 for 4. Deploy on 26, Rees on 22. 77 overs gone now. You spotted that. I heard rumours of a stag party.
Yeah,
you spotted them straight away.
Well, there's several gentlemen dressed as ladies, so I assume that they might be the.
They're at the far end of the ground to us. Absolutely terrific.
They're all right at the minute. By about 4 o'clock this afternoon, they could be.
Yes, well, in the full glare of the sun at the moment, as we move towards midday in the next hour or so,
could be messy. Here's Baker. He's at the City end. He's appealing for, and well, they appealed for LBW, came off the top of the pad, and then wicketkeeper Cox, fine catch.
Good catch.
Yeah, raced from behind the stumps, and he was at short mid-wicket position when he caught it, but umpire unmoved. So Rees remains on 22. Baker in again, and he's down. Oh, he's hit this high in the air. Where's it gone? Who's underneath it? It looks like Pollock underneath it for me. Oh, and he's dropped it. An absolute sitter. Dropped by Ed Pollock. Now, it may have come down out of the sun, but he should have caught that. And that really was an opportunity. That was not a great shot at this stage of the game from Rees, but that is a real, 99 times out of 100 in practice he would catch those.
That is quite surprising.
Baker in, and this is pushed away through the offside, and pick up a single there. So Deploy goes to 27. Rees, after the let-off, is on 23. And that would have been a bit of a bonus wicket for Worcestershire.
You don't see that very often, do you, in the professional game?
No. Just watching it on the replay, and he gets underneath it. He gets there. It just bobbles away from him. Next ball, pushed into the offside. Oh, he's missed it again. Ed Pollock's not having a great morning.
Holes in his hands.
Yeah, he missed that one. There wasn't a run there because Azar Ali behind him was covering him, but he's looking a bit distraught at the moment.
Might be on his mind.
Yeah. Here's Baker in bowls, swept away down through square leg. Finch, the fielder out there for Worcestershire. But you can see after that went down, there was hands on heads, and as I say, that would have been a bit of a bonus wicket. The total is 282 for 4. Deploy on 27, goes back and across, plays the ball back up the pitch. D'Oliveira from mid-on scuttles across the field. And the luckless Baker takes his cap from the umpire and wanders away. Gets a pat on the... Hello, where's the umpire going? No, what's this?
He's dashing.
It's umpire White who... he's going to get the new ball. They forgot to bring the new ball out, I reckon.
Good shout. Good shout. Let's see him go to the attaché case. Yeah, it's on the side of the pitch, actually. He's just picked it up from just beyond the boundary. And he's coming back, and he's now thrown it to the 12th man.
Well, Rob White, who looks extremely fit running across there. I don't remember him being that fit when he played. But anyway, he's got the new ball ready for...
Well, he hasn't, because he's just tossed it to the umpire, to the 12th man who's just gone off the field. So he's picked it up and then given it to the 12th man to presumably bring on in 2 overs' time. How bizarre. Here's Adam Finch around the wicket, bowling to Lewis Rees, who plays it out into the onside where it's fielded by Josh Baker. There's no run.
Well, Charlie Morris is swinging his arms way down at... where is he? Third man, fine leg. He's at fine leg. So I assume it'd be he and Ben Gibbon, who bowled a really good spell yesterday evening. 11 overs on the bounce.
Look at that flag as well, Bradders.
Yeah.
Precious little. Finch is in again, and this one is defended by Rees, who really ought to make the most of his let-off, because he hasn't scored many runs. This is his highest score of the season. He has missed the last couple of games with that, but he was left out as Matty McKinnon came in to replace him. McKinnon scored a century at Leicester in his place, even though he was brought in predominantly as for his leg spin. Then he didn't play in the last match, Lewis Rees. So he's got an opportunity here and had a life. As Finch bowls to him, and he pulls this into the leg side. Now then, the fielder out there in the deep reacted rather sluggishly, but I think that was because he had no idea where the ball had gone. Neither did I, and it fell a long way short of Charlie Morris down at fine leg, and as a result they go through for a single, but he looks a bit skittish, Lewis Rees, to me.
Looks a bit...
He likes to get on with it, always has, at the top of the order as well, when he's been opening the batting with Billy Godwin. He's always been the batsman who scores more runs when he opens in T20. He's the dominant batsman at the top of the order. But he doesn't look like he's fully focused at the moment as Finch bowls to Lewis Deploy, who just punches it out into the offside square. Jake Libby does the fielding.
I'm not sure he played himself in
No.
this morning to go playing those sorts of shots.
No, he hasn't got to either of them, really, has he? Hasn't hit them out of the meat of the bat, certainly. The current third man, who I think is Azar Ali. Is it Azar Ali? Yeah, I think it is, down there at third man. He's in front of the stag party. That'll cheer him up. This one's turned nicely into the leg side by Liz Deploy. He's very keen to get 2, and he's going to come back comfortably for the second run, as it's collected by Josh Baker, moving towards the boundary from mid-wicket. Deploy moves to 29, 285 for 4. The partnership now worth 51. So half-century stand between these two, and as Brad has said earlier, they came in at a very difficult time when Derbyshire had just lost Masood, Guest and Madsen in pretty quick order. Finch is in again and pushes this out into the offside list. Deploy sets off with a single. It's not there. Haynes has a shy at the stumps, and now the single is there because he missed the stumps and nobody was backing up. And that's not the first time that's happened to Worcestershire. That's the third time, by my reckoning. Poor old Brett D'Oliveira has done it twice. He's hit the stumps once and they've got an overthrow. He's also shied at the stumps at the far end, and it's gone all the way to the boundary and given Derbyshire 5 runs.
Yeah.
And now poor old Jack Haynes has a shy at the stumps, misses, and they do get through for the single that wasn't there in the first place. Deploy moves to 30. Rees has 25. 79 overs gone, 286 for 4.
Yeah, the one that D'Oliveira threw in went for 5. Ben Cox missed it. It just pitched in the footholes and diverted down to the boundary. Ben Gibbon last night, I said to Alan Richardson, who we talked to after the close of play, as Baker starts a new over from the city end. Played nicely off the back foot for a single. Deploy goes to 31, 287 for 4. I said, he bowled a long spell, and he said, yeah, but you've got to remember, he's been playing minor counties and club cricket, where you'd often bowl 11 or 12 overs straight off.
Yes, true enough.
You're the number one
True
bowler.
enough.
Baker, left arm over, in again. This is a shortish delivery, pulled away on the leg side. Jake Libby, the fielder, at mid-wicket. No run. Apart from the stag party, a smattering in today. Baker in bowls. This is very short. This is whacked away. That's probably going to go for 4, which it was exactly what it deserved, really, because that was a poor ball from Josh Baker. About halfway down, I think it was. And batsman very quickly onto it, whipped it away.
The noise there from the applause made it sound like there were more people, and I think it's just you can hear it now because it's not being, the sound isn't being blown immediately to Mansfield.
Here's the next one, which is swept away. Finch has got more work here, and he can't stop that one. So that's another boundary. So the run's coming really quickly this morning, racing along.
Little aerial off the bat, but there is nobody there in the leg side apart from on the boundary. Yeah, good start by Derbyshire.
So Josh Baker not having a good morning. He's had a very straightforward catch dropped, and he's conceding a few runs as well. What over are we in? This is the last over before the new ball. 2 more balls of the over. Baker, city end, bowls. Holds a big appeal here, and the finger of umpire White stays firmly down.
Get outside the line there.
So we've had an appeal for LBW, appeal for a catch, another appeal for LBW, drop catch, and a couple of boundaries. It's not dull. Next ball from Baker, pushed away on the offside. End of the over. Reese has 33, Deploy has 31, 295 for 4 is the Derbyshire total. They trail Worcestershire by 73. They started the morning at 274, so they've scored 21 runs fairly rapidly.
I was talking nonsense. Rob White did have the new ball in his pocket. I don't know which ball he tossed to the 12th man then.
Oh.
He definitely tossed a ball to the 12th man.
Perhaps there was a stray one left
I
on the...
don't think he's been handed the new ball yet. Adam Finch, I didn't see a signal.
I think this is Ben Gibbon, yeah.
Oh, is it? I beg your pardon.
Is it? No, it's Finch to continue, sorry.
You carry on. Yes, Finch.
Have I got this wrong? Is 80 gone?
No, 80's gone. They haven't taken it yet, though.
All right.
It wasn't waved to the crowd. First ball of the over is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Deploy. Perhaps they're not going to take it. Perhaps they're going to take it from the far end at 81. It is definitely 80 overs gone, though.
Yeah. Oh, I'm slightly puzzled.
I can't tell with my eyes from here that it isn't the new ball, but I haven't seen it waved, and
no,
it hasn't been announced, so they haven't taken the new ball yet. Sussex didn't take the new ball when it was close to the end of the day's play, and we were slightly puzzled. Finch again, balls. That one is guided. That didn't sound very nice off the bat, but he was going to get 2 runs for it down to third man. He hustles his way back. Good throw from Azarali in the deep. Taken on the half volley by Ben Cox, and they do get through for 2 more, and Deploy moves on to 32 now. 33, I beg your pardon. Adding up was never my strong point. 297 if he's got 31 and he gets 2.
That's it's toughy, that.
It's approximately 33.
Yeah.
Well, it's approximately 32 as well, so...
I'm 34.
It's Finch again. They both got 33. Deploy on strike, and this time he turns it into the leg side for a single. And I can do ones. He's moved on to 34. 298 for 4 now as Derbyshire head towards another batting bonus point. And the score and bonus points would be 5-all. 2 runs time. Counts for nothing, but it means that if you draw the game, you're going to get 13 of them.
8 points for a draw.
Quite a lot of points, isn't it?
Yeah.
Reese waits and ducks underneath a short ball from Adam Finch on this occasion.
Yes, there was a discussion online yesterday. on a certain group as to is 8 points for a draw too much? Does it encourage teams not to go for a win? Not sure.
No, I'm happy with 8.
Yeah.
I'm happy with 8.
Yeah, because you can earn your 8 very often, can't you?
Yeah, it deserves a reward. We almost had a draw with the scores level last week. Next delivery from Finch is full and hits the toe end of Lewis Reese's bat as he plays it out into the offside. He's probably got a numb hand now.
Yeah,
I think they're better sprung than the bats I used to use, but you get it with the toe end. You used to numb your hands and send the shiver all the way up your arm and down your spine.
The bats we had were made of railway sleepers with a broom handle stuck in them. That's all they were.
I never did us any harm, though, did it?
No.
Final ball of the Finch over. Racecourse end. Bowls to Lewis Reese, who ducks underneath a short one that doesn't really get up as much as he thought it might, and it goes past his nose through to the keeper. 81 overs gone now. 298 for 4. Reese 33, deploy 34.
Slightly intrigued by this because Baker's going to carry on. And I'm not quite sure what is in Worcestershire's minds at the moment. I'd have thought maybe the thought is, I mean, and it does, the new ball goes quicker off the bat. But
the old ball has troubled Lewis Reese, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Baker to continue to, he's going to bowl to the left-handed deploy, who goes back and across, pushes the ball away on the offside. There's a sweeper way out there somewhere, who I suspect is Charlie Morris, who was doing some warming up exercises. He looked as if he thought he was going to come on and bowl. So maybe they think, well, we'll try a couple of 3 overs, you know, if it's starting to turn, or who knows what's in their minds. Baker in, bowls and forward. Comes Reese pushing the ball to mid-wicket. Jack Haynes does the fielding. It was going very gently. Next ball swept. And this time Finch will be able to get across and cut it off a deep square leg. Good throw as well from Finch, right next to the stumps. And the applause is for the 300 up for Derbyshire. They do get that extra batting point, so 5 points apiece. We are in the 82nd over, so opportunities to go for more batting points. Next ball is foolish length, and it's driven down the ground for a single. Deploy has 36, Reese to face has 34. Baker bowls a quicker delivery, flatter delivery, played out to mid-wicket. Haynes again picks up a trickling ball. Baker's next ball is, well, there's some oohs and ahs from a couple of Worcestershire fielders, but it looked to me as if the batsman got plenty of wood on it. End of the over, and at the end of it, Derbyshire are 301 for 4. Reese has 34, Deploy has 36. They trail Worcestershire by 67.
There's a discussion going on. Brett D'Oliveira involved, the Worcestershire captain. I thought that might have been some kind of new ball discussion, but Adam Finch already has the original ball in his hand, and he's going to continue from the racecourse end. Yeah, you always think, oh, well, fairly straightforward this. They'll get to the 80 overs, they'll take the new ball. Lewis Reese is waving at the pavilion while, and putting off Leah's deploy, bizarrely. He wants something. What's he want? A towel?
Cap? A cap?
Well, he can't bat in a cap.
He can bat against Baker in a cap, can he?
I don't think he can. I don't think you're allowed to bat in a cap in the championship at all.
Is that right?
I think there is a regulation that you have to wear.
Oh. Well, yeah,
a helmet at all times.
I've not heard anybody. Both umpires are now involved in this. I'm not sure what's going on.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody in this country, while I've been doing it since 16, wearing a cap while they were batting. Finch around the wicket, balls to Deploy, pushes it down into the ground. Libby at backward point does the fielding. And yet in club cricket, I know in junior cricket you have to wear the helmet, but in club cricket, certainly in our league cricket that I watch on a sporadic basis, given the job that I do, they are allowed to wear caps.
Yeah.
I have urged my son never to wear a cap while he's batting because his teeth are quite nice. Here's Finch again. Around the wicket and bowls to deploy. Again, this guides it to the right of Libby down towards Azhar Ali. They're going to come back for a second as well. He might have to hurry here. That's a good throw again from Azhar Ali out in the deep. And the bails, well, I was going to say the bails are removed. The stumps have been destroyed by Ben Cox. They're all over the show, but Leas Deploy did get back in time and he moves on to 38 now. 303 for 4. The partnership continues to build. It's up to 69 now. It is rather puzzling. They're just going along, picking off the runs. They were 94 behind when they started today. They're already got that deficit down to 65. With 6 wickets still in hand, of course, as Deploy waits and he goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. Jake Libby, who's been a very busy man at point, does the fielding.
Yeah, one of our more experienced players, shall we say. Never wore no, don't wear a helmet. But he probably will after last week.
Oh dear.
I think probably his wife has told him he will be wearing one after last week. Yes, rearranged his lips a bit.
It's not cheap either, is it?
No.
If you get a couple of teeth knocked out, this next delivery, goes past the edge of Leas Deploy's bat. That's a terrific delivery from Adam Finch. Quick as well. Didn't hear a grunt. Now Leas Deploy wants new gloves. So the 12th man, who's popped down to the side of the pitch with whatever he was going to bring on for Lewis Rees, has gone hurtling back to the changing rooms because he needs to find Leas Deploy's number 2 gloves. Must be I think it'd be quite warm out there today. It's supposed to get up to about 21, 22 degrees as well over the course of the afternoon, which is nice. And this next delivery from Finch is defended off the back foot out to D'Oliveira by Deploy. D'Oliveira does that thing. That's very endearing when he runs, fields the ball and stops stone dead before he gets onto the cut strip.
Yeah.
He does that. He's done that a few times. I like that.
Yeah. Or there's a giant leap across it.
Well, it would be an enormous leap for him, bless him.
Would, yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah,
Be like Bob Beamon.
I think he's decided that it's far easier to stop than try and get airborne. Good character. Deploy waits, and that one is pushed into the offside. It's straight to Haynes, who's in a short cover. And it's the end of the over. We've now had 83 overs with this ball. The 12th man is racing on with the gloves, and looks like a drink for Lewis Rees. I'm not entirely sure it was a drink that he wanted. Oh, he's getting something. He's just been handed something out of the pocket of the 12th man.
Perhaps he's going to be
some spray. There's a bit of spray.
No, I think the new ball's come. No. The umpire's got something now in his hand.
There is the new ball being handed from one umpire to the other. Lewis Rees has just sprayed something into his helmet, so whether or not that's like a sticky spray or something, I have no idea.
He's glued his helmet on?
Well, yes. How bizarre. If I could remember, he stuck his hand together there for a moment, didn't it?
Super glued together.
Sorry, the 12th man is going to have to act as a runner for Lewis Rees because they're actually glued together.
Synchronised batting.
If I could remember this kind of thing, I would actually ask him what he sprays into his helmet. I've never seen that before.
Perhaps it's a nice, gentleman's spray or something to make him smell nice.
He definitely, likes to be at his best when he's out in the middle. You never know who you might meet. If it's Graham Lloyd, I think I'm all right, thanks.
Here's Baker, he's in and turns on the onside. No runs, it goes straight to Haynes at mid-wicket. Funny, because when we were talking to Alan Richardson last night, he said, new ball due in 6 overs. Yeah, that could be over. Ball turned on the onside again to Haynes.
I've just been given some instructions, but I didn't hear them, Casper, so if you could repeat them, that'd be handy.
Is he the friendly ghost? No. Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, my alarm will go in a minute.
It will.
Baker bowls. Going to pick up a single this time as Haynes kind of shadows it, and then, there we are, and then Finch picks it up as he comes in from the boundary.
Another TV throwback, though, because I was reading the scripts this morning. It's one of my favourite programmes. Yes. It was magnificent. Eric Idle and Neil Innes. This one's clipped into the leg side by Leas Deploy. He moves on to 13. Oh, mate. 306 for 4. So they've added 32 in the first half hour this morning. Lewis Rees waits as Baker bowls, and it's driven up to mid-off. Oh, here we go. Clue number 3. Next delivery, that one is, the Ruttles. Ruttles! The Rootles. Yeah. I'm gonna mention the TV throwback if he doesn't mind. That was swept into the leg side. 306. No, I won't. I won't give it away. 306 for 4. Simon, can I just for a moment? They were called the Ruttles, not the Rootles, not the Rootles. Stig, Dirk, and Nasty were 3 members of the Ruttles. I remember it's one of my favourite programmes. It really was. Yes. Anyway, cricket. Derbyshire 310 for 4. Lewis Rees has just pulled the ball down to the square fine leg boundary. Away in the distance in front of the members' pavilion. I've just lost my train of thought momentarily. He's moved on to 40. Leas Deploy has 39, and by my reckoning, they've added 36 runs in the first half hour, these two. They now only trail by 58. The partnership's worth 76, and rather bizarrely, a new ball has been available to Worcestershire for the last 4 overs, and they've yet to take it, and neither myself nor Dave Bradley, who's here from BBC Hereford and Worcester, can understand exactly why. They've kept the spinner on at one end, a bit of pace at the other, and Derbyshire are going along nicely. 310 for 4, trailing by 58. You're welcome. But you look them up, Stig, Dirk and Nasty. I can't remember the 4th member. It was there are albums and films, and if you want, I can bring them in and lend them to you. I think you might be. Finch is in again outside the off stump. Allowed to go through to the keeper. 310 for 4. Simon Morrican taking care of business between 10 and I think 1 today on BBC Radio Derby. There was a Derby County special between 1 and 2. And then Rob Rose this afternoon. Here comes Finch again in and bowls. That was pushed out. It's the offside. They go through for a quick single and get there comfortably enough. Rees moves on to 41 now, looking for his first half century of the season. 311 for 4. Still a very defensive field as well. And goes Finch again, bowls to Leas Deploy, who guides this out into the offside towards extra cover, really. They think about coming back for the second. He's having to turn back, and they might get a second now, although Leas Deploy is on the floor, so possibly not, as he had to dive to make his ground. He was sent back by Lewis Rees. You could hear the cries in the background from Lewis Rees and the 2 batsmen. Well, they don't punch gloves on this occasion, which suggests that perhaps one of them's a little bit disgruntled with the other, but I think they get on pretty well. There we go, the Ruttles. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. In goes Adam Finch around the wicket, bowls left alone outside the off stump. Although that, Eric Idle and Neil Innes, as I quite correctly said. It doesn't say on that the names of the 4 members of the band. Ended the over, incidentally. I say incidentally, that's probably the main bit of what we're supposed to be doing. 312 for 4. They do a TV throwback, Brad.
I've just got the TV programme theme on BBC Hereford and Worcester.
Well, it's interesting because I won't give away the programme in case people are listening to both at the same time, but he just mentioned that this television programme included a made-up band called the Rootles. So I did have to correct him and say they're actually called the Ruttles.
Rutland Weekend Television.
Well, don't give it away.
Oh, sorry, is that the answer?
That's the answer. Yeah, that's the answer. Yeah, Ron Nasty, Dirk McQuickley, Stig O'Hara, and Barry Wom. Barry Wom was the one I couldn't. I knew there was Stig, Dirk, and Nasty, but I couldn't remember Barry Wom. Neil Innes, of course, the great, the sadly late Neil Innes, and Eric Idle, who is, I think, among my favourite Monty Python members. Although people who know me will know that they're pretty much all my favourites, the Monty Python boys.
And now for something completely different, although not on the field. Something exactly. I think Charlie Morris has just been given the nod to come on at this end, and they'll take the new ball.
Okay.
But when they haven't, we've also just had a close up of the stag party as well.
Good.
Well done, boys or girls, whatever you are. Here's Baker from the City end, and this is chopped away. Runs to be had here, down towards third man. They're going to come back for a second. And no, think about a third, but no chance as Morris. The aforementioned Charlie Morris runs around the boundary and throws it. Well, start of play this morning. Derbyshire trailed by 94, I think, didn't they? It's now 54. These have been valuable runs, and I am extremely puzzled. Here's Baker, and again bowls and reverse swept down towards fine leg. Well, what becomes fine leg? It was third man for 4. Nice shot. Made his mind nice and early, got to the pitch of it, cracked it away. So Deploy goes to 46 and Reese has 41, a stand now of 84. And 2, 3, 4 for 4 last night when 3 wickets went quickly. And they worked hard in that last session, these two, to stay in. Now they're reaping the rewards, you might say. Baker's next ball pushed away on the offside. They might think about no, because Morris is racing in and wouldn't have gone halfway down the pitch.
No.
Nice flat throw. One more to the total, which goes to 319 for 4. Yeah.
Happy to report that they did punch gloves after that 4 from Leas Deploy, because when there was almost a run out and he was sent back, they didn't punch gloves. I thought they might have fallen out.
Punched each other. Here's the next ball, which is short from Baker, turned away on the leg side. And this is Libby coming in from deep backward square leg to field. And through for another one. And runs have come at a great rate this morning. They've really pushed it along. If they keep going at this rate, by lunchtime, they'll have a decent lead. Here's Baker in again, this time forward, playing defensively, pushed away on the offside by Deploy, 3 runs away from his half-century.
Well, certainly our theory that they would need until lunchtime to wipe away the deficit has been blown out of the water, hasn't it? Absolutely blown out of the water. I don't think they scored this many runs in the last session last night.
Here's his down this time and smashed that one back to... Well, I presume Baker stopped that, did he?
I think he's dropped it. I think it would be unfair to call it a drop, but he has dropped it. Left hand went to him, and he's furious with himself. I think he's also hurt his hand, because that was hit with some ferocity by Leas Deploy. Now, whether it bounced, I'm not sure, but it certainly reached Baker on the full.
I was looking down the ground for it. Let's have a look. Got this. Yes, it was indeed. Yeah. To his left. He almost got both hands.
Does it count as a dropped catch? It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's tough.
It's more like he saved 4 runs, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Charlie Morris is going to bowl when we assume he's going to bowl with a new ball. Now, Finch is now going off. So...
Charlie Morris.
The wrong person's going off. I thought it'd be Baker. He's still down on his haunches, unsurprisingly. Probably looking at his finger and thinking...
He's got no sympathy whatsoever from his colleagues.
Thank goodness there are still 5 there.
He's in lone pain.
Yeah.
Well, From the Derbyshire point of view, will Sidebottom bowl today?
New ball.
Sidebottom? Oh, yeah.
That's a good question, which I don't have a definitive answer for, but he was being put through his paces at the far end of the ground at about 9:30, 9:45 by the physio. So he certainly tested out whatever ailment it was. We're told it was a calf, but we haven't had that from anyone in the Derbyshire squad either. I think Finch has stayed on. He's just merely gone to the square leg boundary. He's definitely there, definitely still on. And Charlie Morris, who bowled 12 overs for 52 yesterday. He should be the freshest of the lot, other than D'Oliveira and Libby, because he's bowled the fewest. He's the only one who isn't into the teens of the major bowlers, and in fact Baker's into the 20s now.
I think that little session when Worcestershire didn't take the new ball has cost them 46 runs this morning.
It was slightly baffling.
Questions will be asked. Now, the 12th man is on. Well, what's he bought out? He's bought something out and given it to the umpire, who's put it in his pocket.
Well, Josh Baker has gone off, and I'm not surprised. He's walking up the steps away to our left-hand side, so he has gone off. That's Dylan Pennington, isn't it?
Yeah.
22.
Oh, well.
Here we go, then. It's all kicking off. Morris around the wicket with the new ball, and that one is taken the edge, and the new ball has worked immediately. So why didn't they take it 6 overs ago? Lewis Rees has gone for 42. Worcestershire have the breakthrough that they haven't really been looking for in the first 35, 40 minutes of the day's play. Derbyshire now 320 for 5. Rees goes for 42.
Wow. The more you watch this game, the less it appears you know about it. I'm just totally puzzled why they didn't. The question will be asked, close of play. Why didn't you take the new ball after 6 overs this morning? It's actually a really good ball.
Wasn't it just?
Yeah, beauty. Just pitch. It looked as if it was going to angle in, then nipped away. And Lewis Rees, who had a bit of a let off when he was on 23, I think.
22.
22, yeah has departed. So this is a strange game. It's the sort of game of cricket where the last 5 Worcestershire wickets went down for 42.
Yes.
When they looked in a really good position, so you never know.
So if the same happens, they'll have a lead of 6.
Yeah,
which would be neither here nor there.
As Jimmy Greaves said every week, it's a funny old game, Saint.
Yeah. Why on earth? Anyway.
Yeah.
I won't be asking that question.
No.
I'll leave that to others. Anuj Dal is the new batsman, as you just heard in the background from John Brown.
Anuj Dal is plus 40 before he goes out there, because he fielded brilliantly. 2 stunning catches.
Leaping around everywhere.
Yeah. So,
running down balls that he had no right to run down due to his pace.
Yeah.
He's astonishing. He's also right-handed, which means we now have right-handed and left-handed batsmen out there for the first time today. Everybody remaining is right-handed, I believe. Saranga Lackmell and Sam Connors definitely are, as is Alex Thompson. I can't remember. I think he's right-handed. Ryan Sidebottom. I've barely seen him bat. Ryan Sidebottom has got scores of 0 and 0 in the 2 innings that he's
good lad, consistent.
He's batted in.
Yeah.
He came out with a runner at Lords that got 0. I don't think the runner actually did anything that he was described as doing.
The runner that didn't run.
Yes. Charlie Morris then, wicket with his first ball of the morning, and he's in to bowl to Anuj Dal, who clips this away off something. It's a pad. It's gone down for 4-leg byes. Signalled by Graham Lloyd. Just a little offline with that delivery. 324 for 5. But he's got some pace about him as Morris. It was his first wicket of the match as well. He was wicketless yesterday in his 12 overs. Was a little expensive early on, but then again he was bowling to Shan Masood. And he won't be the first bowler to have been a little expensive bowling to the Pakistan international, and he won't be the last. He's bowling to Anuj Dal at the moment, who comes forward, gets the full face of the bat on it, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Ed Barnard.
Steve in Tenbury Wells. Why did Worcestershire not take the new ball?
Terrific question.
Steve, we don't know.
No, good question.
We don't know.
Steve. Well, yeah.
There. Thanks for any more questions.
Always happy to help in the commentary box.
Yeah, capital of a small Asian country we might have a go at, but no. That remains a mystery till about 6:30 tonight.
Here's Morris again. Bowling to Dahl, who drives very pleasantly, but straight to Pennington at mid-off. He's on the field for Josh Baker, who stopped a drive from Lewis Deploy at the end of his previous over. And this is still fortunate to have two hands.
Well, it's his bowling hand as well.
Yes,
we think was
yes, it was his left hand he went for the ball with, certainly. So that is a concern you would expect. Hopefully he'll be okay. It's Morris past the umpire, balls to Darley, gets a little inside edge, does he, on that one, onto his pads. Darley's been in pretty decent nick this season. 52 down at Lords, a couple of not outs as well, 38 and 24. 24 against Glamorgan in the first innings. Trying to turn himself into a proper, genuine all-rounder. I don't think he's far away, if I'm entirely honest with you. One of my favourite cricketers, certainly, to sign a new 2-year extension to his contract as well at the start of this match. And he waits now as Morris bowls 2 and then pushes this one out into the offside. No run is the cry. It's the end of the first over with the second new ball. And it turns into a wicket maiden. There were 4-leg byes in it. They don't count against the bowler. So wicket maiden first up for Charlie Morris, who's just been spoken to by Graham Lloyd about where he's landing his feet in his follow-through. And I know there's an awful lot of sport on today, in plenty to watch.
Something
and all
at
the rest
Wembley,
of it. There is something at Wembley. There's playoff semi-finals and all sorts kicking off. I would just point people towards Free Sports at 2:15, where the Great Britain ice hockey team begins their Division 1 campaign. They have to play the United States, Sweden, Finland. It's going to be tough. They kick off today against Czechia, the old Czech Republic, which won't be easy in itself. But my cricket club at one point had 2 Great Britain internationals playing for them, 1 ice hockey, 1 handball.
Oh, right.
So, but he's retired now, the ice hockey player.
Ben Gibbon is in and bowls, and this has got good pace on it, but it's wide of the off stump, doesn't bother deploy. He's got 47 to his name. Yeah, it's. I've only seen live one ice hockey match, and that was in Boston, of all places. The Boston Celtics took on the St. Louis...
No, the Boston Bruins.
Boston Bruins, I know, the Celtics are the basketball
They certainly are.
The Boston Bruins took on the St. Louis somethings.
Blues, I would
That'll
have
be
thought.
them, yeah. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Didn't know what was going on.
No.
Here's an X-ball pushed on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, I knew when they scored a goal and all that sort of thing, but apart from the rest of it, it's just... smashing people into boundary boards, as I call them. But no, it's good fun.
Yeah.
Good night out.
Absolutely.
It's like, I don't really understand basketball, but I do like going to watch the basketball. When Worcester Wolves were in the top division, unfortunately they didn't play in it last year. We used to go on a Friday night and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Nice facility that, though, isn't it, the university?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's an X-ball from McGibbon, and on the back foot played into extra cover. No run there. Ed Barnard is the fielder. And Mrs. Bradley quite liked it because it didn't last all night. It was in the warm, and she could get a gin and tonic in the interval.
Not necessarily in that order.
Not necessarily in that order. She understood less about it than I did. I know how many you got throwing the ball through the hoop. But no, it was good.
Yeah.
Live sport, can't beat it.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
Here's Ben Gibbon. He's in and bowls and hurries. They're going to pick up a single here. He kind of hurried Deploy a little bit, but he did want to get bat on it, and he had a good call from Anuj Dal from the other end, who was running to the danger end and made it comfortably in the end. So Deploy has 48, Derbyshire 325 for 5, trail Worcestershire by 43.
Derby, of course, won the British League title at one point back in the day. The Derby Storm, the Trailblazers, now in the division below the top flight of British basketball.
Yeah, Leicester always seem to be
Yes.
a decent outfit, from what I know.
The Riders.
Yeah. Here, Anuj Dal faces his first ball this morning from Ben Gibbon, turns it away down through backward square leg. No is the shout from the middle as they just pick up a single. But Dal, as he was in the field, very quick between the wickets.
I think he's a dangerous man to bat with.
Yeah. Yeah, to try and keep up with
Very dangerous, yeah. You can see yourself being lapped quite comfortably as he runs 4 and you get the 2.
Yeah. That gets Dahl off the mark. Deploy on 48. Waiting. Gibbon. City end. And this one, it's similar to the single he picked up earlier in the over. He just taps it down backward to square on the offside. And picks up that run. Gibbon, 17 overs, 1 for 63. That spell he bowled last night. I think he bowled 11 overs and took 1 for 24. I did write it down somewhere, but yeah, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. 11 overs straight off on a warm evening, so. Charlie Morris to continue. Derbyshire are 327 for 5. They trail Worcestershire by 41.
Yeah, fascinating. It never ceases to fascinate either, does it? First-class cricket.
No. You don't know.
Deficit has been more than halved.
Yeah.
In the time that they faffed about not taking the new ball. Take the new ball and take a wicket. Here's Lears deploy, I think, facing Charlie Morris for the first time with the new ball this morning. Morris is in and deploy goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. He has got a half century already this season. Lears deploy made 61 not out against Leicestershire. And the innings victory. I have never seen Derbyshire win by an innings in my time.
Oh, is that right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. There's a lot of things that have happened this season that I've not seen in 6 years watching Derbyshire. There's Morris around the wicket again, whilst the deploy just defends it into the ground, no more than a couple of yards in front of him. Brett Oliveira picks up and gives it to Haynes on the other side of the pitch.
Well, I reckon last week, in all my getting on for 60 years of watching Worcestershire, I've never seen anything like Ben Stokes' innings. Never. Pure hitting. It was just... It got a bit sort of mundane in the end to get it in 6s.
Oh, is it another one?
It's another one.
Morris is... beating Lears deploy. He's on 49. He's been out there for 106 deliveries either side of the close of play yesterday and this morning, and he can still be beaten like that. It was a good delivery. Really good delivery. Well, Ben Stokes' Durham are 69 for 3 in their second innings. They lead Glamorgan by 15 now at Chester Street, so clearly a finish on the cards there.
Yeah,
a positive finish either way, that is.
Good
Sussex are batted on at 415 for 7, leading Leicestershire by 205 now, as this next delivery from Morris is turned into the leg side by Lears deploy. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire have lost their first wicket of their second innings. They're 35 for 1. They didn't enforce the follow-on. They lead Middlesex by 255 at Lord's. Have they missed a trick? I wonder.
Middlesex bat out the last day.
Yes, will they still be languishing in the wilderness of the second division next year? Here is Morris. Around the wicket, bowling to Lears deploy. He pushes this nicely out towards the extra cover region. And once it had gone past Haynes, it was going to roll all the way to the boundary, which it does. It was chased hard by Adam Finch, but he couldn't get there. And it's a half century for Lears deploy. Well batted, the South African. He's got it from 109 deliveries, and that was his 4th boundary.
Yeah, well, he has batted well because it was difficult. As I said earlier, it was difficult when they came in last night. When they'd lost 3 quick wickets and they really battened down the hatches to start with. Some good Worcestershire bowling yesterday evening as well.
Yes, it was tight, wasn't it? This one is turned into the offside by deploy. Anuj Dahl. No. So I think that's a no.
Yeah.
331 for 5 at the end of the over. Derbyshire trailing by 37. Deploy 53. And Dahl has got 1. Extra applause for Lears deploy, the announcement of his half century. Even one member of the stag do is still compos mentis and managed to applaud.
You're listening to live cricket from the Incora County Ground in Derby. Myself, Dave Bradley, Dave Fletcher with me, and you're on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Hereford and Worcester, the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live stream if you're watching the pictures as well. Welcome, everybody. We're watching Ben Gibbon bowl from the City end, and this time coming forward defensively as Anuj Dahl plays the ball back down the pitch. A few wispy clouds way up high, but we are promised a full day's play. There may be a bit of rain around in the morning, I'm told.
Yes, well, there's some thunderstorms bubbling up because it obviously gets too warm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can't cope with this heat.
Yeah, the old Thunder God thinks 21 Celsius. Not having that. Yeah. Put a bit of water on them. Here's the next ball from Gibbon, wide of the off stump, allowed to continue on its passage.
Craig Nibbs, who's obviously watching the stream. Good morning, Craig. Says the umpire spread his hat too, possibly insect repellent. He suggests that's a very fine suggestion, which I hadn't. Mike Haynes. Good morning to you, Mike. The missing Ruttle was Barry, who later became a hairdresser. Of course he did. And Gary says, morning, Fletcher. Why did you tell them to take the new ball? Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I'll take full responsibility.
Next ball from Gibbon forward defensively comes Anuj Dahl, plays it away on the offside. Jack Haynes bobs in to pick it up. The crowd about not many more than we've had in the week. Opportunity for more to come along on a Saturday, I suppose, but it's probably 90% members, one or two. I haven't seen too many Worcestershire folk up for this one. Here's Gibbon in again and played nicely off the back foot. Good stop in the end by Libby because that bounced up a nasty little bounce in front of him there as it came across the wicket ends of the practice strip. But he managed to get in behind it.
That's the Anuj Dahl Memorial footmarks, isn't it? That's where he made his one error yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, first day. I've got it written down somewhere. Yeah. But he did well on that occasion. Given turns. The fluttering flag is fluttering, but it's not blowing as much as it has been. And he's in and bowls, and this is wide of the off stump. Dahl allows it to go through, yeah. That flag was, well, we were quite surprised it was still on the flagpole yesterday. But it's still fluttering. It's in a slightly different direction. It's more down the ground, Gibbon bowling into it this morning. It's not a fierce wind, but it's a gentle breeze, a cooling breeze. 331 for 5. Gibbon about to finish off his 18th over. This ball is driven down to mid-off where D'Oliveira makes sure he gets everything behind it. No, it's Azhar Ali makes sure he gets everything behind it by tumbling over. End of the over. And Gibbon has 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 63. Dahl has 1. Deploy has 53. And Derbyshire have 331 for 5. They trail by 37.
I'm afraid Nottinghamshire what's the phrase? The game has been put into disrepute. Luke Fletcher's opened the batting for Middlesex. He opened with Hasib Hamid, and he's on 34 not out of 42 for 1. He's just hit Tim Murtagh for 6.
So he's been sent in to smash it, and
Hamid was dismissed for 5, and Ben Slater, who would ordinarily open with Hamid, formerly of this parish, has gone in at number 3, but Luke Fletcher's opening the batting for Middlesex. Here's Morris around the wicket and beating Leas Deploy outside the off stump. Again, tentatively forward, and beaten all ends up really by Charlie Morris. Good delivery. I'm not a big fan of taking the mickey out of cricket.
It's a bit of a strange tactic because there's a long time left in that game, isn't there? So they could have gone out today, batted properly, declared a tee, and had 4 sessions to try and bowl Middlesex out.
And rested Luke Fletcher,
yeah,
who presumably will be required to bowl him out. Perhaps they just think they're better than everybody else. I think there might be a little bit of that as this next delivery. And he's played into the ground. I'll tell you what it was. They actually batted last night, didn't they? I bet he went in as a night watchman.
Yeah.
So I retract.
Yeah.
all the previous nonsense that I've said about Nottinghamshire.
A written apology, I think.
Yes, being bigger than the competition.
Yeah.
I think they probably do think that, but not.
A semi-retraction from yourself.
Goes against the grain to fully retract. Here's Morris in and bowls to deploy, pushes it out into the onside.
You should be a politician interviewed on breakfast television. Naga Munchetti would never get the truth
Well,
out
I'm
of
glad you asked me that. I shan't be answering it, but I'm glad you asked me.
Yes, that's a very good question.
Yes.
That's always a very good question. Yeah.
Yeah, there were 16 without loss overnight, weren't they, thinking back? So, yeah, he'll have gone in as a night watchman. And he's still there now, and he's doing what a night watchman should do. He's basically trying to punch the ball into all quarters. I don't think they expected to lose Hasib Hamid first. Charlie Morris, racecourse set, bowls to deploy, bats it into the ground, and it's collected on the bounce, left-handed by Morris. And there is no run. 3:31 for 5. Derbyshire trailing by 37. There's to play with his second half century of the season. As I say, had a very good winter in the second tier of South African first-class cricket. And now we know he's a good player. Can he go on from here? That one is turned into the leg side. Not off any bat, though. And they pick up a leg by, which is going to be signalled now. There we go. And it's 332. 4-5. Watch out for your next alarm.
Yeah, I'm all right for a minute. Don't worry. 3-minute news, 11 o'clock.
Well, it's midday, so you might be an hour out there.
Oh. That's true. Time goes when you're enjoying yourself. Yeah. I'll go now. I'll just tell you about Charlie Morris bowling his next ball, shall I? Just to, and he's played it on the offside. For single. There we go. Hey, the eggs are done. So there you go, mate.
Well, the good news is it was fielded by Josh Baker, who is back on the field. So that's good news all round, both for him and for Worcestershire, because he did take a fearful blow to the hand. Also, in terms of Jack Timon in my ears at the moment. I use those words advisedly. Charlie Morris walks down to third man down below us, shaking his head. Hatless. Shoeless Joe Jackson and hatless Charlie Morris. And it's going to be Ben Gibbon to continue. Just a couple of overs today. He's got another 9 to go. City end bowls to Anuj Dalo, leaves alone outside the off stump. Go through to the wicketkeeper Ben Cox. The applause you can hear is from Morris, who has now put his Worcestershire cap on it, obviously left it by the boundary's edge. Brett D'Oliveira deep in conversation with umpire Graham Lloyd at square leg. The Worcestershire skipper. Gibbon turns. Bowling around. No, he's not. He's bowling over the wicket because he's a left armour. To Anuj Dal, pushing the ball across the Derbyshire right-hander. And he leaves alone as it goes through fairly comfortably to the keeper. The deficit 35 now. Another 300-plus score here at the county ground. There have been plenty of those. I think it might be the 6th in a row. 5 in a row is already a record. In comes this next delivery, and it's a bottom edge that bounces into the ground. It's a good stop by Ben Cox, diving to his right-hand side. Thank you, Gary, for the latest contribution. Dahl waits. Next delivery's chopped into the ground, into the offside, no run. A decent first hour for Derbyshire. They're now 333 for 5. They still trail, but only by 35 runs now. They did trail by 94 at the start of play. But they have lost Lewis Rees. Worcestershire declined to take the new ball for 6 overs in which it was available. And when they eventually took it, Rees was out to the first ball delivered by it. Charlie Morris taking the wicket. A good catch by Ben Cox. Lewis Rees out for 47. Lewis Deploy has 53. Anuj Dal has 2. And Derbyshire are 333 for 5, trailing by 35. And believe me, there's a lot of action. Couple of runs to Anuj Dal there as Derbyshire move up to 335 for 5. Dal doubles his tally, moves on to 4. The deficit down to 33. I did get a message yesterday about my... there it is. Sunday. So that's nonsense. The Derby County programme's on Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's tomorrow, not today. Here is Gibbon bowls, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Anuj Dal. Goes through to the keeper, end of the over. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 65 now for Ben Gibbon. Derbyshire are 335 for 5. Dal has 4. Deploy has 53. And Derbyshire trail by 35. 33, indeed. 234 to 320. That's 86 runs for the 5th wicket. Between Lewis Rees and Lewis Deploy. Good effort, very, very much needed at the time. Here's Charlie Morris in from the racecourse and around the wicket to Deploy. He's driven out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Really nice shot by Lewis Deploy, who's really getting into his work at the moment. Rather helpfully, they've put a little barrier in front of the covers away to our right-hand side so the ball doesn't go underneath them. That's a clever idea by the ground staff. Well done, them. Deploy moves to 57, 339 for 5.
Nice shot.
Yeah, he's a classy batsman when he gets in. Come on, the Bishop. Did he call him? Charlie Morris?
The Bishop. Well, his dad is a clergyman.
Okay, there we go. That's what he was shouting out there. Somebody just shouted, "Come on, the Bishop," to Charlie Morris. He's on his way in now. Brilliant. Around the wicket poles to Deploy, who defends it. Up towards Adam Finch, and there's no run. That's a proper nickname, isn't it?
The Bishop.
The Bishop.
Yeah.
It's not Gibbo when you could be called Funky.
Yeah. Well, they're too young. They don't remember. They don't know what Funky Gibbon was.
Well, they need educating.
Charlie's dad's a regular listener. John, morning, John. If you're with us today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Or good afternoon, as it is now to you. I was good. He's in Farnham in Surrey. Often makes it up to New Road or wherever.
Might be a bit busier tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Here's Morris around the wicket poles. That one is tickled. Very much tickled down towards fine leg. They've run 1, they'll stick to 1 as well. Which is probably a good idea. Because it's fielded down there in the distance by Ben Gibbon. And they move to 340 for 5. 10 away from another batting bonus point. The Riches. They trail by 28 now. Deploy's moved on to 58. Still to come, Alex Thompson. And then the 3 number 11, Sam Connors, Saranga Lackmell and Ryan Sidebottom. Connors was talking yesterday about, we've been talking a lot about batting down to 11. This one is a full toss and it's bunted into the offside by Anuj Dal, who is rapid and gets a single as the ball barely trickled towards Josh Baker. He didn't get hold of that at all, but he does move on to 5, 341 for 5. I didn't have the heart to go back and say to him, yeah, talk is cheap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I often talk about being a brain surgeon.
You can talk as much as you like about the number 11s, but this year Sam Connors has got 3 runs, Saranga Lackmell's got 6, and Ryan Sidebottom hasn't got any.
Well batted, lads.
They are the Derbyshire's 9, 10 and 11. Morris bowls to Deploy, who turns this nicely into the leg side for a single. Out towards deep backward square leg, moves to 59, 342 for 5, the deficit 26.
I also remember Glamorgan's 9, 10 and 11. I can't remember all of them. Jack Frost was one, he couldn't bat. Batson was another, he couldn't bat. I can't remember who the other one was. But they always reckoned when, when he got to 8 wickets down, everybody else got changed.
Yes.
Back, we'll be fielding in a minute, lads. Yeah, they were not great.
Ground staff come out, get the roller ready. Morris bowls to Darlow edges this one, but down to fine third man. Gibbons the fielder down there. If it had been a first slip, I think he'd have caught it. Perhaps a second slip or 1.5. But there wasn't one there. Dahl moves on to 6.
Ed Barnard coming on from the City end. I think giving a bowl quite timely, actually.
Barely got time to get into his rhythm with 3 overs.
Well, this is what Aaron Richardson was saying last night. Because he's used to bowling long spells, it probably takes him 3, 4, 5 overs to get into his rhythm.
Yeah, if he's been proing in the leagues, he'd be expected probably to bowl 14 or 15 overs on the spin from one end, wouldn't he? That's certainly the way. Not necessarily in minor counties, but certainly in the being a pro in the top leagues, you are expected to get through a mountain of work.
Ed Barnard bowled very well yesterday evening. A spell of 7 overs, 4 maidens and 1 wicket for 4 runs, and he's got 2 for 35 off 14, which in a total of 343 for 5. Tells you he bowled pretty well. No slips at all here.
No.
As he bowls, and Anuj Dal pushes out on the offside. He's not been in that long, has he, Anuj Dal? But this is what Worcestershire did after tea yesterday, because they got mullered between lunch and tea. And after tea, they just made sure that the runs dried up.
There is a reason they got mullered between lunch and tea, of course.
Well, there is, yeah.
He's watching from the changing room at the moment.
Yeah.
Because he's batting at 70, as we said yesterday.
Yeah. As Barnard turns City end, and this ball sees Anuj Dal going off the back foot, plays the ball down into the gully area where Jake Libby is the fielder. Backward point, maybe, if you wish to be pedantic. 3-4-3. 3-4-3-4-5 is the score. Bright sunshine from very early this morning. I was up and about quite early this morning. It was really a gorgeous morning. Barnard in and bowls, and Dahl turns it on the onside. Azhar Ali, who had been down on the boundary in front of the stag party for most of the morning, has now come up into the circle.
This is now the 6th successive innings in excess of 300 on this Derby square. Glamorgan's last innings, no, not Glamorgan, Sussex's last innings, both in the last match and both in this.
Barnard bowls, nicely off the back foot by Dad. He's going to get 4 for that. That was very well timed. He didn't hit it really hard, used the pace of the ball and split between Libby, who is at backward point, and Ed Pollock, who's at cover point. Ed Pollock, who had a horror moment this morning when he dropped Lewis Rees off a catch that, well, at the time I said 99 times out of 100 he'll catch that, but it was that one time when he didn't. It might have come out of the sun, but he got to it and really should have hung on to it. Here's Barnard. Bowls to Dahl, who this time tries to flick it on the onside. There's some oohs and ahs. I thought it came off the bat, but they all got very excited. Dahl has 10, deploys 59, 347 for 5.
I say 6 innings, what I mean is 7. I just can't count.
Well, it's approximate. It's like 31 and 32 and 33 and 34.
Yeah, I think I'm proving more than normal that my maths is very, very limited.
So it tickles me when somebody says temperature it's approximately 31.2 degrees.
Yes.
It's not approximate, that's accurate. Here's the next ball from Barnard, pushed away into the offside and no run. The one that always amuses me is in summer, I said, it's going to be hotter than Ibiza, in Southport this weekend. and then in the winter, it's going to be colder than Reykjavik or something. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Not average temperatures. Let's 347 for 5 is the total. Darl has 10. Deploy has 59. Gloucestershire in a little bit of trouble in the West Country Derby, I think we can call it. 152 for 6, reminded Somerset 591 for 7 declared. And Yorkshire in the Roses match not doing great. 115 for 4. Lancashire made 566 for 9 declared.
Charlie Morris continues from the race course and he's bowling to Leas Deploy, who just dabs this down into the ground. He goes backward of the batsman. Nowhere near the stumps really, but he just had a little look round. The ball is safely gathered by the wicketkeeper. I got slightly distracted there by a message in a WhatsApp group.
Oh.
Only the sport WhatsApp group, I think it was, in Radio Derby, so...
nothing important.
No. Well, actually, this was quite trivial, but... Deploy waits. Morris around the wicket bowls to him, and he's bowling a short delivery that Deploy was tempted momentarily to have a go at, but decided against it in the end, and it goes through to the keeper. And there is no run.
Yeah, social media is at times a great delight, and you can learn a lot, and it's a lot of information there and a lot of interest there. But anybody who sends me a picture of their evening meal immediately gets deleted.
Well, right.
Can't be having that.
Well,
Waste of
I do
ether.
have on my phone a picture of my lunch at Leicestershire on day one, which was less than impressive. His next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Leas Deploy. There's a little hesitation there as Haynes swoops on the ball, but by the time he got there, the batsman had decided to commit fully to the run. And they get there comfortably enough. Deploy moves to 60, 348 for 5, and the deficit now just 20. So there is this possibility now of Derbyshire building a little bit of a first innings lead here.
Yeah,
And how crucial could that be if they can come out and blow a couple of... I don't know, we're looking a long way ahead. I don't generally like doing that, but...
Well, Worcestershire were 40-odd for 2 in the first innings.
Yes.
They would have to... I mean, if they, let's say...
You'd be looking at another spell like Sam Connors bowled where he took 3 in 7 balls, and there is that possibility, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah.
But it's still a considerable way off because they're still behind Derbyshire, and this next delivery is turned into the leg side. That's a nice shot from Anos Dahl. He's going to get 2. I think he's going to get 3. He is rapid. That's despite the fact that the ball has been reached by Ed Pollock, and they do come back for 3. And the 350's up for Derbyshire. Another batting bonus point is added to the tally. 351 for 5. Dahl has 13. Deploy has 60. So a draw now worth 14 points for Derbyshire. Should the game end that way. Morris bowls. That one is, well, sort of guided a bit fiddly by Deploy down to Azhar Ali, who is back in front, bless him, back in front of the stag party down at third man. They'll get through for another single. Deploy moves to 61. The partnership's already worth 32. Previous partnership was 86. It was interesting what Shan Masood said yesterday. When Shan Masood tells you something, you sort of tend to listen.
You do.
And take it on board. And he said, as far as he was aware, I'll come back to that in a moment because Morris is on his way in again and bowls. That one is driven slightly one-handedly by Anos Dahl, but they do get through for a single as it's sort of half-fielded there by Adam Finch. It means he's pinched the strike. He's moved on to 14. And Derbyshire are 353 for 5 at the end of the over with Deploy on 61. They trail by 15. I asked him about the pitch, as you would. He said it's very battable. What a fantastic phrase that is. It's very battable.
Very battable.
He said, but you do have to be careful because, again, like Azhar Ali said on at the end of day one, didn't he? There is a little bit in it for the bowlers still, which is the kind of pitch that you want.
Of course.
There's no point in just having bowlers firing ammunition for the batsman.
Here's Ed Barnard from the City end, and this is turned away on the onside, and the aforementioned Azhar Ali gets down well to his left well, it probably would have been 4 runs because he timed that nicely, did Dahl. Yeah, I asked the same question of Alan Richardson last night. I said, is it going to get easier to bat on? Is it going to die? And he said it's probably going to get slower and a little bit lower, which then makes it hard to score runs because the ball's not coming onto the bat. But I still think I'd sooner be a batter, as they call them these days, than a bowler on this pitch. Here's a bowler, Ed Barnard, and off the back foot now. He's timed this one again. Ed Pollock's on the chase. He's not going to cut it off. Lovely shot. Pure timing. No great thump of the ball, but lost a lovely wristy shot off the back foot. A back foot drive rather than a cut. Lovely shot. Dahl has fairly quickly gone to 18. Deploy has 61. The deficit now is only 11. Deploy that partnership with Rees early on, and now starting another partnership with Dahl.
Both these batsmen are a delight to watch if they're in full flow.
Here's Barnard's next ball, and well, he has a little feather at this one. Eventually takes the bat out of the way. I'm not sure if he took the bat out of the way after the ball had gone past, but he took the bat out of the way anyway.
He was almost in Ben Cox's gloves
yeah.
when he took it away.
I think he had a little dabble at that.
Yes, I think you might be right.
For his own confidence, he looked back up the pitch and thought,
Never went near that.
One thing that not mentioned, and probably should, as Barnard comes in and bowls, and Dahl gets a short ball which he hooks away down towards a deep square leg. That's going to beat Finch on the boundary and goes away for 4. Another nice shot. And these Derbyshire batsmen this morning, well, they began on 274 for 4, so they've added quite a lot. 87.
87. Yeah,
87.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
It was the 13 bit that fooled me.
What? An hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So, going well.
Deficit down into single figures.
Yeah. Here's Barnard's next ball, and this time Dahl off the back foot pushes into the covers. No run. What I was going to say, away to our right, in front of what used to be the old press box, if you know your county ground here at Derby, there's a montage of a very good montage of great past Derbyshire cricketers, and you can tell who they are.
Yes, it is good, isn't it?
Yes, Bob Taylor, Michael Oldie, you can. They're easily recognisable.
Yeah, Kim will be on there. Mike Hendricks there.
Yeah, I don't know who did that, but it's very good.
It is good, isn't it?
Well done,
I'm not sure who did it, to be fair.
No, well done whoever did. Here is Ed Barnard bowling to Dahl, who's forward, pushes away on the offside. Immediately, when he plays the shot, he's looking for the run. It's going straight to Ed Pollock, so he shouts no, but busy at the crease. And not too many things annoy a bowler more than bowling a good ball. A batsman plays a defensive shot but nicks a single off it. Quite frustrating. Charlie Morris is going to continue. The score is 361 for 5. The deficit is 7. Dahl has 22. Deploy has 61. This partnership so far worth 41.
I give credit for the picture montage to Tom and Stephen from the media team. I'd be staggered if they weren't behind it.
Yeah.
Griff might have supplied some photographs.
Very good.
Well, it's better than seeing the groundsman's hut and all these bits and bobs, isn't it? Nobody wants to see the groundsman's bits and bobs.
No. You can't see it too well from our angle, but when the cameras go around and follow the ball that way, it looks very good. Well done, whoever did it.
Well, Kevin Dean is on there, definitely. I know that for a fact, because there was a photograph. Kevin Dean sort of mentors Sam Connors, and the pair of them were on the same photograph the other week, because right. Dino was on the montage and Sam Connors was on the pitch. Here's Charlie Morris beginning a new over to Leas Deploy, pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
They've got a new montage beyond the D'Oliveira stand at Worcester, great Worcestershire players over the years. It's so vitally important that these people are remembered.
Well, I don't know if anybody had the good fortune to go to Lord's, but I think they do mention W.G. Grace on the ground. I don't think they've mentioned him enough, but he's certainly mentioned. But somebody who had from the West Country, this one is defended by Leas Deploy. He also features on the. There's some large images underneath the flats at the far end at Bristol, isn't there?
Yes.
of the great Gloucestershire players of the past.
Good that people are remembered and recognised.
There's a lot of museums around. That's one thing that I'm sure Derbyshire are looking into. Is getting a proper little museum going here. I know they do a lot with the heritage. Well, David Griffin does an awful lot with the heritage. They've got one of those memory meetings that are just up and running as well, as Morris bowls a short delivery. That's in the air, and it's going to fall short of the fielder out on the square leg boundary. Liz Deploy's got away with one there. He wasn't in control of that at all. Morris just drops to his knees momentarily at the end of his follow-through. He moves on to 62, does Deploy. 362 for 5. Just for a split second, the fielders. There's one down at long leg and one on the square leg boundary. They were very much interested, but ultimately it fell short.
Yeah, don't forget your history, because it sometimes teaches you a lot about the future.
Absolutely. Morris at the top of his mark at the racecourse end. It's almost a packed offside. There's a mid-off, an extra cover, a cover and a backward point, as well as the third man. He's down on the boundary, but those four fielders are all in catching positions, really, as Dahl cuts this away for 4 runs, straight past Jake Libby, who didn't move a muscle. He put everything into that, did Anuj Dahl. He moved to 26 now. The partnership's up to 46 of 63 deliveries, 366 for 5. Derbyshire trail by 2. Nice shot from Anuj Dahl. I don't think any bowler can bowl there to any first-class batsman, in all honesty. We saw that a couple of times when Sam Connors was a little bit off target and he was cut away. Dahl waits. This next delivery is defended out into the offside. It's fielded by Ed Barnard, and there's no run.
No, as I say, spoke to Alan Richardson last night, and I said, you did well after tea, and off microphone, as it were, he described Worcestershire's bowling between lunch and tea. But he did say that you saw the first ball that Masu got. I think he played a defensive shot, actually, to Charlie Morrison. He said you saw that and you thought, oh dear, we're in trouble here.
Yeah, very battable. This next delivery is driven by Anuj Dahl up towards Josh Baker. And there's no run. I'm going to be using battable for pitches up and down the country now. 366 for 5 at the end of the over. Deploy has 62. Dahl has 26. And Derbyshire trail by just 2 runs now with 5 wickets still in hand.
If it's doing a bit, is it unbattable?
Yes. Yeah.
Or debattable?
Sub-battable.
Gloucestershire in big trouble against Somerset. They're 152 for 8. They're still 439 behind. And I can tell you that Mrs. Bradley has spent £4.98 at Iceland this morning because it comes up on my phone. It drives her mad when it does that.
Tea tomorrow sorted.
I love that app.
Fish fingers and chips, it sounds like to me. That.
Ring her up tonight. What did you buy in Iceland today? Here's Ed Barnard, who's in and bowls. Oh, that's a big shout. He thinks it's out, and the umpire does as well. Finger is up. Really didn't go anywhere for that one. It was a full-length ball. He did not go forward. He did not go back. Shuffled across his stumps. And Ed Barnard ran down the pitch to celebrate before the umpire's finger went up. But I don't think that was a difficult decision at all for umpire White. We will get a replay in a minute, but it doesn't really matter what we think anyway. But Barnard gets his man. Deploy departs. Just getting a look at the. Oh yeah, that's his.
It looked out from here. I think Deploy realised it was out as well, because he was disappointed, even though he wasn't looking at the umpire. 62, which included just the 5 fours.
Yeah. He played
good
across.
Knock, though. Good knock.
It's a very good knock. That was actually the way he's played. That was a bit of a poor shot because he kind of played across the line a bit of it. But
he'd have fancied his first century of the season, though. I reckon.
Yeah.
He's not going to get it. And Alex Thompson, tallest man in the world, comes out to bat.
46. Those two put on in, I reckon, 11 overs. roughly, conservatively,
Approximately.
approximately.
It'll do for me. It's close enough for me. So what, today,
Hey!
92 runs today so far?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 92 runs in an hour and a half. Very good. Change of the context and complex of this game. I better go and do
Okay.
other things, I suppose.
Cheers, brothers. They'll be back in the half hour before lunch, which is coming up in a couple of minutes. And we'll be doing an update for Radio Derby after this song that I have absolutely no idea what it is. It's finished, I'm sure. No, it's that one. I do know it. Never-ending Story. Didn't know it started like that. Who knew? So Alex Thompson, the new batsman. Dahl has 26. The deficit is 2. How many runs can they eke out here, the Derbyshire? Lower order batsmen, that's what we'll call them. Thompson can bat, clearly has a half century already this season. He scored 52 in the home game with Sussex. First ball he faces is defended. And in comes Ed Barnard once again. In and bowls to Thompson and beats him. Terrific delivery. Ed Barnard, 3 for 47. He's in his 17th over. Bowled really nicely last night. Very, very frugal. Very frugal. There's Barnard once again bowls to Thompson, who's off the mark with a boundary. He whipped that one into the leg side. It was just to the left of Ben Gibbon, who stood absolutely no chance of getting there. And Derbyshire now lead. They lead by 2. Really nice shot from a man who clearly can bat, Alex Thompson. He can bowl a bit too. Tall man, stands quite upright as Barnard is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. The applause comes from Charlie Morris down below us. He's fielding at third man. Brad is still waiting for his update next door, fiddling with a few of his knobs. It's Barnard to complete his 17th over, bowls, and it's driven by Thompson, but he doesn't get enough on it to get it past Brett D'Oliveira, who's fielding at mid-on. And the over comes to an end. 374-6. Dahl has 26. Thompson, that solitary boundary so far, he's only faced 5 balls. And Derbyshire now lead by 2. They have lost a couple of wickets this morning. Lewis Rees for 47, caught by Ben Cox off the bowling of Charlie Morris. The first ball with the new ball, and Charlie Morris has now been replaced. Leas deploy LBW to Ed Barnard. He made 62. And we're going to see Ben Gibbon.
Coming on now to bowl from the Bristol end, Ben Gibbon.
So it's a good little spell by Charlie Morris. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. It's been replaced. I've got a dip out.
Okay. Here is Ben Gibbon. He's bowling left arm around the wicket to Anuj Dahl, and Dahl goes back and across, pushes the ball out on the offside. He's very quick. That ball didn't go more than, about 10 metres from the batsman. And there's 2 fielders there, 2 good fielders in Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira. But Dahl plays the shot, calls, And as long as his colleague answers, there's always a run there. 371 for 6, Derbyshire. Lead by 3. As they've done very well in this first session of Derbyshire. Lost a couple of wickets, but they've been piling the runs on, which is moving the game forward, as it were. Give you some scores from around the country during this over, if you would like them. Here is the next ball from Gibbon, round the wicket, pushed away on the offside. Northamptonshire, who made 597 for 6, declared, have got Warwickshire on 141 for 3. Kent replying to Surrey's 671 for 9 or 104 for 4. In the Roses match, Yorkshire 137 for 5, replying to Lancashire's 566 for 9, declared. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 160 for 8, Somerset made 591 for 7. Away goes Gibbon, and this time, flash from Thompson, actually plays over the top of the ball that goes through to the wicketkeeper. Durham 109 for 3 against Glamorgan, Durham lead by 55. Sussex all out for 450 at Grace Road, so they lead Leicestershire by 240. Nottinghamshire 77 for 2 at Lords, not to lead by 297, having bowled Middlesex out for 195.
Lovely.
Here, Ben Gibbon is the bowler, and this time Thompson forward pushes away on the offside.
I've only come back for a moment.
I was going to
because
say,
no, I didn't do one. They claim not to have forgotten me, but I'm not 100% certain whether that's true or not. No, yeah, they do always say that. But I've been told after this next one, but it's another one of those songs that I've never heard before, so I don't know when it's going to finish.
Okay.
The previous one was Never Ending Story by Lamal, which I didn't realise started like it did.
Oh.
I'd never got it from the intro.
I'm not sure I could sing that one for too long.
I'm not sure you could sing any.
No.
If I'm honest, on the evidence of the last 2.5 days.
I'm certain that I couldn't. Here's Gibbon in and bowls and pushed. No. I didn't play a shot at it. It goes through fairly low down to Ben Cox. No slips at all here. So there's a third man, backward point, who is disappearing towards the boundary, Jake Libby. So he's going to go to extra cover on the boundary. Cover point is Barnard. Dolliver at short extra cover or shorter extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a fine leg. Gibbon off about, what's he off? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 paces in and bowls. And played out to mid-on, where Josh Baker is the fielder.
The early paces are quite small, aren't they?
They are. They are little baby trotting steps. 371 for 6. That's a fairly uncomplicated action, actually, Ben Gibbon. There's no histrionics or whatever you call them, strange things going on.
Lovely shot by Alex Thompson to get off the mark and put Derbyshire into the lead. One who just whipped it into the leg side. He's a very powerful man, can hit the ball a long way.
Yeah.
I think he'd be very useful in the T20.
Yeah.
Very useful indeed.
Barnard. Right arm over, city end, bowls, good pace on it, but Dahl sees it nice and early and gets his bat out the way. Flies through to Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper. The wind ruffling the tops of the trees, but nothing like the first 2 days when those trees were being really buffeted. And our anemometer, our wind indicator at the far end, is the Derbyshire flag, which is fluttering today. It's not being blown all over the place. So Barnard bowling into any breeze that there is. And this time Dahl drives down the ground and Barnard gets his left hand to it. Probably a good job he did, because I think if that had gone back past him, that might have raced away down towards the permanent temporary stand for Penrith. But Dahl always looking busy, always looking to get, even when he plays a defensive shot, you're never quite sure that he's not going to nip a single out of it. Keeping the fielders on their proverbial toes. Barnard bowls, and this is wide of the stumps. There's some alarm there from Barnard and from Ben Cox. Whether it came back a long way after it had been left, I'm not sure. We'll try and have a look on a replay if that comes up before the next ball, because the feed, because of the technology, is a tad behind what we're actually watching. But Barnard is in and bowls, driven by Dahl out to mid-off. Finch is the fielder there. Yeah, we've just seen that ball. It did come back a long way. Probably played on length more than anything by Dahl. It would have to have done something quite unusual to have stayed low enough to hit the stumps, but it did come back a fair way. Oohs and ahs from fielders and wicketkeepers these days. Not always a reliable barometer as how close it was to these stumps. Is the next ball from Barnard, pushed away on the offside. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, that's a defensive shot from Dahl, calls his partner through. It's only just to the left of, who's that in there? Jack Haynes. But he's also worked it out, of course, that Haynes is right-handed. So to his left gives him that extra split second to make it to the other end, although he was running from the danger end. A couple of blue buses pass each other on the main road. As the next ball from Barnard, Thompson drives to mid-on. And there is no run. That completes Ed Barnard's over. Some very good figures in a total of 372 for 6. He has bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 52. I think he's probably got his bowling mojo back a little bit now, Ed Barnard. Derbyshire lead by 4. They're 372 for 6. Dahl has 28. Thompson has 4. And we've got... How long? Let's have a look. We've got about 20 minutes till lunch.
Calvin Harris. No idea who he is.
Oh, was that who was singing?
I think he's a Scottish DJ, isn't he? I think I do know something about him, but
okay.
I'd never heard the song before.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Ben Gibbon from the racecourse end. In and bowls to Anisdale, who dabs it down into the offside. Backward of square, no run.
I suspect that Calvin Harris has never heard of you and I either.
No, I think you're probably right. Yeah, I think you're probably right. And let's keep it that way.
Well, yeah. I'm sure he's a very nice chap and he's very kind to his mother.
I reckon he's quite a rich chap. I would have thought. He's probably richer than us.
That's why he's never heard of us.
Yeah, we don't move in the same circles, certainly.
There's a plethora of blue buses up the road in the distance today, heading towards the Pentagon Island. That's right, I've got the island right now.
Mark Ackland's been in touch as well. Barry Wom's full name is Barrington Womble from the Russells. Excellent work, Mark, as this next delivery is pushed into the offside by Anisdale. It's bizarre. At the start of the day, you have absolutely no idea where the day is going to go.
Right. That's what I love about this. You can say, well, who do you think should bat number 6 for England this summer? You get nothing.
Yeah.
Who was the missing member of the Ruttles?
You get bombarded. Which I much prefer discussing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Nobody cares who's going to bat number 6 for England. Well, it'll happen.
Ben Stokes.
Well, yes, yeah. Around the wicket goes Gibbon, and he's pushed out into the offside.
Oh, he nearly caught one. He nearly got one on the back of the head there. Jake Libby decided to throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and basically the bowler wasn't looking, and I don't think it missed his ear by too much. It would have been a bizarre injury, wouldn't it? Well, he's off with concussion.
Alex Thompson was in his crease the entire time, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about.
Unnecessary throw from Libby. Dahl waits, and this next delivery is pushed out into the offside, this time to Brett D'Oliveira, who goes more conventional and throws it to the wicketkeeper.
Hit by your own teammate.
No, that wouldn't be great, would it? It wouldn't be a great way to be knocked out of a game of first-class cricket.
Take him to hospital. What happened to you? Me mate hit me with a cricket ball. Many, many, many moons ago, playing in a local village in Worcestershire, Eckington. Nice little ground. Yeah, good little club there, all right. Good lads they were.
Given in the balls to Dahl, who defends it out into the offside again. And again, it's D'Oliveira who fields.
And lad in our team, Dill, got hit by quite a lively fast bowler. And he got a nasty cut, so I took him to the local Pershore hospital. And we got there, and the guy came out and said, well, what's happened to you? He said, He said, "Oh, what happened to you?" He said, "Oh, some blind-headed idiot playing for Eckington hit me on the head." And the bloke said, "Yeah, that'd be my son then."
Did you want that as a...
Yeah.
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 Do you want these stitches straight? Final delivery of the over from Gibbon is turned into the leg side by Anos Dahl. It's fielded by Haynes, and there is no run. 3-7-2 for 6. Thompson 4, Dahl 28. Derbyshire lead by 4. They'll sort of have lunch on their minds, and I don't mean the fact that they'll be hungry. Well, they want to come out in the afternoon session, will these two batsmen? We haven't we've seen one wicket fall in 2 afternoon sessions so far. That was poor old Billy Godleman yesterday when Derbyshire were on 30, I think. So no, 49 they were on. 49. Yeah. So just the 1 wicket in the afternoons. These two will probably have worked that out, and they might be thinking, hang on a minute.
Ed Barnard is bowling to Alex Thompson. Thompson gets a ball that hurries him and runs on to. I think Ed Barnard quite fancies getting Thompson out here. I think he got a bit excited when he hit a couple on the leg side and taking him off middle stump. And he quite fancies getting his 4th of the day. What's going on here? Oh, no, not the ball out of shape.
Already?
Oh, cannot be. Anyway.
It's only 15 overs old.
Umpire Watt is just throwing it back to him. So that's the first of... there'll be 3 objections. And on the 3rd one, they'll change the ball. Which is what normally happens. Here's Barnard to Thompson. Thompson flicks this one away on the leg side. There'll be...
It depends how wrong Thompson can run, really.
Yeah, I was going to say there'll be a couple here. I mean, Libby was sort of making his way towards it, but in the end, it was Gibbon who's way out there, deep square leg, and got to it first and flung it back in. So the total goes to 374 for 6, and Derbyshire lead by 6. Things have sort of calmed down a little bit since the deploy went off, because they were going along at a rate of 4 and 5 and over then. Looking at the ball again, the Worcestershire players, but see, if the ball's slightly out of shape, surely it's better to bowl with.
I've always thought that.
Yeah. Barnard in and bowls, and this is Thompson off the back foot, plays the ball into the ground. Barnard on his follow through does the fielding. Busy as ever on Sir Frank Whittle Way, I call that.
Yeah, Sir Frank Whittle Way, that one.
On the sat-nav, they call it Sir Frank Whittle Road.
Oh, okay.
And so I thought it was Sir Frank Whittle Way. Always busy, that section of road.
Yeah, going towards the traffic lights of the Pentagon Island.
Yeah.
Beyond what I believe is a health club.
Didn't you go there? Didn't you go there once?
I did go there once for a coffee,
Here's the next ball from Barnard, which is turned away on the onside. And there is no run.
I went for a coffee and a telling off by the former chief executive, actually. That's why I went there.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was about now, but I'd obviously said something
could have been
at some point, and they didn't like it. So let me put you straight. He said, "Okay,
all right, okay,
yeah.
all right,
No sugar in mine."
Shaken, not stirred. No close fielders, really no close catches as Barnard bowls. Thompson is forward. Once again, Barnard gets very excited here. Thompson's a tall man. He got a good stride in there. Played it on the onside. Azhar Ali does the fielding. Yes, I met young Jack Haynes in the corridor the other day. He said, "Oh, I've been up for an early morning swim." And I said, "Oh, was it wet?" He said, "Oh, it's really good tonight." I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
I think I've actually got my swimming things with me, but I'm not sure the pool is big enough. I'll jump in there, there'll be a mini tsunami going through the reception. Now we've got 2 short mid-wickets in there.
So the pool's closer to reception than your room, then, is it?
And everything is the next ball, which is slightly outside edges. It's going down towards third man. Dal will look for 2, but Thompson says, no. I'm running to the danger end, mate. I'm not having that. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think Matlock Baths are closer to me to my reception than my room is. 375 for 6. Derbyshire lead by 7. Dahl has 28. Thompson has 7. The men out this morning. Reach caught Coxbowl Morris for 42 with the first ball with the new ball when Worcestershire eventually took it. 7 overs after they could have done. Deploy LBW to Barnard for 62. 366 for 6 when he departed. It is now 375 for 6.
Yeah, they scored 101 runs today so far, with around about 12, 13 minutes to go until the lunch break. Alex Thompson on strike as Gibbon begins a new over, and that's defended out into the offside, where it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. Josh got slightly distracted by Josh Baker going through his bowling action. I can't imagine we'll see him before lunch. We know what he can do now. He doesn't need the one over before lunch.
Yeah.
Unless they want to get off quickly.
He's had 22 overs, isn't he?
He's bowled okay, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has bowled. Yeah,
he's bowled okay.
Tidy. Got rid of Wayne Madsen, who always gets runs against Worcestershire.
Next delivery from Gibbon is defended by Thompson. You're right. The run rate, which is still a very healthy, almost 3.7 for the entirety of the innings, has now dropped in the last 5 overs to 1.8. Just 9 runs from the last 5 overs, which would not necessarily account entirely for the departure of Leas Deploy, but it's important that none of the remaining batsmen give their wicket away and Derbyshire eke out as many runs as they possibly can. That one is defended again to Brett D'Oliveira out in the offside, fielding at a shortish cover. And he polishes the ball between his hands. I was going to say it looked like he was just polishing it on his hands, but he has pulled one of his sleeves down. That would make more sense. Try and keep this new ball as new for as long as possible. It's one thing that isn't on the... you have to make a note of when the new ball was taken, because it doesn't say how old the ball is, which would be quite nice to know. As in goes Gibbon again, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Thompson. He'll have to go through to Ben Cox, the keeper.
I am slightly puzzled why left-arm medium pacers bowl around the wicket. I always think that over the wicket gives you a better angle. Jack Chantry used to do it.
It brings LB into play.
It does.
But I agree, push the ball across, especially the lower down the order the batsmen are, they're more likely to try and drive a ball they think is drivable, and if it's moving away from them, then there are no slips. To get an edge on it, just a wicket keeper behind the stumps at the moment, as this next one is defended into the onside this time. It's picked up by Jack Haynes. And again, there is no run. Did we seeing if Big Luke is still there, because they have lost a second wicket now of Nottinghamshire. They're 103 for 2, leading by 323. And Luke Fletcher is out. He made 50 in the first innings and he made 51 in the second. I can't imagine there have been many matches in which Luke Fletcher has scored a half century in each innings. He's been dismissed as this next delivery from Gibbon is defended straight back to him by Thompson. It's the end of the over, 375 for 6. He's been dismissed leg before wicket by Martin Anderson with 2 S's, who had a brief, all too brief, really lone spell here at Derbyshire a few years ago. Ben Slater has now been joined by Ben Duckett. The Bens, the little Bens, are fielding their batting for Nottinghamshire.
Baker to come on from the City end.
I told you he wouldn't come on.
You did say that. That was a great bit of forecasting.
I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. See, the Barmy Army women are playing today.
I saw that, yeah.
It's actually, to be fair, I've watched a fair bit of that. The Invitational Women's T20 tournament out in Dubai has been absolutely terrific. Some really good quality international women's cricketers, along with a smattering of cricketers from all over the world. There's somebody from Germany, there's a player from Brazil, Thailand. I mean, they've come from all over the world. It really is a fantastic little tournament. The semi-finals taking place today. I couldn't tell you who was playing. But I know Heather Knight's captaining the Barmy Army women.
Barmy Army are playing the Tornadoes. Yeah. The Falcons are playing the Spirit.
Yeah, it's been really good. That's available on, or has been available on Free Sports as well.
Yeah. Baker is in and bowls, pushed out on the offside, no run. They're all invitational teams, I assume.
Yes, there's a proper mix of players from the established countries as well as from the associate countries as well. It's been really good, because I don't watch the Indian thing.
Baker in bowls, pushed away on the offside, the IPL.
Well, I've got a problem with the IPL. I've got a major problem with the IPL. Babar Azam, Sham Masood, Shaheen Shah Afridi, some of the best players in T20 cricket, aren't allowed to play in it.
No. Next ball, and this is flicked away on the onside. They'll be looking for two here. Anuj Dal there's a little bit of hesitation there. And the ball comes back to the non-strikers end where Thompson was running. He gets there because he's a big lad and he's got a big stride, but there was just that millisecond of hesitation.
Tested his hamstrings, didn't he?
Yeah. The thing I occasionally watch the IPL, but I have no affinity to any of the teams.
No.
I don't, it's a bit like the Blast, really. I'll go and watch what they call Birmingham play, mainly because Mo plays for them, but apart from that...
Oh, the 100.
The 100, I mean. I said the Blast, no. Played off originally off the back foot, but he comes forward, Anuj Dal, as he plays the shot, pushes it away on the offside. Total is 377 for 6, a lead of 9 for Derbyshire with those 4 wickets in hand. Baker bowls, and this time Dal is cautiously pushing away on the offside. Haynes at that short extra cover position does the fielding. Here's Baker in again, and once again pushed away on the offside. Once again, Haynes is the man to pick the ball up. 377 for 6. And we've got till lunch, so we might get 2 in if Baker's bowling. Gibbon, I wouldn't have thought it would take 6 minutes to bowl an over.
It'd be a good effort if he did.
Yeah. Well, if the ball goes out of shape, that'll be a couple of minutes replacing that. Stag party are fairly quiet at the moment.
Yeah.
1 or 2 have gone off for lunch, though.
Wonder what they're having. How many cans they'll have.
Mild or bitter or cider.
Here's Ben Gibbon beginning a new over from the racecourse and bowling to Alex Thompson, who defends the first delivery out into the leg side where it's fielded by Jack Haynes, and there's no run.
Went to Worcester Races for my latest stag party.
Oh, yeah.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Whole family came. Grandson came along as well. Had a really good night. Lost a lot of money, but it was good fun.
I never had one.
You didn't bother?
No.
They wouldn't let you. They wouldn't let you out for your stomach. They only just let you out for the wedding. That was on day release, wasn't it?
I'm certainly not having another one. This next delivery from Gibbon is pushed into the offside by Thompson, who clearly focused on lunch now. These 2 batsmen, they have dropped anchor, as they say. 103 runs added in the morning session, so the deficit wiped out. But Worcestershire have just chipped away. We're getting the 2 remaining main batsmen, two players whose sole job in this side, well, Lewis Rees while he's injured and Liz Deploy while he bowls that left arm stuff, is to bat. This next one is defended again by Thompson out into the offside. We're now into the... I think these 2 would both sort of class themselves as all-rounders. Anuj Dal certainly would. And Alex Thompson, I think if you're an off-spinner and you can bat, that is a valuable commodity rather than just being an off-spinner who bowls off-spin.
Yeah.
Almost have to bat nowadays, don't they, the off-spinners?
Yeah. All spinners. I suppose Parkinson of Lancashire is the exception to it because he ain't great with the bat, but most of them they've got
Leach,
7s and 8s.
Who clearly showed he could hold a bat a few years ago at Headingley. Thompson waits and given bowls too many guides this down to 3rd man. He's only going to get a single because there is a man down there. I think that's Azhar Ali.
A great throw, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Down in the far distance. He's 200 yards away from us. Considerably closer to the chairman's box than he is to us, certainly, because that's where he's fielding. Thompson moves to 8, 378 for 6.
He'll have a shorter distance to lunch from there.
We could probably ask them for some lunch from there.
Ask him for the menu. Why is that gone a bit strange?
Tom Robinson band in my ears now.
Oh, 2468 motorway.
It is absolutely 2468
Oh,
motorway.
great song.
Yeah, I went to see Tom Robinson band years ago. His next delivery is turning to the leg side by Dahl. Thompson sets off for a single. Haynes is there quickly though, and Dahl quite correctly sends him back.
They're a bit early, aren't they, for your 1 o'clocker? Or is that just somebody pressed the wrong button?
No, I turn it up myself.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I have the ability to turn up the volume.
2468, never too late.
Yeah, they were the songs we had to listen to when we were kids.
I do. There's an advert. It makes me laugh. A kid going, "Oh, we had to go to the supermarket to get our food.
Yeah.
We only had 2 cars."
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I had no idea who was overtaking who. This next delivery is pushed out. It's the offside by Anuj Dahl. It's the end of the given over. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 67. His figures, he probably deserves slightly better than that. Derbyshire 378 for 6, Thompson 8, Dahl 30. And with 1 over to go, I reckon, before lunch, Derbyshire lead by 10.
One more over before the luncheon interval, which is going to be bowled by Josh Baker from the City end. We're going to get a slip in here. Here we are. Ed Barnard has come in at slip. Once again, to confuse us, he's wearing Ben Cox's floppy hat. So, Baker, left arm round to the right-handed Thompson, who takes a big stride, and he does take a big stride, pushes it down the pitch. Azhar Ali is trying to get the attention of Brett D'Oliveira. I'm not quite sure what he's on about. Anyway, he seems to have got his attention, and nothing has changed. Baker jogs in again, and this time played to mid-wicket, where the aforementioned Azhar Ali does the fielding.
Not yet, Bradders. Stand by.
Not yet.
Stand by.
Not yet. It'll go any minute. Very exciting part of the day. Baker bowls forward. Comes Thompson. Some excitement among from the bowler and the Worcestershire fielders, but plenty of bat on it. I'm a ball behind on the replay, so I can't really tell you what happened. Well, I can tell you what happened. I can't tell you why it happened. There's the ubiquitous emergency vehicle. Next ball, Thompson is forward. Sort of half driving to mid-wicket, but not really too much power in it.
You haven't set at 1 o'clock, have you?
I don't think I have, actually.
No, you haven't.
No.
I'm well into the news there.
Oh, yeah? Okay, I'll let you finish this off then, mate.
Baker's got 2 more deliveries left to bowl. First one is defended back to him by Alex Thompson, and I imagine the next one will be as well. Been a good morning's cricket. It's been a particularly good morning for Derbyshire, I think. Trailed by 94 going into the session. Ed Pollock dropped Lewis Rees when he was on 22. He went on to make 47. Final ball of the session. It's just about whipped away down towards fine leg for 1, possibly 2, might be 3, as Anuj Dahl's coming back to the danger, and he's almost lapped Alex Thompson, and they do indeed get back for 3 runs. So Derbyshire at lunch are 381 for 6. Alex Thompson into double figures. That's everybody so far. He's on 11. Anuj Dahl has 30. And it means that Derbyshire lead by 13 runs. The other man out this morning, Leas Deploy, led before wicket to Ed Barnard for 62. Rees and Deploy put on 86 for the 5th wicket. That's it for now. We will be back on the club stream and on the BBC Sport website and app in around about 35 or 40 minutes.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground here in Derby, where we're just about to begin the post-lunch session on day 3 of the LV County Championship match. Derbyshire against Worcestershire. Derbyshire resuming 381 for 6, a lead of 13. If you weren't with us this morning, just 2 wickets fell for 107 runs in the session. Reese caught Cox, bowled Morris for 42, and then deploy LBW to Barnard for 62. The mystery this morning was that Worcestershire did not take the new ball, and nobody knows why. We've asked everybody. Everybody on the ground has been asked, and nobody knows. Do you know, Dave Fletcher?
No, I need an alarm, though. I didn't realise they were back. I need to set my alarm.
Oh, mate. There we are. I'll look after you, don't worry. Ben Gibbon to open up after lunch from the racecourse end, and he's going to be bowling round the wicket to Alex Thompson. Thompson has 11 to his name, and Gibbon bowls, and Thompson pushes this into the offside, straight to cover point where Jake Libby is the fielder. No slips, no close catches of note. So, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. No, yeah, deep square leg. Couldn't spot him there for a moment. Fine leg, third man, cover point, extra cover, mid-off. So, a pretty defensive field here from Worcestershire. Here's Gibbon on his way. This time Thompson is full, gets an outside edge all along the ground. Down to third man, who is Azhar Ali, I suspect. He certainly was earlier in the piece, way down there. Oh, no.
Sorry, I just turned the effects up.
Suddenly got a crowd.
Yeah. If it's too loud, turn it down, but like a bit of atmosphere.
Oh, too true.
Anasdale passing 1,000 first-class runs for Derbyshire this morning.
Ah.
Thank you to Mr. Griffin, of course.
Of course. Gibbon. Bowls, Dahl forward, pushes away on the offside, they're going for a quick single.
On your toes.
He scurries. That wasn't too far to the right of Jake Libby. And other batsmen might have decided that they weren't going to take a single there, but Anuj Dahl decided that he was. And he scampers to the other end.
Well, I think of these 1,000 runs, 800 have probably been run like that.
Yeah. Past 1,000 runs, but he's only at 12 boundaries. Yeah. He is a scamperer, whoever there was. It's great to see. Because it keeps it rotates the strike, keeps the game moving, keeps the fielders on the toes. Here's the next ball from Gibbon. This is whipped away through the onside. Might be a couple of runs here as Jack Haynes from mid-wicket has to go chasing it down towards the boundary. He beats Ed Pollock to that one. Not a great throw. He gets a bit of a glare there from wicketkeeper Cox. 385 for 6 for that couple of runs. Thompson goes to 14. Dahl has 31. The lead is 17 for Derbyshire.
Before, Luke Fletcher was a player I admire enormously. Let's get that out there straight away.
No, you're going to criticise him.
No, I'm not. I'm not in any way. No, I love Luke.
Here's the next ball, which is played to mid-wicket, where Haynes fields. A much better throw to the wicketkeeper. No run.
Any son of Dave Bracegirdle is a friend of mine. He'd hit 5 half-centuries in 133 first-class matches. And in this match against Middlesex, he's hit 2, one at number 11 and one as an opener. That's brilliant, isn't it?
That can't
Absolutely brilliant. I don't think that's ever been done before, surely.
No. I mean, there might have been in 1862.
WG probably went in at number 11 for a laugh.
Gentlemen of the North against the non-smokers or something.
Yeah. People with one leg.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, which is another edge from Thompson. Not as controlled as the first one. In the air, if there'd have been a third slip or a gull in, they might have been interested, but there isn't, so it doesn't really matter. Thompson has 15, Dahl has 31, and Derbyshire have 386 for 6. It's an interesting session, this. 4 wickets to go down. Batsmen don't look in any great deal of trouble, and a lead of, let's say, 100 plus for Derbyshire.
Interesting.
Well, a lead of 100 plus would, well, we said this morning, would probably take them till getting on for tea time, wouldn't it? So Worcestershire then go into bat after tea and again tomorrow morning. Yeah, interesting.
Spin from the city end with Josh Baker. going to be bowling to Alex Thompson, so spin at both ends effectively. 386 for 6. The first ball bowled by Baker is pushed out into the offside. We may have found a way to interview Suranga Lakmal.
Yes. Interesting, this.
Yes. Joel Sritharan is in the press box at the moment. He's a student at Derby University, but he does speak Tamil. It's turned into the leg side by Thompson. So 5 for Lakmal today, and Joel is in the game. Very much in the game.
He's got the job.
Yeah. Could be fascinating. Next delivery is defended by Thompson.
There can't be many people on the ground today that speak Tamil apart from those two.
Yes, quite. No, it could be fascinating. It'd be nice for him to speak to him anyway. This next delivery keeps a little bit low, I think. Although, having said that, he's so tall that most balls look like they're keeping low to Alex Thompson. He has to sort of get his bat down slightly quicker than anybody else in the Derbyshire side, certainly, because it's so far off the ground in the first place. He waits, there is a slip in place. It's Ed Barnard with the hat on. And that struck the pad. There's an appeal from backward point, but not from the bowler or the wicketkeeper, who probably had the best view of it.
Out from backward point.
You worked out where you're watching the Eurovision Song Contest yet?
Am I watching it? No.
No?
No.
Oh, come on, we're going to win it tonight, this next delivery. It's clipped into the leg side by Alex Thompson. They're going to get 1. I think they'll settle for 1. Anish Dal wants 2, but ordinary mortals can only get 1 for that.
Right, there's more chance of me being Slimming Magazine Slimmer of the Month than there is of...
Are you in the running?
No.
End of the over, 387 for 6. Thompson moves on to 16.
No. We ain't going to win. Ukraine are going to win. Ukraine, it's all on.
Well, of course they are, but it'll be the moral victory will be Great Britain's or the United Kingdom's, I think.
What, in that we don't finish last?
I think it's a really good song.
It is a good song.
It's a really good song. Yeah. And he plays the guitar on it and everything.
Yeah.
So,
but a really good song does not necessarily mean you're going to win Eurovision. All too political for me. I should find
I knew there was a stat about innings of 300 plus as well. It's the 6th consecutive first innings that Derbyshire have scored 300 plus runs. It's only the 5th time in Derbyshire's history they've managed that.
Next ball from Gibbon is whipped away through to a square leg, and who's that out there? Ed Pollock comes in to field. 1 more to the total. No great alarm for these batsmen. 388 for 6. Dahl 31, Thompson 17.
I'm going to have to ask Griff about that stat because the word first in there has confused me. It'll take a lot.
What was the stat? The first innings that have gone past.
Well, it says first innings, but he then says something else. The
second innings.
Yeah.
Gibbon in and bowls, and Dahl pushes away on the offside. This time, even he isn't going to take a single because that ball was very close to Jake Libby at cover point. Glorious afternoon here at Derby. I do have to say I've not been outside at lunchtime, but it looks a glorious afternoon.
Well, Griff says it is glorious, and he's been out there all morning. I hope he's been applying the sun cream because he'll probably need it. It looks perfect, doesn't it? There's barely a breath of wind at the moment. The flag is completely limp.
Yeah.
I know how it feels.
Gorgeous day. Here's Gibbon's next ball, which is run down to third man. Azhar Ali, the fielder there, they only get 1. And another very accurate throw from Azhar Ali.
Could they not have a sort of solitary slip who's standing at 1.5 or something like that? Because the ball is being run down there on a regular basis at the moment, and there's a single every time if they get it right.
That's the 3rd one since lunch, at least. You'll be pleased to know that the Stag Party managed a game of cricket on the outfield. If you've not been with us this morning, it's a stag party of gentlemen dressed as ladies, so we think. And they managed to get a game of cricket at lunchtime, which is good to see. Here is the next ball from Gibbon, which is pushed down the pitch. Morris at mid-off does the fielding. There's no run. There's a lot of conjecture amongst counties as to where because it was the great tradition of county cricket that you could walk across the outfield at lunchtime, go and have a look at the pitch, and kids play their little games of cricket, but a lot of counties have stopped it now, and the old health and safety has reared its ugly head. Gibbon In again, bowls. No, it's a lovely shot. Nice fluent drive out through the offside. And you can get a single because there's a sweeper out there. So one more to the Derbyshire total. Goes to 390 for 6. This lead building up now. It's up to 22.
Well, it was a bit disappointing yesterday when all those youngsters were in the ground and they weren't on the outfield at lunchtime, but apparently they were told that they could if they wanted.
Yeah.
Might have been health and safety from the education end rather than from the club end, because...
Go on, kids running around enjoying themselves. That'll never do.
Kids being kids.
It's given in again, and this is pushed away on the offside. One bounce to D'Oliveira, who threatens to throw at both ends. He threatens to throw at one end, then he threatens to throw at the other end. And in the end, he just hangs on to the ball. And that is the completion of the over. Gibbon has bowled 25 over, 6 maidens, 1 for 75. Derbyshire 390 for 6. The Worcestershire over rate is +3. Gone mad. Derbyshire lead by 22.
There is an over rate on the scoreboard, but it says, well, the minus is a long way away from the 3 on the old scoreboard, but that is because that minus doesn't count as a minus. Only when it's closer to the 3 is it an actual minus.
Okay.
No, it doesn't make any sense at all. No, it doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, we did query that some seasons ago, and they didn't have the ability to put a plus on.
Ah.
Because of the way the scoreboard is.
62, then there's a dash.
Yeah. Well, that dash is effectively a plus.
Okay.
I think it'd be better if it wasn't there at all. Here's Josh Baker, begins a new over from the city end, and it's turned into the leg side by Alex Thompson. Dahl fancied his chances of getting back to the far end. Thompson didn't really fancy his chances of getting back to the wicketkeeper's end, so they decided not to, as the ball was thrown in by Ben Gibbon.
I think Dahl might have made it, but Thompson would have been halfway down.
I don't think he'd even got that far, if I'm honest.
No.
Despite his lengthy stride.
That would have been both stood at the same end scenario.
There'll be a time when Ange Dahl runs straight through Alex Thompson's legs, I think, but this one's guided out into the offside by Ange Dahl, who runs the first run so quickly, it's like a blur. If he was a cartoon, his legs would be going round in circles. Like
The Roadrunner.
Brilliantly rapid. Brilliantly rapid. He's moved on to 33, 392 for 6. And we're at that point now as Baker is in again, and that one is clipped into the leg side for another single by Thompson. He's up to 20 now, 393 for 6. The lead, we've got to that point where the lead seems to go up really quickly now. Once it takes their time to get there to wipe off the deficit, but once they start going into the lead, it's now up to 25. And the next one is pushed out into the offside by Anoj Dahl. And there is no run. The two presenters, one taking over from the other, Rob Rose taking over from Simon Morrican. They're talking about gardening now. It's not really my thing, as this next delivery is cut away out towards the cover boundary. There is a man out on the cover boundary. It's Adam Finch. And they get through for another single. Dahl moves to 34, 394 for 6. It's very, very, as you said, Brad, it's very easy at the moment.
It is, very comfortable.
These two Derbyshire batsmen, and they're by no means top-order batsmen. They're just very good cricketers. And this one is not the top-order batsmen, aren't very good cricketers. No run off the final ball of the over as it's pushed up to mid-on. Haynes does the fielding. End of. 330. 394 for 6 now. Derbyshire. That is 110 overs, in fact. So that's it for bonus points, and it's finished 6-all. Couldn't be tighter.
Yeah. Gardening, I'm fascinated by it. Sit and watch it all day. I'm actually not bad at gardening. I buy plants. There's a guy down my house, beautiful plants. So I put them in and water them and give them some feed, and they grow, and they look quite nice. But then, sort of a mate of mine knows about gardening, comes around and he goes, "Oh, your Mesopotamias are looking lovely." Yeah. I don't even know what he's talking about. But they're in there and they grow. Push down the offside. Dahl goes for a quick single. D'Oliveira picks up and they're through comfortably. Yeah, it was to D'Oliveira's left. It'd been to his right, they might have been in trouble, but they know that. They know who is left-handed and who is right-handed. So they
do. How do they remember all that?
I don't know. Well, part of your game, I suppose. And you got your 2 men and 3 men in the offside. You got 2 men at cover, so you know that they're They're both right-handed. Given, away he goes. The total goes to 395 for 6 with that single. Given bowls turned away on the onside where it's Jack Haynes who does the fielding. A few wispy clouds away in the distance, but hardly worth mention. So I'm not sure why I did. No washing out in the flats today. Saturday.
A day off.
Clearly not washing day. Although they probably got it all dry yesterday in that breeze. It really whipped across the ground. As we were saying, the danger was you got your washing too dry. Can't iron it then. Gibbon comes in, bowls, pushed away on the offside. Straight to Libby at cover point. I'm only quoting people, by the way, saying they get your washing too dry. It's not something that has been a great problem to me over the years. But I'm pretending I know about these things. It's a bit like cricket. Pretend I know about that, but not really.
We know a little about a lot, but not a lot about a little.
It's very perceptive. Here's Gibbon. Round the wicket he goes. And this time nicely turned away through the leg side. There's going to be a couple here. It's a long run round from Pollock from that position at it really is deep square leg. So by the time he's got round to mid wicket, they're through for a couple. Gloucestershire all out for 186 against Somerset at Bristol. I would suspect that the follow on might be enforced there. They're still 405 runs away from avoiding the innings defeat. Not sure that Somerset would want to bat again after lunch on the second day with a lead of 405. Wouldn't see much purpose to me. So they probably will. Here's Gibbon. Bowls, and it's off an edge there again. If there'd have been a slip stood there, he wouldn't have caught it because it wasn't in the air, but he might have stopped it. So there's a few gone down there. Thompson goes to 23, and Derbyshire 398 for 6. But no bonus points left to be played for in this game. Lots of chirping from the Worcestershire fielders. Trying to create a bit of their own atmosphere, I suppose. Gibbon around the wicket to the right-handed Dahl, who pushes into the offside straight to D'Oliveira. No run, end of the over, 398 for 6. Talking of atmosphere, I was watching the rugby the other day, and Jim Hamilton, who used to play for Saracens, was commentating or commenting on a Saracens game. And there was, I think they won a scrum or something. They got a scrum penalty, and there was all the Saracens players going, yeah, and all this, doing all this.
It was interesting what he said.
I'm with you.
Go on, you tell everybody.
Yeah, he actually said, well, the problem was when he played for Saracens, the crowd was so sparse, you had to create your own atmosphere. And that's what they did.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing that I think they said in the same game was that Saracens picked in exactly the right year to serve their year in the Championship because there were no crowds anywhere.
No, that's
so
true.
they were, it didn't really make any difference to anybody in a commercial sense or anything like that.
No,
so
very true.
Punishment, as new over begins, it's just bat and pad potentially as Baker begins a new over, turning to the leg side by Alex Thompson, and there's no run.
Good to see Baker is fit to bowl. He took a nice, nasty blow, didn't he, on his left hand?
Yeah, he did. So no broken bones, which is excellent news. That one's turned nicely into the leg side by Thompson. There will be 2 runs here. Dahl trots back for the second, having run the first at breakneck speed. Good throw from the distance, from in the distance out there by Ben Gibbon, and the 400 is up for Derbyshire. 400 4-6. Their lead is 32. Very good throw in Ben Gibbon. That is a long, long way out there. It was right over the stumps. As they so often are from the outfielders, it's very impressive. There's Baker again. That one is pushed into the onside by Thompson, fielded by Haynes. Anybody else in the outfield puts on a sun hat, I'm in trouble. But at the moment, Jack Haynes is easily identifiable at short mid-wicket. There he is. Look, fielding that ball as the ball is pushed into towards him by Alex Thompson.
Ed Barnard's got one on, but it's not his.
No, he's a slip. He's wearing Ben Cox's floppy sun hat. This next one is floated up a little bit. Down leg side, though. I think it's going to be leg byes as they come back for a second of them. The pre-signal has been made by umpire Rob White, and there's the proper signal to say it is leg byes. It's 402 for 6.
Yeah, it's very good, this pre-signal. The umpire sort of puts his arm out as if to say, I'm going to signal. It gives the scorers a little bit of notice.
And the commentators.
Yeah. Just makes us sound good.
2 o'clock alarm upcoming as this one is pushed back towards the bowler.
Good job, something makes us sound good.
There we go. There we are.
I think we're getting far too excited about this alarm, you know.
I like it. I do like it. Jack Tyman's last news bulletin of the day. 2 o'clock. Bless him. Can't imagine what he'll do with the rest of the afternoon. Oh, he was up early this morning, so perhaps he'll need a bit of a snooze. Casper Misiash as well, but we've got Noah Abrahams back in the studio behind the glass, and Rob Rose on afternoon duty for Summer Saturday. We're having a chat, potentially, with Rob throughout the course of the afternoon. And Adam Finch returns to the bowling attack from the racecourse, and at the moment he's got bowled 18 overs and has yet to pick up a wicket. 72 runs conceded. You want to do something about that. 21 runs added in the 20 minutes or so since lunch. As Finch is in, and that strikes the pad of Anuj Dal, potentially going down leg side. Can have been the only reason, because it hit him very low down. Not sure that Adam Finch could quite believe he hadn't got the decision there, but he didn't. But that would be my impression. Leg side-ish. Tim asks me if Derbyshire forgot that they had 19 runs to get in 4 overs after lunch for the 5th batting bonus point. Well, I'd forgotten about it, so there's no reason, Tim, why they wouldn't have forgotten about it, but they missed out by a couple of runs. As Finch is in and bowls to Dal. Bat and pad together this time as he pushes it up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. Still no slip. Very defensive field, really, from Worcestershire, I think it's fair to say. I know Derbyshire lead by 34 and runs are at a premium. But the ball has gone through the slip area a few times since lunch as Finch bowls. And that one is a full delivery, and Dahl does very well to dig it out. No run. Derbyshire still going quite nicely here, Jack. They're 402 for 6 now. They did miss out on a bonus point when they failed to get to 400 inside the 110th over, but they won't be too fussed about that. They lead by 34, having added 21 runs in the 20 minutes or so since they started the session after lunch. Anuj Dal has 35. Alex Thompson has 25. Their partnership for the 7th wicket is worth 36. They're 402 for 6. Finch in, and that one strikes the pad again as it dribbles out backward a square on the leg side. And as a result, leg by is signalled by umpire Lloyd, 403 for 6. Well, Adam Finch is already at the top of his mark and ready, but the ball is nowhere near him because it's currently, or was, being polished by Jack Haynes. Everybody's ready now. Finch is on his way in. Thompson gets struck on the pad, and the ball dribbles out into the offside. And Ed Barnard, who's also wearing a floppy sun hat now, and that is his because Ben Cox has got one on too. That's not good. Does the fielding. Finch marches purposefully back towards his mark and sets off. In bowls to Thompson, who flicks this one away down a fine leg, very fine leg, and that's 4 runs. Absolutely no chance for the fielder down there in the far distance to get round to that one. And what had been a pretty decent over with just 1 leg by from it concedes a boundary off the final ball. Thompson moves to 29. Partnership up to 41. It's 407 for 6, and the lead is now up to 39. How big will the lead be when Derbyshire are, as they inevitably will be, eventually bowled out? So Ed Barnard now has to wear 2 floppy sun hats because he's going in at slip. As Ben Cox dons the helmet. And it'll be Josh Baker to continue from the city end. Around the wicket he comes, and he's driven by Anuj Dal out towards the point boundary. Finch does the fielding, and 1 run is taken. Dal moves to 36, 408 for 6. Now all the floppy sun hats are on the floor because we're going to see somebody go in at short leg. Well, it's going to be Ed Barnard. He's going in at leg slip, in fact. So his own floppy sun hat and the floppy sun hat belonging to Ben Cox are both behind the wicket-keeper now. There are 2 there, I guarantee you. As the next delivery from Baker is chopped down into the offside by Alex Thompson. It's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, and there's no run.
Not a position to see very often these days.
No.
A genuine leg slip.
Genuine leg slip with the helmet on.
Yeah.
Because they have to wear a helmet that close, don't they, on the leg side. Next delivery is whipped away to the left of the leg slip by Alex Thompson. They've run 1. They're coming back for the second. There is no fine leg, but the ball will be hauled. Oh, no, it won't be hauled in. Oh, that is disappointing. For Ben Gibbon, down away to our left-hand side. He put the dive in, put the slide in, and took the ball over the rope with him.
He's out of my view down there. I cannot comment.
Yes, no, Mark, I'm okay now. No, I leant forward and it went down the wrong hole. But, yeah, he actually got to the ball. He's fielding it backward square leg on the boundary. Got down a fine leg. This next one's defended, but Thompson gets a boundary. Moves to 33 from 65 balls now, 412 for 6, and the lead is already 44.
Yeah. In a good position here, Derbyshire.
It's always a good idea to bowl first, as we said all along. This one is turned down towards fine leg. They're going to get back for 2 as well here, because once again, bless him, Ben Gibbon has to come an awful long way. Now he's overshot the runway with the throw. Ben Cox, not that tall. Well, certainly not 12 foot tall. And he's backed up there by Ed Pollock. He's warming up in the commentary box as well now. Well, there might be some clothes being removed at some point in the near future.
Very pleasant.
The temperature, not the
clothing removal.
Not the clothing removal, no. That was turned into the leg side by Alex Thompson. He moves to 36 now. In fact, he joins Anuj Dal on 36. The partnership worth 49 from 101 deliveries, and at the end of the over, Derbyshire are 414 for 6. That's a lead of 415 for 6, I beg your pardon. That's a lead of 47.
Looks as if Adam Finch is going to come on from the racecourse end. It'd be disappointing there, Josh Baker, in that over. He's trying to angle the ball in, but he's too many towards the leg stump, and it was quite easy to be just turned away. So, Finch, he did bowl the last over, didn't he? Sorry,
yes,
yes,
he did.
Slightly mad. Finch, right arm over. This time forward defensively comes Thompson. He remains on 36. Yeah, with 4 wickets left, as you say, they might have a bit of a tail, but they can hang around on this pitch as long as one of these 2 is in there with them. You know, get a lead of 100 plus, then Worcestershire obviously have to clear that deficit. And if they lost a couple of wickets clearing it, then Derbyshire would be pretty confident. Here's the next ball, which is short and it's gone away high in the air. I think that's gone for 6. For 4, in fact, says umpire Lloyd. But that it was a top edge. And just remember, it was Charlie Morris way down there, looked very interested in it, but it bounced away from him. It was a thin top edge and went away for 4. Thompson goes to 40. Darlett's 36, 419 for 6.
50 stand.
Yeah.
Between these two. Comes 103 deliveries.
Most useful runs. Finch, right arm over again, goes in and bowls. Not that he's going to be bowling left arm over all of a sudden, is he? So turn into the onside. And there's no run on this occasion. There's a lad who plays for Queensland who's ambidextrous.
But yes, there's a couple. Is there a Sri Lankan as well?
Sri Lankan, I think, as well, yeah.
Well, Geoffrey Archer can bowl spin with his left arm, can't he?
Oh, is that right?
I think so.
What Jack Haynes did there, he hurt himself a little bit as he went down to pick that one up. Just probably banged his hand on the ground. He's all right. We've got some field changes here.
One hat replaced by another.
Yeah.
In the onside.
Ed Barnard comes across to saving single mid-wicket, although he's fairly close there, so you could also say he's a catching mid-wicket for the missed-time drive. And also deep square leg, and a deep backward square leg, and a fine leg. One suspects that Finch might be about to dig this one in, but it might be the double bluff. Finch bowls and down the leg side. Good take there by Ben Cox, the wicket-keeper. It was going further away as it traversed past the batsman, and Cox diving away to his left of the leg side. Did well to get 2 gloves to it. He's a bit lonely there, the wicket-keeper. He hasn't had any chums for a while. Nobody to natter to.
I suggest if anybody's looking at forecasts for tomorrow, that they look at the Met Office rather than the BBC.
Oh, right.
Much, much better.
Here's Finch in bowls, and this is played down into the ground. Ball bobs up, no run on this occasion. Of course, the BBC used to have the Met Office weather forecast.
Yes, they use Meteo, don't they now?
Yeah, they went elsewhere, so...
No, look, the BBC one suggests rain for much of tomorrow, but the Met Office says that by 11 o'clock it should have stopped.
Yeah.
And if it hasn't, there's only a 30% chance of it raining anyway.
Yeah, that's what the radar I looked at says.
Yeah, and then in the afternoon it clears up, so I was slightly despondent 30 seconds ago, but that's cheered me right up.
Oh, no.
So when I'm driving down the M6 in the morning, and it's absolutely hosing it down.
Road is flooded. Here's the next ball, which is short, pulled away down the deep square leg. I don't think that's going to be cut off. It's not going to be cut off. Libby dives, but too short there from Finch. If he's going to bowl it that short, he's going to have to get it up, and that's just a comfortable pull away for Dahl 36, Thompson 44. Yeah, there are times in this game when, well, we've seen some very good batting, and it's a pretty flat pitch, but there's times in this game when there's been some not very good bowling, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think you're right.
Has rather fed the situation.
Well, again, Shan Masood said yesterday the bowlers put it in the right areas and that they will cause the batsman problems. I mean, it's just, it's almost a truism, isn't it, that? But
4:23 for 6. Forgot to give you the score at the end of the over.
If you don't put it in the right area on this pitch, then you're in a whole heap of trouble as a bowler. Dahl pushes the first ball of a new Baker over out into the offside. It's fielded by Haynes, and there's no run. And it makes perfect sense, that kind of thing. But on some pitches, it doesn't really matter where you bowl it. This isn't a completely flat pitch. That's all I'm saying. They didn't use the pitch there. Baker bowled a full toss to Dahl, who's missed out because Baker just sticks out the left hand. I thought he might have learned his lesson. That one wasn't struck as well as Deploy's shot that cannoned into his left hand in the morning session, but still relatively well struck by Dahl on the full. There was no run. Baker's in again. Dahl goes back into his crease and cuts, but that's fielded by a tumbling Brett D'Oliveira. Not sure he needed to tumble, really, but he did.
Got a good message for you at the end of this over.
Excellent. It's been to a different supermarket. This next delivery is cut away, and it goes straight to Brett D'Oliveira again, who this time fields it in the conventional manner without the tumble.
Tell you what, if I get one saying spent money in Waitrose, there'll be a court of inquiry.
Yes,
There are other supermarkets where you might wish to spend your money.
there are only other supermarkets in my neck of the woods. This one is pushed out into the offside by Dahl. Haynes fields. Flag fluttering, but no more. To the right-hand end of the members' pavilion over on the far side. Get well soon set. This next one is turned into the leg side by Dahl. And there is no run, and that is the end of the over. Baker's bowled 29 of them now. He's got his hundreds up. 1 for 100. 423 for 6, Derbyshire. Dahl has 36 of those. Thompson has 44, and the Derbyshire lead now is 55.
A very good afternoon to John Morris, Charlie's dad,
Ah.
who we said might be busy tomorrow because he is a clergyman.
I was just being facetious, of
Well,
course.
no, he said he's listening today. He's not busy tomorrow because he's just retired.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Lovely.
Thank you very much, John. Good to hear from you. My cousin Les was a vicar. We always called him the black sheep of the family. But he used to say that Sunday was actually quite an easy day for him. He had a couple of services to do, a couple of sermons, where the rest of the week, ridiculously busy. You know, there is this perception that vicars only work
Only
on
work
a
one day a
Sunday.
week.
Yeah, but yeah. Adam Finch is continuing from the racecourse end that is turned away through square leg. A comfortable stop on this occasion for Jack Haynes. One more to the Derbyshire table. This is all sort of drifting along here. Not sure what Brett D'Oliveira can do from a Worcestershire point of view. Maybe give himself a little bowl or something just to break a stand, and because then there's kind of drifting 56 the lead now. It's kind of meandering away from them. Finch to Anuj Dahl, and Dahl is forward, plays the ball away on the onside. And
I think we ought to say that this game is, no matter what the lead is, it's eminently savable, given the pitch. I mean, there is barely a mark on it. Producing some magnificent services, Neil Godrich and Ben and the rest of the team here at Derbyshire at the moment. There isn't a mark on it.
There might be a bit later because Ben Gibbon obviously bowling left, although he's been bowling round the wicket most of the time, so he's probably not leaving much dust outside the right-handers off stump. Finch, away he goes again, and Dahl cuts exactly square, and they're coming back for 2 because Dahl is very quick. I think the ball was probably in Ben Gibbon's left hand when Dahl turned, but he is so rapid.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you do half hourly throughout the afternoon?
I do, yes.
Excellent.
Yes, I do.
I just wanted it. No, I should have asked you at lunchtime, really. It was very remiss of me not
Keep
to.
the nation informed. Gloucestershire are following on, by the way, down at Bristol.
It's not a major surprise,
No.
is it, really?
No.
Kent will be following on soon.
Yeah. Here, Finch in bowls, and that's a better ball, just angling in, and Dahl covers up and plays the ball down into the ground. Busy traffic along the Sir Frank Whittle Way onto the Pentagon Island. People going away at their business on a Saturday afternoon. I've heard this thing that called shopping on a Saturday afternoon.
Will we catch on with it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. It's a very minor sport, apparently. But maybe some of those people are going to this thing called shopping.
I think it might be the South Frank Whittle Road now, you know.
Oh, is it?
I think it might be now.
Oh, here's Finch in and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. And there is no run. It comes up on my sat-nav thing. Not that I was following it, but it comes up as...
But it's on mine as well, and I did hear them in the travel news before we went to lunch, calling it the Sir Frank Whittle Road, and that's what it's called on here. And there's the Sir Frank Whittle Road Job Centre, and
Sir Frank Whittle Way sounds much more
doesn't
romantic and poetic.
Yeah.
We'll get that changed. We'll have a word with council.
That might take a while.
Yeah.
How many guessing?
Not in our lifetime. In goes Finch again, and this time down the leg side. Dahl flicks his bat at it. Finch is annoyed because he wasted his effort, really, by running in and bowling it down there. Ed Barnard takes his hat off, which means he's probably going to put the helmet on and go back to leg slip for Baker's next over.
Hats everywhere.
Worcestershire could do with a hat trick at this stage of the game.
Very good.
That's it for the day now.
Brilliant.
I can relax now.
Yeah. They're still in it. The lead is 58 for Derbyshire now, but the feeling was that Derbyshire would have to be batting until tea.
Yeah.
Well, it's getting harder to envisage them batting until tea because they are now six down, but it has looked relatively straightforward, it's fair to say, out there at the moment, as a new over from Baker is 30th. Begins from the city end and the ball is pushed back to him.
And wickets between lunch and tea, as we know,
One.
are very rare.
Yeah, 1 in 2 sessions between lunch and tea. Plenty everywhere else. This next one is whipped off a full toss into the leg side. There might be two, well, there will be two here, because Anas Dahl's going to the danger end, despite the throw coming in from the far side from Gibbon. Being a good one. In fact, the throw came to the wicketkeeper, but Thompson was easily home, and Thompson moves to 47 now. 428 for 6. Thompson waits, taps his bat, then goes back into his crease and whips this one into the leg side. There's only going to be a single there. Slightly dangerous ploy to play back to any kind of spinner, I always think. But he's got away with it there. It happened last night to Wayne Madsen. He went back to a ball he probably will reflect on and think if he'd have gone forward to it, it'd have been okay. It was trap leg before wicket by Baker. Thompson's moved on to 48 now. Dahl has 38. He's been out there a lot longer, but isn't quite as big a hitter. He's more of a... He's not actually an accumulator of runs, but he's a very busy batsman, as we know. But I think Thompson is a bigger man. A bit like that motorbike. Blimey, that was a loud one.
Sterling Moss.
Barry Sheen, I think, that one. There's this next one. Not quite the same vintage. He's pushed straight up to mid-off, and there's a shy at the stumps, which misses, and the ball has disappeared. And they're going to come back for... No, they're not going to come back for a second, because both of them had gone so far past the stumps at either end in trying to get through for the quick single that despite the throw missing the stumps, it was eventually fielded by Gibbon on the backing up. He did well to get round, actually. And they get just one run. Dahl moves to 39, 430 for 6.
Lots of action. I'm not sure that Charlie Morris's throw had hit. I think he was comfortably in anyway.
It was brilliantly backed up, to be fair, by Gibbon. This next one is cut away out towards the cover region, the cover boundary, and Thompson moves to 49 now. Got 52 in the first innings against Sussex did Alex Thompson, who has pinched the strike. That was his first-class 50 a couple of games ago here. He's one run away from his second, 431 for 6. He's got 49. Thompson. Dahl has 39. The Derbyshire lead is 63.
And the partnership is worth 65. Umpires are on their radios, not sure what it's all about.
Get the lights on. That's usually why they're on the radio.
Yeah. Well, the over rate at the moment is +3. Although we probably won't finish at 6 o'clock, so I'm never quite sure what that really indicates.
Chris Walsh has asked me a question. If Tom's in the TV room next door, he'll be able to answer.
Is Finch starting a new over? That short pulled away down to deep backward square where Libby is the fielder, and that's a century. A half century for Alex Thompson. He'll hope it's a century. He's gone to 50, and that's come off 79 balls, and he's batted very well. And the wicket of Deploy went down. Worcestershire must have thought there was still a deficit, not many, but they must have thought, we're back in here. But these two batted very well, Thompson in particular.
His second of his career, Alex Thompson, 5 fours.
Good knock. doing an excellent job for his team. Bowled well as well in the Worcestershire first innings. Here's Finch in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. Cox does very well to get a glove on it, and they go through for what will be indicated as a bye, which is a bit rough on the wicketkeeper because I think he saved Worcestershire 3 runs there. Just well wide of the leg stump.
Chris Walsh asks, do I know, and I don't, if it's correct, that it is free entry for the final session in this game? I think he means this afternoon. He says, I hope to come down with my daughter later this afternoon. If Tom Lee's next door...
After tea.
I have genuinely no idea, Chris. You might want to get in touch with the club or something, but if we can't get an answer for you.
Finch in bowls and turned away down through backward square again. This time it's Haynes who comes through enthusiastically. It's not a great throw, and Cox, the wicketkeeper, has to dive. He's had a couple actually from Jack Haynes today, who, after he's thrown it in, does not look at his wicketkeeper. He was looking in the opposite direction. I don't want to look at him.
Thank you for the swift response, Tom. Yeah, every day of county championship cricket is free after tea at
Very
Derbyshire.
Good. Well done, well done.
So everyone's a winner.
Yeah.
Come on down. Thanks, Tom.
Finch to Dahl, and this time Dahl is forward, pushing away on the offside to the left of who's that scrambling there? Ed Pollock. But they come through for a fairly comfortable single in the end because Ed Pollock doesn't take it clean. He had a howler this morning, Ed Pollock, when he dropped Rees. It was, I'm not going to say it was an easy catch, but it was a comfortable catch, one that he would expect to take, and he didn't.
The last catch that easy I saw dropped was Alex Hughes down at Swansea a few years ago, and he was fortunate because they only had cameras at either end. He was feeling at short leg and he was just out of shot. It was a shocker.
Finch bowls again, forward, pushing away on the onside.
And I can say that safe in the knowledge that Yoz is playing club cricket this afternoon.
He's not listening.
No, he won't be listening. No, his family may, but he won't be. So, top man Alex.
It'll be reported.
Hopefully.
Amazing how players find out things that we say. I can't even remember some of the stuff we said. Did you say? No, not me. I think my remark about Richard Illingsworth's shirt one day got back. I was pinned to the wall. Here's Finch in bowls. Played to mid-on. No run. End of the over. Richard Illingworth, of course, a well-known international umpire at the moment. Of course, ended his career here at Derby, having left Worcestershire. That is the end of the over, and Derbyshire are 435 for 6. They lead here by 67. Anush Dahl has 40. Alex Thompson has 51. They put on 69 so far, these two. The bowling figures: Morris 18 overs, 1 for 76. Gibbon 26 overs, 1 for 79. Baker 30 overs, 1 for 105. Finch has bowled 22 overs, no wicket for 90. Barnard 19 overs, 3 for 55. Easily the pick of the Worcestershire attack. D'Oliveira 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. And Jake Libby bowled 1 over for 2 runs last night.
Alex Thompson has just asked for a towel so he can wipe the sweat from his brow.
Yeah. Hey, the eggs are done.
Excellent. We'll see Bradders in a few minutes. Might have an update for Radio Derby as well. Although they've just started a song, so Bradders might be back before I do my update. He might not. Who knows? New over, one or the other. He begins a new over with just Josh Baker, and it's pushed up to mid-off. I'll do mine at 35 past, or 25-2, depending on which is sooner. Absolutely. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. I'm talking to somebody who everybody else can't hear. Thank you, Noah. Back in the studio, which makes no sense to those listening on the stream or on the BBC Sport website and app, but it's always good to get these things boxed off. A run was taken there. Anisdell moves on to 41. 436 for 6 now. Derbyshire the lead up to 68. Thompson on strike with his half-century in his bag, and turns this next delivery into the leg side. And there is no run. always flexible in the afternoons on Radio Derby. Just depends how accurate towards half past they are on Hereford and Worcester as to whether I'll be able to speak down. Well, I'll be able to speak to him anyway. I don't really worry too much about that. That's a nice little shot off his toes up towards the mid-wicket boundary by Thompson, who picks up another single to move to 52, 437 for 6. Derbyshire's session again so far began at 381. They're now up to 437. Next delivery is defended out into the offside by Dahl. It's remarkable. It's only his second first-class 50. He hasn't played an awful lot of first-class cricket, in fairness. Alex Thompson, this is only his 23rd game. This one is punched by Anuj Dahl up towards the bowler. There is no run. And it's the end of the over. Another one comes to an end. 437 for 6. Dahl has 41. Thompson has 52. The partnership is worth 71. And the lead is 69. The lead is always, until a wicket falls, going to be 2 less than the partnership, because the last wicket fell at 366. There's Derbyshire. We're replying to Worcestershire's first innings score of 368, of course. Bradders is talking to Hereford and Worcester at the moment. The Worcestershire players are having a drink. Alex Thompson is toweling himself down. Anuj Dahl's having a drink. The umpires are having a chat. There is a brief hiatus in play at the moment. And the 12th man, I'm trying to work out, I think it's Nick Potts. Trots off, that's the Derbyshire 12th man. Well, he broke into a trot briefly, but he's realised that he doesn't have to speed his way off because the Worcestershire players are in no position to resume play at the moment. They're in a bit of a huddle. And Ed Barnard has removed his floppy sun hat and is going to bowl the next over from the racecourse end. Yeah. Update now. Rob, you're too kind. Yes, Derbyshire 437 for 6. It's been their afternoon so far. The players have just broken for a drink. It's very, very warm here. And if you want to go to weather forecasts, ignore the BBC site and go to the Met Office. It's much, much better for tomorrow. And that might be important for Derbyshire because they're currently building quite a nice lead. They are 69 in front now. Anuj Dahl has 41. Alex Thompson's gone to 52. This is his first half-century, second half-century rather, in first-class cricket. The partnership between these two is now up to 71. 2 wickets fell this morning. Lewis Rees for 47 and Leas Deploy for 62. Derbyshire 437 for 6, leading by 69. Well, I'm behind glass, Rob, so I don't actually need sun cream. I've actually just taken my jacket off.
Ed Barnard, bowling from the... are you doing the... I don't know what we're doing here.
Yes.
Anyway. It's just well organised.
You carry on.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, mate.
Turned away on the leg side for a single, that one. This went much better in rehearsals. 438 for 6. What music you got? Well, I just had Belinda Carlisle.
Andrew Gold.
Oh, there's a bit of Belinda Carlisle. Yeah, that was very good. Ooh, heaven is a place on earth. Yes. Apparently, near Matlock. Here's the next ball, which is jabbed away to backward point. No run on this occasion for Anuj Dahl. It seems to have, he's calmed down a bit.
He has calmed down completely. Yeah, I think he fancies another half-century. Yeah. Why wouldn't he?
He's not been scampering so many singles of late. But it's been a very good, nice, a good stand this is for the 7th wicket. Really, it's not taking the game away from Worcestershire, but it's helping to take the game away from Worcestershire, maybe. Here's Barnard in again and bowls, and Dahl dobs this one down on the offside again. And once again, he won't get a single there as Pollock comes in from cover point to field. There are an awful lot of white cars in that car park over there. I think a couple have left, but
I haven't seen any leave, but I'm disappointed not to have spotted them.
I thought about half of the cars in there were. We think it's a ghost car that keeps going in and out. Not quite sure. Here's the next ball from Barnard, turned away to mid on, and Finch throws at the stumps at the wicket keeper's end, at the batsman's end, at the striker's end. Misses the stumps. Cox does well to grab hold of it.
Who knew there were three ends
Who
to a
knew?
pitch?
That'd be better, wouldn't it? Be like the old baseball diamond.
Go for a triangle. Have three batsmen at the same time
Yeah.
and two bowlers.
Oh, mate. Don't mention it, because
ECB will be all over that.
when people stop watching the Blast, they'll have that.
One bowler can bowl 10, another bowler can bowl 5, and
Yeah.
you just keep swapping around all the time.
The triple, they'll call it.
Yeah.
Here's Barnard. Next ball from him. Good ball. And Thompson comes forward. Big stride in, plays the ball back up the pitch. It's dangerous to suggest anything in cricket. It's funny, because when the T20 started, I said, yeah, we'll have a 10-over league soon.
And guess what?
What we got? 10-over league.
The T10's okay. It gets 3 games a day out in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I watched a bit of that.
Yeah.
Quite a few lads earning a few bob
Yeah.
doing that.
Kept the Topleys in beer tokens.
Here's the next ball, which is played out to mid-on, where Finch is the fielder, Adam of that tribe. Ed Barnard got something in his eye when he was going to... Lackman actually went off on the first day when he got something in his eye and had to go off and get it removed. End of the over, 439 for 6, a lead of 71. Dahl has 42, Thompson has 53. They put on 73 so far. Ed Barnard, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 57. As I've mentioned earlier, comfortably the best of the Worcestershire attack. Gloucestershire, 24 for 1, following on.
No, I think you're right. They're going to persevere with spin from the city end with Josh Finch. No, they're not. It's Josh Baker. Josh Finch doesn't exist. Well, he might exist, but he's not playing in this match. That's 2 runs to Anuj Dahl.
He's a hybrid bowler, Josh Finch.
That's beautifully run by these two. They've moved the score into 441. 4-6. Partnership 75. Lead just 2 fewer than the partnership. Just remember that. If you're following. Good luck if you are. Here is this next delivery from Baker. Pushed that into the offside. No. Screams Anuj Dahl. And if he can't get the single, nobody can. It went straight out into the offside. Was fielded by Ed Pollock. Next delivery over the wicket, left arm, turned into the leg side, down to the man at... well, he's at that indeterminate position, backward of square on the leg side, on the 45. I'm not entirely sure who it is, because he's wearing number 57 on his back. And I haven't seen a 57 for the entire match so far. But he's there, and this one is driven up towards mid-on. There is no run. That's Brett Oliveira.
I suspect that's a 13th man.
But yes, yeah, with his Heinz variety number on the back of his shirt. And comes the next delivery, and onto the back foot goes Dahl and just guides it very pleasantly down towards a square third man backward point kind of area. And they get through for another single. Dahl moves on to 45, Derbyshire to 442 for 6.
Just trying to work out who that is. They take a while.
Next delivery, the final delivery of the Josh Baker over, bowled to Thompson. Baker goes down on his haunches as Thompson plays it out into the onside towards Jack Haynes, and there is no run. Just the 3 off that over, 442, 442. Very good for a Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock for 6. I know it's only 20 to 3, but Dahl has 45, Thompson has 53, and Derbyshire lead by 74.
I thought it might have been Gareth Roderick, but it's not. It's not Jack Banton either, so we don't know. It's a mystery.
Gareth Roderick, the former Derbyshire player? Is he?
A former Gloucestershire player.
Gloucestershire player. Yeah. Who am I thinking of then?
I don't know. It's Taylor Cornell.
Taylor
Cornell.
Cornell.
Cornall, who got a century in each innings for Worcestershire seconds this week. The first, I believe, for 12 years.
Yeah.
The
last one?
Was Darryl Mitchell.
Not bad.
He did all right. Here is Ed Barnard, bowling turned away on the onside, and he will get a single.
It's impressive, that particular stat, but not as impressive as the first wicket-keeper to get centuries in each innings since 1896.
Yeah. Actually, Taylor Cornell's highest score is in 2019, playing for Lancashire against Derbyshire. Got 23 non-out in a one-day game. Here is Ed Barnard. He is in and bowls. Thompson forward, plays the ball away on the onside. Finch should cut that off. He does indeed, but not before the batsmen are through for a comfortable single. We've got now a two-hatted umpire now.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Umpire Lloyd.
It doesn't look silly at all, does it?
No, he's taking it off.
Yeah,
He
he realised how
realises
silly it looks.
that's not a fashion statement, is it, Bumble? Let's be honest. Never trust a man with two hats. Never trust a man with two bananas. My granddad used to say, I had no idea what it meant.
There's the granddad again.
He is. Next ball pushed away on the offside. Barnard does his own fielding, although he didn't have to. There was a man stood directly behind him. Yeah. What was his other one? Never go up a ladder with a cat under each arm.
Yeah.
No idea what it meant.
I won't do anything with a cat under each arm.
No idea.
Just getting the cats there in the first place would be tricky enough.
Yeah. Ed Barnard. Here's the bowler, and the total is 400, 444. Quadruple Nelson, 444 for 6. Yeah, here's the next ball with Dahl pushing away on the offside. He's been in the 40s for ages. Manish Dahl, he was galloping along up to 40, but because the bowling's got a bit tighter, and the opportunities haven't been there. Thompson's rather taken over the strike in this partnership of 78 off 153 balls so far. Still lots of chirping from the Worcestershire fielders, trying to keep their spirits up, I suppose. Barnard in and bowls. Dahl forward, pushes into the offside. Jack Haynes at extra cover does the fielding. A young lad runs enthusiastically across the car park. Is there an ice cream man on the ground or something? Or is his dad giving him a shilling for an ice cream? Nobody knows what a shilling is anymore, is it? I said 10 bob to my grandson the other day. He looked at him. Yeah. Why would you have 10 people called Bob? It was just a complete mystery to him. Barnard bowls, and this time Dahl, when he chops it down into the ground, it ends up in the gloves of Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper. So got a bottom edge on it and just couldn't have missed the off stump by too much if Cox took it. That completes the over, and a lead of 76 for Derbyshire because they're 4-4-4. It should be for 4, shouldn't it?
It should.
4-4-4-4-6.
Yeah, my grandparents, my grandmother, because I didn't know my granddad. Well, he never spoke to me anyway.
Not unusual.
Used to give us the gave us the 50 new pence, and it was always 10 bob, wasn't it?
Yeah. 10 bob. Yeah.
10 bob bit.
Yeah. There used to be they called it the 10 bob tailor. You could go and get a suit for 10 bob. Was it? I'm sure an old phrase was the 10 bob tailor.
A suit for 50p.
Yeah.
They're more than that. They're charity shops now.
Yeah. Said a man who knows about these
things.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wore a suit the other week. It was the same suit that I got married in, but it did cut me in half. And I can't fasten the jacket anymore. I think I'm going to have to throw it away.
I think it must have shrunk, mate. There's tripartite talks going on here to see how Worcestershire are going to take a wicket. Jake Libb is involved. He's the vice captain. Brett D'Oliveira is involved. Josh Baker, the bowler, is involved.
Gives me no pleasure to report that Nottinghamshire are 164 for 5 now, leading Middlesex by 384. But we know what Middlesex did last week at Sussex. Chased down a very bit, probably not as big a total as they're going to need in this match, but good to see. There's Josh Baker in, and ball strikes the pad of Alex Thompson, and he's gone. Went back. Don't go back. He's going back to the pavilion now because he did go back and he's been dismissed for 54. The seventh wicket goes down. 444 for 7. Alex Thompson leaves with a career high 54, having scored 52 against Sussex a couple of weeks ago from 90 deliveries. And Baker gets another wicket, 2 for 110.
Yeah, went right back onto his stumps, just getting the replay here. Again, not a difficult one for the umpire. I think it actually hit his back pad. And Worcestershire at last make a breakthrough. Put on 76, 78 in the end. 76, I can say. It says on the top, 78. 76 in
You're right.
26 overs.
Shut up, Fletcher.
Well,
you're right.
I got it down to 76. And it is 78. It's 366 to 44444 Granville Fetcher Cloth. So it was 78. There we are.
Yeah, sorry.
Well batted. Now you reckon that these? I know what you're like. You keep telling me these last three can't bat very well, but they'll still be at 6 o'clock tonight.
Well, Sam Connors can hold a bat, but he's only got one shot.
Okay.
Saranga Lakmal can hold a bat, but he hasn't got any shots. And I haven't seen enough of.
You don't know.
I haven't seen enough of Ryan Sidebottom, but he bats beneath those two,
So
which suggests that he doesn't have any shots and barely knows how to hold a bat. But I could be completely wrong. Of course, he hasn't got a run yet this season in first-class cricket. Having said that, Sam Connors has only got 3. So, start the car or the roller.
Get your whites on.
I would think. I mean, two years ago, 2020, Sam Connors shared a very good stand with Lewis Deploy that put Derbyshire into what turned out to be a winning position against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Scored 3, I think.
Yeah.
While Lewis Deploy went from 70 to 150. So he can keep the ball out. So Anuj Dal is going to have to nurse him and the remaining 2 batsmen through the remainder of this Derbyshire innings. That is what I'm saying, really. If they could get a lead of another 24 runs and have a lead of 100.
Yes, very useful.
Very useful indeed. Here is Baker around the wicket, and there is Sam Connors' shot. Pushing it out into the onside. I'm sure. I think I may have seen him hit a 6 in his career.
Yeah.
I think I might have done. Tapping the bat now. This next. Oh, there we are. Lovely. Front foot a long way down the track. Pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Haynes. He is a bowler. I mean, that's why he's in the side. He's got 25 wickets so far this season, which is a decent effort for young Connors. 23-year-old pushes this one up towards mid-on. Across comes Brett D'Oliveira to do the fielding. If you're here for the excitement, well, now might be a good time to go and get a cup of tea. He's around the wicket, and Sam Connors plays his shot back to the bowler, Josh Baker. There's no run. Now, interestingly, they've sent the man out to the mid-wicket boundary. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure Ben Gibbons in play here, as no, he isn't. That one is defended straight back to the bowler again. He's going to be the sort of antithesis of a night watchman here, and he wants to get off strike as much as he possibly can, Sam Connors, because Anuj Dal, who's on 46, he only needs 4 runs to get another half-century, which would be his 6th half-century in first-class cricket. You don't want to be hanging about, because he might run out of partners before he gets those 4 runs. That's all I'm saying. 444 for 7 now. Derbyshire's lead is 76.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Club cricket, you get one lad like Sam Connors who's batting at 9, 10 in this game. You get him in a club game, he probably comes in the top 4 or 5.
Oh, no question. Yeah, no question.
Cracks it all over the place.
Yeah.
Away goes Barnard. Right arm over to the right-handed Dahl, who flicks this one away down towards fine leg. Dahl will come back for 2 because he's running towards the danger end, and he gets there pretty comfortably. And he goes to 48.
This is where Dahl's pace can be very useful when he's batting with the tail. As long as the tail are on the same wavelength and they know that Dahl is going to run 2 for that, then they can just get get in, get out, and get back.
Yeah.
He did look slightly startled, Sam Connors, when he saw Dal herring back towards him, but he really ought to have expected it.
Barnard against Tidal, who lets this one go by outside the off stump, taken fairly low by Ben Cox, the Worcestershire wicketkeeper. The umpire turned looking at the scorers as if... is he looking at the score box, or is he looking at...
Looking at you.
He's looking at me. Well, there you go. Perhaps he's heard my remark about his fashion faux pas, wearing 2 hats. I'm not sure what he was looking at then. As Barnard comes in and bowls, Dahl pushes this one away on the offside. This could be his 50. He will not on this occasion come back because he's worked out that Ben Gibbon is coming in, and Gibbon is left-handed and it was to his left, and he would not have made it back. So I wondered if, no, there's only one scoreboard, isn't there? So I wondered if one scoreboard had got 50 on, the other one got 48. But they both work off the same laptop these days. So.
They've split the difference, and it's 49 anyway.
Yeah,
so.
but when he got that 2, there was quite a round of applause for a 2.
I think it was for his pace.
Yeah.
I think he's just the speed at which he runs means that he gets a round of applause.
Connors faces and Barnard bowls. He's forward.
Had some correspondence.
Oh, have we?
Chris Walsh thanks us for the public service information announcement. Says, see you this afternoon. David McCardle says, never trust a man with 2 bananas is, I think, a reference to rationing. He said his grandparents used it as well.
There you go.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? If you've got 2 bananas, you've obviously...
You've done the rationing thing. Good. I'm really pleased. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank
you, David.
Why you said that.
Hold on.
Barnard in bowls wide of the stumps on this occasion, the wicket keeper. Now Barnard wants his men square the wicket to go out. He's quite happy to give Connors a single here to keep him on strike.
Derbyshire over 50s have been in touch to say their first game will take place on Wednesday. That's the 18th of May. Durham are the visitors to Station Road in Darley-Dale. 1 o'clock start, the bar's fully stocked and everyone is welcome.
Jolly good. As Barnard in and bowls, and this is pushed up the pitch by Connors. No run. Nice ground there, Darley-Dale.
Well, I am in the area on Wednesday. I'm going swimming on Wednesday on my way to Nottingham. I'm in Nottingham on Wednesday night.
Right.
That's given me an idea.
Pop in there, mate.
That has given me an idea. I may well pop into Darley-Dale to watch the Derbyshire over 50s take on Durham over 50s, and Martin Emerson might be playing. Station Road.
Martin just talks a good game. He never played one. 4-4-7 for 7.
I'm not sure he's 50 yet either. By the way,
is he not?
No, I don't think so.
He had a big paper round when he was a kid, though, because he looks 50.
Anus Dell's on 49. Josh Baker continuing from the city end. Left arm around the wicket, and Dahl defends it straight back to him. I'm not giving him a big build-up for every single delivery. That would be irritating for everybody. We're just over halfway through the day's play. There's not a lot of cricket to be played in this match as that one is pushed out into the offside by Dahl, who shouts, wait! And Connors obeys, which is the correct thing to do, clearly. There is an umbrella up inside the county ground, I can reveal, in front of the players' pavilion away to our left. Dahl goes down the track and then defends the ball back to Baker. There's a couple sheltering from the sun.
Yeah, sheltering from the sun.
Underneath an umbrella. That might be the first time I've seen that this season. Might have happened in one of the pre-season games against Lancashire. That is cut out towards point, and Anus Dahl goes through for a half-century. Well batted him. He just makes sure that he's not going to be run out at the far end, and then acknowledges the applause from the crowd. He gets a fist pump. He gets a handshake. Excellent from Sam Connors. Acknowledges the applause. Dahl's 50 from 111 balls is the 7th time he's got to 50. And one of those times he went on to get his only, so far, first-class century.
Batted well. Did an excellent job for his team.
Just the 4 fours. Now it's back to Sam Connors' shot. I think he's played that shot to every single delivery that he's faced so far. It was a forward defensive with his front foot a long way down the pitch. What will he do this time? As Baker is in again. Connors. Oh, hello. Trying to flick it into the leg side and only manages to find the fielder. Connors is yet to get off the mark, having faced 9 deliveries. Dahl is on 50. Derbyshire's lead is up to 80. They're 4-4-8 for 7.
Ed Barnard to continue. As I've said many times, pick of the Worcestershire attack, 3 for 62 off 22.
He's quick, Ed Dawes, isn't he? Always thinking ahead, always thinking ahead. Ooh, are you taking your flash mic to Darley Dale, he asks. I was going to have 7 pints.
Yeah. It's Ed Barnard in and bowls, and this is dug out by Darley. And he gets singles, he plays it 2. I say only get a single, he gets a single, he plays it 2 mid-on, and there is no run.
That was the first ball of the over, wasn't it? And he's taken a single, though, which means we're likely to see 5. We're not going to see 7. 5 4 defensive shots in a row here.
Every confidence in his colleague, you see, boosting him up, saying, I know you can bat, mate.
Well, I know he can hold a bat. I don't think he's got a sponsor.
Next ball is, wow, that looks like a front foot drive to me. Ed Barnard's getting a bit excited.
It sort of looked like one, didn't it?
Well,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. From this distance,
Yeah.
No, he got it go. He's in line. He's played the ball down into the ground, bounces up to Haynes' short extra cover. Lots of chirp still from the Worcestershire fielders. Barnard, racecourse end. This time, he bowls a bouncer to Connors, and he successfully ducks underneath it. Now the flag, which is our anemometer, tells us the wind strength and direction has turned, and it looks as if the wind may now be bowling, may be behind Ed Barnard as he bowls. Kind of fluttering around all over the place. It doesn't seem to know which way to go. Barnard does bowl, wind behind or not. Connors sees this nice and early. Lets it go through to the wicketkeeper.
I've been asked a question by somebody I didn't. Forgive me, he does follow me, but I don't know. I've never come across him before. Dr. Rob Boddice.
Oh, Dr. Rob.
Bodice, I would probably go for.
Dr. Rob.
PhD,
lovely.
author, historian of emotions, science, medicine, experience, neuroscience meddler.
Next ball is pushed away on the offside. Yeah.
He describes himself
Like a bit of neuroscience myself.
He asks, when was the last time? No idea the answer to the question. And if I ask David Griffin it, he might punch me. When was the last time a Derbyshire side, although he does call them Derby, but we'll let him off this once, scored this many runs by mid-May? It seems like a real bumper crop this year. I think there's a lot of counties who are saying that at the moment. Dr. Rob.
Good question, Dr. Rob. Away goes Barnard, bowls wide of the off stump. Connors there. He faces 5 deliveries comfortably. Had nothing to do with 3 of them, but he's doing what he's supposed to do. He hasn't yet not got a run off 14 balls. Dahl has 51 to his name.
I would like Dahl not to take a single off the first ball of the next over, though.
4-4-9, 4-7. You have confidence in your man.
I've got confidence in him, but he doesn't have an aggressive shot, really.
Oh, how's he going to learn if he's not out there?
Well, I suggest he learns in the nets rather than in public.
Oh, you're a harsh taskmaster.
Josh Finch. No.
Josh Finch.
Josh Baker.
The hybrid bowler is back.
Continue, Josh Baker. Come on, sort yourself out, Fletcher. He's in around the wicket and bowling to Dahl, who thinks about taking a single off the first ball of the over, but it's gone straight to D'Oliveira at
did tell you not to have the 3rd gin at lunchtime. I did say you get confused if you do. But excellent lunch, by the way. Thank you, Derbyshire. Superb.
Yeah. Next delivery is driven out into the offside. They're going to get a single here, so he's waited till the 2nd ball of the over. And there's Adam Finch, Josh's brother, to do the fielding out in the deep.
Adam Baker.
And the applause is for the 450. 450 for 7. Dahl moves on to 52. The lead is 82. Finch comes in off the boundary. Breakfast in America in my ears at the moment.
Oh, that's all right.
Don't mind that. Baker in, bowls to Connors, who, well, he was sort of reaching for that one a little bit. He's slowly getting more and more aggressive in his defending. I wouldn't say he was becoming attacking, but he's becoming more aggressive defensively. And that one is driven. But in the air, he's going to get his first run here. He scampers through. There's a shot at the stumps. It hits the stumps. Good throw from Charlie Morris. But Sam Connors was home, standing by for the alarm.
I am.
451 for 7.
It's a big part of the
It'll
day.
be gone after the news, though, because they'll have gone to regional news now, won't they?
Yeah, no rush.
No rush at all. No rush at all.
Yay!
There we go. Baker has 2 deliveries, so he's over left. When I know it's coming, it terrifies the life out of me.
Yeah, if you're watching this, it's just 2 old blokes sat in a commentary box
Waiting for an alarm to go off. Which bowls, that one is driven down the ground by Anuj Dahl.
Who bowled?
Baker. Yeah, sorry, mate. I am struggling with this. I've no idea why.
Yeah, one of my favourite records, Jerry Rafferty, Finch Street. Great song.
Baker, to complete his elbow, loops one up. And it gets through. I don't think it hit anything on the way through. It didn't. And they're going to get a bye, which is a little bit disappointing for wicketkeeper Ben Cox. And the score moves up to 453 for 7. Sam Connors actually keeps the strike as a result of that bye. He's got 1. Dahl has 53. The Derbyshire lead is 85, and there will be an update for Radio Derby after the 3 o'clock news. We went funny then. Just lost one little bit of the news there, but we're okay. There is a conversation going on between Ed Barnard and Brett D'Oliveira. Do they not want to attack a bit more? It's a number 9 batsman who ordinarily, if Lackmal and Sidebottom weren't playing, would be a number 11 batsman. In a little closer goes Josh Baker. He's not bowling at the moment. It's Ed Barnard. I'm not going to confuse him, I don't think. And he bowls. Oh, and it goes straight through Sam Connors. It wasn't his finest moment, but he's off the mark. He's got his 4th run of the season. It's only his 4th innings. It remains 453 for 7. I think he's a favourite, Sam Ryder. In goes Barnard and bowls, and that one is defended very, very nicely by Sam Connors. GJ. Barnard turns at the top of the mark. Very excited to hear. This one is defended out into the offside. Very excited to hear that Sam Ryder's amongst the favourites. I'm just excited, Rob, to hear that Sam Ryder's could win the Eurovision Song Contest tonight. What a great song. Yes, Derbyshire, 453 for 7. Sam Connors is on 1. Anuj Dahl has gone to his half-century. He's on 53. Connors at the moment defending for his life out there. One wicket has fallen since you were last with us. Alex Thompson, leg before wicket to Josh Baker for 54 off 90 deliveries. He put on 78 for the 7th wicket with Dahl, who is still there. Still to come, Saranga, Lackmal and Ryan Sidebottom. And if they're below Sam Connors in the batting lineup, it means they can't bat. 453 for 7 Derbyshire, leading by 85. I wouldn't have the first idea what to do in a bookmakers, but yeah, if yes, I mean I would. I think it's as good a song as I've heard from the United Kingdom in the Eurovision Song Contest since Sandy Shaw. I think I am that old, so yeah, I think he's got a great chance. So I got slightly distracted because I got Alex Thompson, leg before wicket bowled Alex Thompson, when in fact we all know that it was Josh Baker. What am I doing? I'm having a real struggle with Josh Baker at the moment, and I apologise to him and all the Bakers. No runs have been scored while we were updating listeners to BBC Radio Derby, incidentally. Here comes Ed Barnard once again. He's on his way in past the umpire now and bowls. And oh, what a shot that is from Sam Connors. Off the back foot, punches it into the offside. Has to get round Ed Barnard to make sure he can get back for the second. And he's now equalled his high score for the season. Sam Connors is on 3. Anuj Dal is on 53. The partnership's worth 11. And Derbyshire are 455 for 7, leading by 87. Good shot, Sam Connors. He was just biding his time. Just biding his time. I mean, clearly he can bat. Any club bowlers bowling to Sam Connors would struggle to get through, I fancy. That was a nice shot off the back foot. He told me last night when we were speaking to him at the top of the steps, alongside Shan Masood, that the mantra for Derbyshire was that they had to bat all the way down to 11. New over begins from Baker. First delivery tended to the leg side by Anuj Dal, and there's no run. Baker again. 36th over he's bowled in, and then Dal uses his feet and then gets almost yorks himself. He didn't, as it turns out, because he got the bottom of the bat to the ball and punched it back to the bowler. Baker again in and bowls. That one is driven up towards long off. That will be Charlie Morris down there in the distance. They go through for another single. Dal moves to 54, 456 for 7. You see that 2 from Sam Connors?
Yeah.
He's now equalled his high score of the season.
Yeah. See, you doubt this man. You have no confidence in him.
He's on strike now. Defends back to Baker. Just past the halfway point of the 36th over being sent down by Josh Baker. 2 for 115. I hesitated during my last report for Radio Derby as Baker is in again, and that one is off an inside edge out into the onside. I've been struggling with Josh Baker. I looked down at my notes and saw that Alex Thompson had been leg before wicket bowled Alex Thompson. I've got a Josh Baker block.
How many times have you said the batsman got himself out?
Connors clips this one up to long on. Azhar Ali is up there. And, Sam Connors has moved to 4 not out and pinched the strike. Dal has 54, 457 for 7. The Derbyshire lead now 89.
Thanks to, where is he now? John in Ledbury. Where's he gone? There he is.
Why is Dave Fletcher unable?
Why is Joe Leach not playing? He's got a back injury, so that's why he's not playing. Because I just mentioned that, with him coming in down the order, it strengthens the Worcestershire batting. But yeah, sorry, he's got a back injury. Looks like Charlie Morris is going to bowl. Names. When I first started reporting on sport for the BBC, covered Hereford United for a few seasons, Crewe Alexander had a goalkeeper, I can't even say goalkeeper now, called Dean Grey Goose. And
yes.
He was Green Day Goose, he was all sorts. I could never say Dean Grey Goose.
You do get, once you've had that block, that block, it's there forever almost, isn't it?
It was a superb save by the Crewe goalkeeper.
Yes.
Yeah, never mention his name. Yeah, Green
the name. The Crow's back, he's at backward square leg.
He's fielding well there. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside. Do you think that's Martin Crowe down there? Could well be.
Very good.
457 for 7. That lead now is 89, and it's creeping up, which means that Worcestershire will have a fair bit of batting to do before they clear any residue. Now, I think Brett D'Oliveira is going to give himself a bowl. He's doing a bit of warming up. Johnny Morris is doing the bowling now. That's whipped away. Nice solid shot by Dahl, but straight to... in fact, that was Connors, wasn't it? What am I on about? Nice
Connors.
solid
Well, it
shot
didn't
by
look like Connors. That's why you
No,
got
it-
confused. It didn't look like him at
See,
all.
You've got me into this thought that he can't bat. It was a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Didn't get anything for it because it was straight at mid-wicket, where Ed Barnard is the fielder. Definitely Connors facing. Morris. Racecourse end. And this time Connors has run it down off the inside edge of his bat to third man, and the Crow has been disturbed by the movement of... Who else would disturb the Crow but Adam Finch? Who else would disturb them? Nobody. Yeah, as he came running in. Anyway.
Josh Finch, man.
You'll have Josh Finch bowling in a minute, you. 458 for 7. And Connors does exactly what he's supposed to do. Nicks a single to get Anuj Dahl on strike. And that's in the air. It's over the top of Ed Barnard and away for 4. Nice shot. It's was got a very good connection on that. I know that sounds stupid, but if he'd slightly mistimed it, there was a danger that Barnard could have been in the game, but lifted it over the infield and away for 4. Dahl goes 258. Connors has 5, 462 for 7. A lead of 94. Worcestershire need to pull a rabbit out of their hat here. Here's Morris in again and bowls wide of the stumps this time. Anuj Dahl not bothering to take part in the action there. I want to keep on about it. It's a glorious day. I mean, the first 2 days here have been dry and mostly sunny, but very cold. A cold wind, but that wind has disappeared today. And it's certainly, if you sat on the bleachers at the far end, you're going to get yourself a nice suntan today. Morris bowls, Dahl chops. Who's that? Pollock dives.
See what he says. Sam
Misses.
Connors' heart sinks.
Oh, that was a comfortable 2 in the
Yes,
end.
it was.
Yeah. He's liable to run 2 to backward point though. But
Well, he was just waiting to see if it got past Jake Libby, who has fielded well.
yeah, it was Libby, not Pollock. It was 464 for 7 is the score, and the lead is 96. Dahl has 60, Connors 5, Rees 42, Deploy 62, and Thompson 54. The batsmen who've gone before. So everybody really has contributed. Dahl now with 60. Very useful contributions. Brett D'Oliveira is going to give himself a bowl. He bowled 2 overs in the first innings.
3
3.
yesterday. 3 overs for 15. Brett D'Oliveira. One of 7 bowlers used by Worcestershire, although Jake Libby only bowled 1 over. Right at the end of play yesterday. And he's going to be bowling to Sam Connors, who's on 5. Doesn't want to let the side down. Needs to get to double figures for David Griffin to remain excited. He waits as D'Oliveira is in and back into his crease, which is dangerous. He goes and pushes it up towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Next delivery from D'Oliveira is almost turned into a full toss. He's been caught and bowled. He's not going anywhere because it was a bump ball. D'Oliveira knew he hadn't caught it as a legitimate catch because it was a bump ball, but neither the wicketkeeper nor Barnard knew, when they were halfway down the pitch, ready to celebrate with their skipper. Next delivery is flicked into the leg side by Connors. He fancies 2 here. No, 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 he says, get back, and he's quite right. He suddenly remembered he wasn't as quick as Anuj Dal as the throw came in from the
Well,
deep
I'm
from
not
Ben
sure Dahl
Gibbons.
would have made that one. Was it? It was a very sensible no.
Yes, it was. Dear, oh dear.
Gloucestershire in a bit of trouble. At Bristol, 49 for 3.
Oh
following
dear.
on.
Might be over today.
Yeah.
465 for 7 here. This one won't be over today, we can guarantee that. D'Oliveira is in and Dahl punches it out into the offside. There is no run as it's fielded there by Taylor Cornell, the 12th man. Tall individual-ish. Tallish individual. That's what I was trying to say. D'Oliveira balls. That's dragged down a little bit and Dahl punches it out into the offside where Adam Finch does the fielding.
Where are we? 39 remaining in after this one. There's a severe danger of going to tea on time here.
Or even early. Can you go to tea early?
No.
Can you not?
No, it's 3:40 or 32 overs, isn't it?
Well, they could be there early then, which is going to reduce the number of overs the latecomers get for free as Connors pushes that one back to D'Oliveira. It's the end of the over. 466 for 7. Connors has 6. Dahl has 61. The lead is 98 now, and this partnership is already worth 22.
Is that decent, valuable runs?
Well, we said when they came together, if they could get another 24, 25 and take it up to 3 figures, then that would be decent. Well, there's still 2 more people with bats in their hands to come. Potentially, that's assuming that Ryan's side bottom, the longer they can stay out there, the more chance side bottom's got of coming out, you would have thought. Just to rest up the calf or whatever it is.
Charlie Morris is going to continue. Roll through some more scores through this over. Warwickshire 251 for 3, reply to Northand's 597 all out. So another 100 or so runs, and that'll be a shake hands tomorrow at 5 o'clock, it seems. Next ball from Morris is full length. Goes past the outside edge of the bat through to the wicket keeper. Kent making a fist of it, 207 for 7. They're still 464 runs behind Surrey, but that's taking time out the game. Yorkshire 230 for 5. They still trail Lancashire by 336. Somerset 49 for 3. They need another 356 just to make Somerset bat again. Back here at Derby is Charlie Morris in bowls, and that's a nice flowing drive, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Durham are 202 for 6 in their second innings, so they lead Glamorgan by 148. Leicestershire 83 for 1, and they need 157 more to make Sussex bat again, or to avoid the innings defeat, whichever you want to call it. And Nottinghamshire 231 for 5 in their second innings against Middlesex, so Notts lead by 453. Here, Charlie Morris is in bowls, and Dahl pushes away on the offside. They're going to have to be quick this time. Connors is running to the danger end and gets there. Even if the ball had hit the stumps, I think he was safe, but slightly risky.
Got to be on your toes. You really have got to be on your toes when you're batting with Anuj Dahl.
But they get there. It's another run, 467 for 7.
Sam Connors' honour to get Derbyshire up to a lead of 100 here.
I think that was Taylor Cornell, the 12th or the 13th man. He's the 12th man at the moment, coming in. Yeah, as far as I know, he's left-handed. Morris in, bowls, just opens the face, runs that down, backward of square on the offside. And the applause is for a lead of 100. Blimey. Crowder on the ball.
Most of them will be able to see the equivalent of this screen outside, of course.
Because it says they lead by 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't tell from the old scoreboard, but most of the rest of the ground can see the scoreboard away to our right, I think.
As Morris, who has 1 wicket to his name in this innings. Now the ball pushed away on the offside, or driven away on the offside. There is a chase down to the boundary, which is in vain because it's gone for 4.
He hit that hard, didn't he, Anuj Dahl?
Yeah. Well, most of his runs have come from dibs and dabs and bushes, and that was a real drive, wasn't it? 104 the lead now. Beginning to build up. This game beginning to tilt in Derbyshire's favour, I would say. Morris is the bowler. And Dahl is the batsman. And Taylor Cornell, the 12th man, is the fielder. That completes Charlie Morris's over. He has 1 for 89 off 20 overs. Dahl has 66. Connors has 7. 472 for 7. Derbyshire lead here by 104. Live cricket brought to you from the Incora County Ground in Derby by the mighty BBC. We're on all sorts of platforms. We're on platform 4 at New Street Station in Birmingham, if you want to get us there. And we are, of course, live on the web stream as well.
Yes, yeah, there's a few counties not using the BBC
I know.
commentary at the moment. I don't really understand why, but it's Brett D'Oliveira. It's only his 5th over.
They're not all of the quality of this one, of course.
No, indeed. D'Oliveira begins and drags it down, and he tries to flick it away there, Sam Connors. That was an absolute gift, and it thuds into his pad and dribbles out into the onside. He's missed out there, and he's got that hangdog look about him, knowing that he missed out. That one could have been dispatched into the car park. It wasn't a great delivery. There's D'Oliveira again, bowls. That's a fuller ball. It's driven out into the offside. They're going to go through for a single, comfortably enough. Connors will move to 8, 4, 7, 3, 4, 7. Of course, if all 11 batsmen are to get to double figures, this could take forever. Connors has taken 37 balls to get to his 8. Dahl on strike, goes back and guides this very cleverly. Where the slip fielder would have been, he isn't there anymore, but it's good stop by Ed Barnard, who has to come around from a sort of short third man, kind of, almost a fly slip, isn't it? But it's a short third man, really. Or a short gully, lengthy gully. Here's D'Oliveira, who bowls, and that one is driven, but not timed by Dahl. Back to the bowler. The Derbyshire cameramen are all suitably hatted, I hope, out there from the stream. This one is driven out into the offside and goes straight to Jack Haynes, and there's no room. To reach for that one a little bit did Anuj Dahl. Clearly the 2-year extension to his contract has done him some good confidence-wise, as this next one is a full delivery that's pushed out into the offside. They fancy 2 here as well. They're going to come back for the second. Now he might have to hurry. No, he doesn't, because the throw went to the end to which Anuj Dahl was running. I'm not sure that's entirely the right decision by the fielder out there. Dahl moves to 68, 4, 7, 5 for 7. The lead 107. You'd always throw to the end that the other batsman is running towards, yeah. I would suggest.
Having played the shot, he was already moving, wasn't he? Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a few, hats on, a few rosy faces.
Yes.
Today. Trouble is we're not used to it, are we? That's the trouble.
No, and when we do get used to it, it chucks it down the day after.
Yeah.
So he's made the most of it while he can.
Remember 3 or 4 of us went to Lords for the last ever Benson and Edges final. I'm not quite sure why, because Worcestershire were in it. I've got a feeling Northants played in it. And we sat there and there was a girl, was a steward down in front of us. And of course they can't watch the cricket, can they? So she was sat side on a really hot day. And it was as if somebody had painted a line on it. The left-hand side of her face was completely red and the right side was white. I was thinking, yeah, poor lass. We did offer her copious amounts of alcohol. Here's the next ball from Morris. It's a bouncer, and ducking underneath it is Connors. Still a lot of... Come on, lads. It's the penultimate round of matches before the T20 starts.
Yes.
Derbyshire at Trent Bridge next week. Worcestershire at home to Leicestershire at New Road. Back to the present. Charlie Morris in bowls to Sam Connors. Connors drives very confidently out on the offside. Gets a stride in and whacks it away. Only gets it as far as Jack Haynes. The lone steward who guarded nothing for the first 2 days is not here today. Perhaps there's something to guard today, so he's not here because there's something to guard. Morris bowls, comes forward, this time Connors. Growing in confidence, I would say, Sam Connors. He's now looking to play a few shots, I reckon. When he first came in, he was just, I'm going to stay here. That's it. But he's really looking to... He's still getting on the front foot, but he's getting on the front foot with more threat, more dynamism. Good word. Morris wipes the sweat from his brow. The perspiring Morris. In bowls. That's short. See, I told you, Connors. Look at that. That's a lovely shot. That's short, and he's swept round, and he's hooked that down to the deep square leg boundary. As good a shot as we've seen in this match.
Double figures.
Yeah.
Thank you, Evo. Andrew Evans, former colleague at BBC Radio Leeds, who sent me a picture of Adam Baker Finch just to confuse things even further. The 1991 Open winner and Worcestershire hybrid bowler, he's described him as on Twitter. Very good, Evo. Thanks, mate. That's all I needed. It's Josh Funky Gibbon Baker. I've got no chance now. Absolutely no chance. Now that's in my head.
Connors goes to 12, 479 for 7. The lead is Nelson, 111.
I'm sure he must have a mountain to climb or something. Evo.
Here's the next ball. Pushed away on the offside. No run. Was he a mountain climber?
Well, I see on Facebook he's quite often out in the wilds somewhere where it's chucking it down.
Oh, yeah.
Walking to some hostelry or other, usually.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's the bit he does it for.
My ex-neighbour was a hill mountain climber. He'd done all the Monroes in Scotland, which I think is, I don't know how many there are.
Including Matt.
Yes, over 3,000 feet. And Colin, who's playing for Worcestershire this season.
Indeed.
Next ball is short, and this time he doesn't go for that hook stroke pull shot. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the total has moved on to 470 for 7. There are 4 overs till tea. I'm quite excited by this. And there's 14 minutes till tea. So
we're going to go to tea with fewer than 32 hours left, aren't we?
Brett D'Oliveira and umpire Lloyd are looking puzzlingly at the scoreboard again. I'm not quite sure. This is all to do with the over rate. Well, the Worcestershire over rate must be plus millions now. The spinners on plus 3 on the board. Well, there was some confusion because, as you say, it looks like minus on the big board.
It looks very much like minus on the big board, but it isn't.
Skipper D'Oliveira, indeed, to bowl.
And Anuj Dal on 68 to face. All batsmen so far have got to double figures. D'Oliveira bowls. Dal cuts this away. That is brilliant from Anuj Dal. The placement on that shot out towards the backward point boundary for 4. There were 2 fielders at backward point, and he managed to sneak it between the pair of them. I have no idea how you play that shot. Brilliant. 72 to Dal now. 483 for 7. The lead 115.
Yeah, that off a pace bowler, but he's having to make his own pace, isn't he? He's having to make his own.
Terrific shot.
Yeah.
Terrific shot.
And he's just got that. Those two are about, what, 10 yards apart?
Oh, if that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that. I would have said.
They're just going back into position, so, yeah, less than 10 yards.
And here's D'Oliveira again, and this time Dal drives it out into the offside. Ian Baker Finch does the fielding. And let's pick up another single. Dal moves to 73. Hey, 484 for 7.
Here we go.
Wow.
It's that time of day.
It was Adam Finch, incidentally. 484 for 7. I know you knew it wasn't Ian Baker Finch. D'Oliveira in and bowls to Connors, who pushes this out into the offside. Haynes does the fielding. There is no run. Connors waits. D'Oliveira bowls, turns into the leg side. Picked up by Azhar Ali, who's at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira's ready again to bowl. This one is driven out into the offside. They're going to go for one. They might get more than one as Finch gives chase. He'll get there. He's got a good arm. I think they should stick to two. He hurls it in, and there is that good arm. Straight to Ben Cox. Barely has to move. And Connors picks up a couple more. Moves on to 14. 486 for 7. The lead 118 now. Remarkable. D'Oliveira's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Sam Connors to go through to the keeper. 3 overs until tea, or 10 minutes. 2 of those will be from Charlie Morris if he's going to continue from the racecourse end, which he looks like he is. So it might be close, but that would be remarkable. And it is Charlie Morris. He's polishing the ball furiously. Turns at the top of his mark and sets off to bowl to Dahl, who guides this out into the offside. He's run the first one quickly. Of course he has, but they're not going to get back for a second. Dahl moves on to 74. 487 for 7. Derbyshire's lead is 119. Update due shortly. Griff has come out with a double figures alert only once, and that was in 1932. Have all 11 Derbyshire batsmen made double figure scores? They're not going to declare. Connor's the latest to get to double figures. (1934). Here is Morris on his way in, bowling to Sam Connors, who goes back and chops this into the backward point. There is no run as it goes straight to the fielder. In danger of finishing at 6 o'clock here. Well, that's Derbyshire are all out, of course, and then their bowlers come on. Morris in again, third ball of the over, turning to the leg side by Sam Connors. Well, Derbyshire are 488 for 7 now. Anuj Dahl on 74. Sam Connors is still there with him. He's on 15. Derbyshire actually lead now by 120. The current partnership worth 44. Wickets to fall today. Lewis Rees for 47. Lears to Ploy for 62. And Alex Thompson for 54. All 9 batsmen who have featured so far for Derbyshire have got to double figures. And only once in their history, back in 1932, have all 11 Derbyshire batsmen got to double figures in the same innings. Will it happen today? If it does, it'll take a while because Sam Connors has taken 49 deliveries to get to his 15. Dahl's just picked up a couple more. He's moved on to 76, and Derbyshire are 490 for 7. They now lead Worcestershire by 122. I don't think it's going to happen in 25 minutes, Rob. Certainly. Was a couple of runs there to Dahl to move to 76. He's on strike now. Morris bowls to him and he drives it straight down the ground, but he didn't time that one as well as I thought he had, and it's gone straight to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. I thought he'd got hold of that one. Not quite. My injured knee is feeling much better, thanks for asking today. No idea what I did to it yesterday. It's a daddy long legs that has perished at the top of these windows. Here he's hanging by a spider's web down the window pane as Morris is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Dahl. He threatens to take a quick single, and they realise it's gone straight to a fielder, so they agree not to. 490 for 7, Derbyshire. Connors has 15. He'll be on strike at the start of the next over. And as Dahl has 76, the partnership's now worth 46 for the 8th wicket. And the lead is a very Handy, 122. Slightly more than handy, I would suggest. In fact, definitely slightly more than handy. The lead. 2 overs until tea, or 6 minutes, so I think we're going to be bang on for tea. Bang on. Never in the memory of man has it happened before.
Just said there'll probably be a celebration and somebody will get an award in the Queen's Honours list.
Can they not take the top off the bus that they've arrived in and drive around the city centre? We could finish at 6 o'clock tonight.
Oh, no, that's ridiculous. That'll just ruin my evening.
You have to fill the extra hour.
It's D'Oliveira, he's bowling from the city end, and he bowls, and that's chopped away by Connors for a single. Sam Connors, who according to Dave Fletcher can't bat, has moved on to 16 and 491 for 7.
I'm not being ridiculed like this.
Oh, I know, you're going to come up with some stats now, but this boy... A white car leaves the car.
Career average of 10, a high score of 39.
Tell you what, he's done all right. He's done an excellent job here. This stand building up toward another 50 partnership. 47 these two have put on. And back and across goes Dahl out into the offside. Ed Barnard's hat comes off as he runs into field.
There is a milestone coming up for Sam Connors. He needs 2 runs for 200 in first-class cricket.
Ah, well done, Sam. He'll be on the open top bus.
In only his 22nd match.
Here's the next ball from D'Oliveira, and Connors flicks the ball on the leg side. And Azhar Ali, you haven't seen much of him today in the field. He was stationed down at long on or third man or somewhere. Comes into field at mid-wicket. D'Oliveira polishing the ball on his sleeve, flicks it left to right and left to right, and puts it back in his right. Jogs in and bowls, and this is played back down the pitch. D'Oliveira does his own fielding. Josh Baker backward on his short third man is doing some arm swing. I wouldn't imagine he's back in the attack before tea, because after this one, there's only remarkably 1 over. There might be 2. D'Oliveira is talking to Jake Libby. What they're saying is,
we can't bowl more than 2 overs before tea.
It's a great danger here. Can't do that, lads. It'll just make a mess of the whole thing. There's a couple making their way out of the ground on the far side because they've gone to tea on time. It's a protest. Oh, that's a good ball from D'Oliveira. That's spun away from Connors. And in all honesty, Worcestershire's batsmen won't want to see the ball turning too much.
They won't.
Because it will. Just trying to see, get a replay on that one, but we're a tad behind. D'Oliveira off about 4 or 5 paces in and bowls, and this is driven back down the ground slightly in the air then, and then D'Oliveira throws the ball back to the wicketkeeper. That concludes the over, and Ben Cox bit the bails off.
Yes, he did.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, for no reason really.
No. 492 for 7, a lead of 124 for Derbyshire. So 1 over left till tea, and then 32 remaining in the game. So I've got 337 on mine. So Josh Baker is going to bowl the final over before tea.
Oh, no. That's my over as well. I told you that David Griffin would be getting excited. He's actually tweeted all 11 alert. 1932, they've done it once in their entire history, Derbyshire. All 11 batsmen are getting to double figures, and that was in 1932.
I'm thinking of having the collection tomorrow morning to get Griffo out more.
At the start of the season, we haven't been out much because all the away trips have been fairly local. Come July and June and July, we've got trips to Durham and to Sussex and to Worcester.
I'm not going to Sussex this year. Well, I don't think I'm going to Sussex this year. Got Cardiff. Cardiff's all right.
Yeah, we've got Cardiff in September, I think.
Nice Cardiff city centre.
Yeah, it's not bad. Here's Josh Baker, probably, from the city, and the final over before tea, and he bowls to Anuj Dal, who clips this into the leg side. They're going to get another single to move to 493 for 7. Yes, the only previous time all 11 batsmen got to double figures was 4 years before Derbyshire won their solitary championship title in 1936. They were proclaimed champions in the 1800s, but it was taken off them because they only played 4 matches or something.
Yeah, it was done on.
It was done on the fewest defeats,
Yeah.
and they barely played, which was a cunning ploy.
Yeah.
If we only play once and don't lose, we'll be
Yeah.
the title holders.
Yeah.
Just
I was playing the Team Valley Darts League once. Only lost 1 game because I only played 1 game. Another game I was rubbish at, or sport, whatever you want to call it.
and I've got the Eurovision song in my ears.
Oh,
I love it.
dear.
Absolutely love it. Here is Baker, and there's a wild Yahoo by Sam Connors, and that'll be tea because he's been stumped. And that was very, very unpleasant from Sam Connors, who has been dismissed on the stroke of tea for 16 from 55 deliveries, bless him. And it's another wicket for Josh Baker. Baker 3 for 117 now. Fairly straightforward for Ben Cox, I would suggest, as well. Josh Baker has got the last 2 wickets to fall. Sam Connors won't look back on that with any kind of fondness, I'm sure. And at tea, Derbyshire are 493 for 8. Anuj Darlan beaten on 78, and they lead by 125. And we'll be back on all platforms in around about 18 minutes and 37 seconds. He's got a runner. Oh dear, oh dear. This is going to scupper Griff's chances of seeing all 11 batsmen into double figures, I fancy. It might scupper Anuj Dahl's opportunity to get to what would only be his second century. You're right, David. Hope someone has a word with Connors. By the end of this over, we could be all out and Dahl stranded, he says on Twitter. You might be right. So here we go then. Josh Baker in from the racecourse end, bowls, and it's a defensive shot from Ryan side bottom. In comes Baker again, and that one is striking the pad. There's a big appeal, not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. That's him. Brooke Guest also ran for, was out there in the middle with Ryan Sidebottom at Lord's. He flexes his knees to Sidebottom and comes forward and turns that one off a pad for 4 leg byes, I fancy. They have run 1. They'll come back for a second, but it's going to be 4 leg byes. 497 for 8. The lead is 129 now. We'll be updating listeners to BBC Radio Derby fairly shortly. This next delivery is defended by Ryan Sidebottom, and it means that he has survived, and Anuj Dal will get to face the first delivery of the next over. 493 for 8 was a lead of 125. Built a large following, you see, because he's a construction worker. Very good on the news. And Ben Gibbon bowling will bowl his 27th over. 1 for 79 his figures so far, bowling from the City end. Update coming up fairly shortly. We're just into the final session here, and it's an interesting phase of the game now because we've got the last 2 batsmen ready to come in. In fact, one of them's already in, Ryan Sidebottom, and that's because on the stroke of tea, Sam Connors was stumped by Ben Cox, going for a bit of a yahoo off the bowling of Josh Baker for 16. It was 493 for 8 at that stage. Derbyshire have since moved on to 499 for 8, and the question is, can Anuj Dal get to a century? He's on 80. Ryan Sidebottom is at the other end. He's got a runner, Brooke Guest, because he's suffering from a calf strain, and the only other batsman remaining is Suranga Lakmal, and quite frankly, he might as well not bother. That's a great shot by Anuj Dal for 4, though. He moves on to 84. Derbyshire move up past 500 now, 503 for 8. The lead is 135. That was a glorious shot by Anuj Dal. I think he's realised what he has to do here. He's moved to within 16 of his second first-class century, and the 500 up for Derbyshire in the 140th over. I'm not to write that too many times over the last 6 years. Next delivery is guided out into the offside by Dal. They'll be looking for a single shortly, but not just yet. That was only the 3rd ball of the Ben Gibbon over. 1 for 85, his figures. 6 off the over so far. 2 men out on the leg side boundary. One at an orthodox mid-wicket, the other one slightly straighter. Sort of cow corner, really, not far from the club shop and bookshop. And here is Gibbon again. Round the wicket, balls to Dal, who defends it back to him. Guest has to scuttle back into his crease. Ryan Sidebottom standing at alongside the, I was going to say square leg umpire, but the umpire is actually at point. Graham Lloyd, perversely yesterday, was at point on the other side when the left-handers were in. It's only the 4th time that Derbyshire have scored 500 runs or more in an innings 3 times in the same season. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Dal, and they're going to go through for a single, which will bring Ryan Sidebottom back on to strike with 1 delivery of the over to go. Dal moves to 85. 504 for 8. The lead 136. And I think it says a lot about Suranga Lakmal's batting that they've sent Ryan Sidebottom out with a runner before him.
Says a lot about him. They sent 2 out.
Yes.
Oh, I love it when a runner's out there. It usually brings a bit of chaos.
But it hasn't been too chaotic so far.
No, it's
There's
been all right.
only one ball of this over for side bottom to get through. It rather suggests he's not going to bowl.
Yes.
He waits now, flexes his knees. Gibbon is in and he defends this one. He looks to be in pain. Yeah, he's hobbled away after that one. That wasn't great. He's definitely not going to come out and bowl. So they're going to be a man light. It'd be interesting to see who the 12th man is in the field. Look at him hobbling up towards square leg now as well. So
He's got to
yeah,
go there. You've got to go there.
It's not great, is it?
Yeah, you've got to go there. I've got to go here. Worcestershire, Gloucestershire, many years ago, Gloucestershire had 2 men injured, and they came out to bat on, I think, the second
both of
morning
them?
with 4 batsmen. There was the 2 batsmen and the 2 runners, and a mate of mine, Tom, lovely lad, sadly no longer with us. He walked into the ground, and I was sat on the bleachers, and he said, Bradders, is that 4 batsmen out there? Yeah, he said, I'm not going to drink anymore. Yeah. Happy days. Because there was the test match, wasn't there? Was it? No, I don't want to denigrate Pakistan, but wasn't there? Where they had a runner and the batsman hit the ball and ran a 2. He ran at the same time as the runner, and the umpires immediately sent the runner off. I'm sure there was it. Somebody might remember it. If you do, please let me know. Here's Josh Baker from the racecourse end. Bowles floats that one up and driven out to mid-on where...
Oh, no.
Oh, hello, what's going on here?
Ben Cox has fallen over the stumps. That's awkward.
This is all chaotic here. The throw came in from Adam Finch. It was a decent throw, but Ben Cox, in the mode that wicket-keepers have, that they stand in front of the stumps these days, tries to get back, falls over the stumps, and they get an extra run, which keeps Anuj Dal on strike. It's all a bit chaotic. I'm not sure about the wicket-keeper standing in front of the stumps. They all say it's... But if you've got a direct throw that's going to hit the stumps and the wicket-keeper takes it and then diverts it onto the stumps, surely that slows it down. But what do I know? What do I know about wicket-keeping? There's Baker is in and bowls, and this is turned on the onside by Dowles, not with any great power. And this time Cox comes from behind the stumps to do the fielding. The total is 506 for 8. The lead is 138. Baker in bowls. Trying to turn it again on the leg side. Got no run. Baker trying to bowl into any rough that there is outside Anuj Dal's leg stump. And also trying to cramp him up a bit here to prevent him from scoring. Baker bowls now down the pitch, pushes away to long off, who becomes mid-off. One more to the Derbyshire total, which goes to 507 for 8. Getting nice and warm in here now, Fletcher. It's all right.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Side bottom yet to get off the mark, and probably won't be dancing down the pitch the way he's been limping around. Baker in bowls, and indeed props himself forward. 1 ball left in the over. Now, Brett D'Oliveira is sending all his fielders out in the hope that he can give side bottom a single, but I'm not sure.
I don't think he'll take it, will he?
No, not unless it's off an edge or something and it rolls away. And Dahl needs to keep the strike anyway. And this ball is outside the off stump, and he doesn't have to do anything with it. So Anuj Dal will indeed keep the strike. He's got 88. He's going to hoping his colleagues will stay with him while he gets another dozen. And Derbyshire are 507 for 8. They lead here by 139.
Ryan side bottom yet to get off the mark. 1932. He's looking a long way off.
Oh, yes, this is when everybody got double figures.
Yeah, and there are double figures of extras as well, which I heard David Griffin utter the immortal words, extras being in double figures is just the icing on the cake.
He's a good man.
He is a top man. Just the icing on the cake. It's Ben Gibbon bowling his 28th over. He's in from the city and bowls to Anuj Dal, who pulls this around the corner. He's only going to get a single though, which is slightly disappointing for him because he's on to 89 now and probably deserves a century, but you don't always get what you deserve in this world.
That as well.
508 for 8, the lead 140.
Going back to Griffin, do you think he's the same at home? Do you think he says, I'll have cornflakes this morning. It's the 37th time this summer I've had cornflakes.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
26 times I've had Marmite on toast or something.
Deborah is a saint. Side bottom. Waits yet to get off the mark. And he defends this one and then will hobble. Yep, there he goes, hobbling into the leg side.
I imagine he's got a fair bit of strapping on that calf.
Yeah. I think that means he's not going to play in the game at Trent Bridge, which starts on Thursday. So it might be another opportunity for Nick Potts, unless I did see today George Scrimshaw was out there with a red ball in hand doing some bowling. We haven't seen George too much this season. Well, we haven't seen him at all. As side bottom waits and clips this very nicely for 4 runs. He doesn't need to run. Well, he doesn't need to run at all. But Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal don't need to run either. And there's a punch of the gloves between the two batsmen. Side bottom's off the mark. 2 more of those, and Griff will be very excited. I won't use the phrase I almost used. 512 for 8. The lead is 144, but you can probably guess what it was. That was a nice shot.
Oh, Middlesex set 516 to win 0 for 1.
Probably not what they were hoping for. Side bottom waits, and this one's pushed out into the offside. See, I wonder now, this is going to sound perverse, but I wonder if once Dal gets to 3 figures,
I'll pull out.
They might just declare, because there's almost no point in sending Saranga Lakmal out with a bat in his hand. There doesn't seem much point in making Ryan Sidebottom struggle any further, but then again, he's not going to bowl anyway. So,
and they need time to bowl Worcestershire out again.
Yes, they do.
Because that would be the plan.
But they've only got a lead of 144 at the moment, as this one they didn't have the first idea. I don't know if he's going to get any runs for that. Was he taking evasive action? Let's see what the umpire signals. No, dead ball. Decided that he wasn't taking it. I thought he almost flinched, and I wasn't sure if that would count, but it doesn't. The ball goes all the way to the boundary, so that is a dead ball. He doesn't have to bowl it again, though, does he?
No.
No.
I think it come off his shoulder in the end.
I think as soon as it hits him, surely it's... I know it isn't, is it? He's got to be playing a shot, isn't he, still? Yeah. He just seemed to flinch.
Yeah, it just touched him.
Yeah.
I think he was taking evasive action there. I think he could have got 4-leg bowls.
Well, I definitely saw him flinch.
Yeah, he did.
But anyway, 5-12 for 4 it remains. Last ball of the given over, and that is whipped into the leg side, and they're not going to take the single that's on offer, because Anuj Dal is 11 runs away from a century, and he will be on strike for the start of the next over. The partnership's already worth 19 from 21 balls, so I think it's fairly clear what's happening here. 512 for 8. Derbyshire's lead is 144.
Well, I know we're joking about this double figures. Never been done since since Methuselah was a boy. But you look at this batting day. Rees 42. Deploy 62, Thompson 54, Connors a useful 16.
Yeah.
In a stand of what 49.
Yes.
Yeah, and now Dal 89, and this all builds up. Well, of course, it all builds up, but
no, you're right. Yes, it
well.
substantially builds it, doesn't it? It's not like bits and pieces. It's more than bits and pieces.
Every stand has been a stand. It's been worth runs.
Yeah.
So Baker. Josh of that ilk into bowl, and this is short, and Dal goes back and plays it down the green. He's not going to take a single, though, as it rolls down towards long off. 89, Anuj Dal.
Fielder's posted all the way around the boundary.
Yeah. Baker bowls, Dal is down and drives. He thinks there might be 2 here, but he'll have to be quick, and Finch is in. And this time, Ben Cox doesn't fall over the stumps from Adam Finch's throw. And so, side bottom is going to have to face 4 deliveries, or unless he gets a single, of course, or a 3, or a 5, or a 7.
We've seen a 5.
Oh, yeah. Here's Baker in, bowls. Big appeal, but that's going down leg side, even from this distance. And by the way, the batsman shaped up. It ain't going to hit the stumps.
I'd quite like to see a 7.
A 7, yeah. There's Next ball is whipped away. That will give them 2, actually. It might give them 3. Dal will be pleased, happy to get 3.
Oh, there he goes.
He's racing towards the other end. This is the anomaly of having a runner. Dal is racing to the other end while Sidebottom hit the ball. He's actually walking away from the stumps at the other end.
Brooke Guest, in a different postcode, is running as well.
How you judge a run out as an umpire when there's a runner is beyond me. 516. Dal has 90. Now he has 91. Pushes it down the ground. 517 for 8, a lead of 149.
Well, he's guaranteed to get another bat, at least, on his Dal here.
Yeah. Try explaining all this to an American tourist. 3 batters. Here's Baker in bowls. Forward comes Sidebottom, plays the ball out on the onside. And on we go. The breeze now blowing almost directly straight down the ground. It's going to come round a bit today as well, but...
Well, those storms are coming from the south, aren't they, which is the concern.
Yeah. 517 for 8 at the end of the over. Derbyshire lead by 149. Ange Dal has 91. Right now, Sidebottom has 7. They put on 24. These do in 28 deliveries.
Dal just takes guard again. Ben Gibbon from the city end. Ready now. Sort of sneaks up behind the umpire. He bowls around the wicket, and Dal pulls this into the leg side and says no to Brooke Guest because he knows there is only one there. He didn't get hold of that one as he would have liked. Anus Dal already had 1 century in the Derbyshire innings. 113 from, well, you know who.
That seems a long time ago now.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
This time yesterday.
It was in the after, well, he was out about this time, wasn't he, after tea, when the game flipped on its head again, and Dal guides this into the ground. Now then, is he going to get 4 runs for this? No, he's not, because it's well stopped by Finch down below us on the slide, but he does come back for a second run, Anus Dal, and he moves to 93. 519 for 8. The lead has gone beyond 150. It's 151, which is beyond 150.
Approximately.
Yeah, roughly 151-ish. Alexander has been in touch from America. Said he never appreciated red ball cricket as much until he got his first bat from his father-in-law. Somewhere in New England, I'm sure, Alexander. His next delivery is turned into the leg side by Dal. There might be 2 here as well. He's run the first one quickly. Guest is quite nippy between the wickets as well, and he do get back for 2 more, and Dal moves to 95. 521 for 8. This is good work by Anus Dal. He's got 3 balls left of this over. A couple of 2s and a 1, do you, Nudge? He waits now. He's going to have to do a fair amount of bowling as well, given that the man at point is not going to be bowling, and he pushes this out into the offside for a single and moves to 96. But there are still 2 overs left in the over, and he might not get another bat. Survive 1 of these, and Dal is okay. 96 from 157 deliveries. Sidebottom could do with an edge for 4 to move to 11. Then he can do what he wants. And Saranga Lakmal remains in the pavilion. Sidebottom waits and clips this into the leg side. They're going to run 1. They might come back for a second. There's a fielder running round. They do come back for the second. And tantalisingly, Sidebottom is on 9. The partnership moves to 30 from 33 balls. This is quite damaging from a Worcestershire perspective.
You know this record you're on about? Blackmail's going to get to 9, they're going to declare.
Yes.
Oh, poor old
yes. Griffith would probably invade the pitch.
No, you can't declare.
He's waiting at the moment with his long lens out on the in front of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side, waiting for Anuj Dal to complete a century. He's 4 away, but this is Sidebottom, who clips this ball down towards long leg, and unless it goes to the boundary, which it won't because there's a fielder down there, they don't take the run. Homage to Bob Hunt. They eschew. What did he used to say?
Eschew?
Eschew?
Eschew, one of those.
One of those, yeah. 3 batsmen punch gloves in the middle. Well, that's nonsense. And Dahl will be on strike with 4 required for his second first-class century. And it will be Josh Baker to bowl his 40th over of the innings. He's going to have sore fingers by the end of this match. Dahl surveys the scene. 4 away from 3 figures. Baker bowls to him and he clips it down the ground and declines the single as Finch runs in off the boundary. He'd be very aware that he doesn't want to get out on 96 by playing a shot that might get him to 3 figures. Baker's in again and he cuts and it's well stopped, half stopped. They're going to get back for a second now then. They're going to have to be quick here. Dahl has to get the dive out, does get the dive out. The throw wasn't great and he moves on to 98. A terrific piece of running from Anuj Dahl, slightly suicidal in all honesty. And now he gets back to, don't say he's injured. He gets back to his feet. He needs to rub down with a damp cloth here.
Needs to rub down with the Sporting Life.
Yeah. His helmet's off. It's on again. And he's on 98 from 159 deliveries.
A better throw, he might have been in trouble.
He would have been in all sorts of trouble. Absolutely all sorts. Baker then in to bowl to Anuj Dahl, who just defends. Don't do that. Well, no, do it. Why am I telling somebody who's got 98 runs what to do?
Yeah. Oh. Middlesex 0 for 2.
Mid-Atlantic, Alexander, is not New England. In goes Baker. Bowls to Dahl, who pushes this one out into the offside, and they scramble through for a single off the 4th ball of the over. Slightly risky strategy, if you don't mind me saying. And he moves to 99. He was on 78 at tee. The field closes in. Lead is 159. 527 for 8. All eyes on the non-striker. At the moment, it's Sidebottom who just defends that one. Well played, Ryan. I think he'd be in a slightly different mood to the mood he was in when we interviewed him on day 1. He will be massively disappointed to have picked up another injury. He waits now for the final ball of the Baker over and he defends very correctly. Back to Baker. It's the end of the over. Sidebottom on 9. Dahl just 90 runs more than him on 99. 527 for 8. Partnership 34 off 40 balls and Derbyshire's lead is 159. And Anuj Dahl, whose previous century came against Leicestershire last season in a stand with Brooke Guest of in excess of 200 for the 7th or 8th wicket, I think. I should know because it was a record stand for Derbyshire.
Middlesex 4 for 2
Oh dear.
against Nottinghamshire.
Be over today.
Trying to find out who's...
Big Luke's got both wickets as well as 2 50s in the match.
Just coming up, and now he has indeed.
Has he?
Yeah, 2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for no runs.
Oh no. Adam Finch is on, 23rd over from him. He's bowling to Anuj Dahl. Bowls now, and Dahl clips it into the leg side. There isn't a single there. Sorry, got excited.
No, it's fair enough. No, it's good.
I was
Good to be enthusiastic.
I wasn't sure if it was going to beat the fielder or not. He put the dive in there, Haynes. Stopped the ball. Never knowingly been enthusiastic before.
It's been a long day.
Well,
Tired and emotional.
it's been a long 6 years.
Yeah, it's been a long life.
The over eight's up to +4 now.
Oh.
They can basically grind to a halt if they want.
Well,
Worcestershire.
Still won't finish before 6.
Dahl waits. Finch in from the city end, bowls to him, and he defends this out into the offside. There is no run.
Not that we could finish before 6, of course.
No, well, they could get extra. But Derbyshire could now get extra overs in, couldn't they? Because they're going to lose 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the moment, they would only, if they're all out now, and I don't think they will be, they would only have
Do you think
23 overs.
when Dahl gets 100, they'll declare?
I think they could. David Griffin will be thrilled and at the same time hugely disappointed. But the lead's only 159. I don't see any reason why not to send Lackmal out. He can just swing away now. Dahl waits and pushes this into the offside. Waiting patiently to get to 3 figures, Anuj Dahl. His heart must be racing.
Yeah, you say to yourself, oh, just play every ball on its merit, blah, 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 but it's still, it's in the back of your mind.
Absolutely.
Don't get out, don't get out. Don't get out, a run will come.
Wait for that ball that you can just guide down to third man. There is a third man, but he would get a run. He waits now. Finch in and bowls to him, and he guides it out into the offside, and there it is. A boundary for Anuj Dahl, who punches the air. He's got to 3 figures for the second time in his first-class career, just a couple of days after signing a 2-year extension to his contract here at Derbyshire. 103 from 165 deliveries with his 9th 4. Half-century already this season, and now a century for Anuj Dahl as Derbyshire moved to 538 for 1.
And good to see a round of applause from all the Worcestershire fielders as well. I think they appreciate that. That's a hard-earned 100, and he's kept the lower order together, hasn't he?
Yes, indeed. Terrific effort from Anuj Dahl, who waits now on 103 and defends this next ball out towards mid-off. There is no run. No sign of a declaration, incidentally, which is probably good news for David Griffin, who sits back down and waits to see if Sidebottom can get the single to take him to double figures.
It'd be funny, wouldn't it? For wicket fall, they declared, and he ran onto the field. I've actually, this is true, I have seen somebody run onto a field and stop a declaration.
Get back out there.
Get back out there.
Finch, 2 balls left of his over, in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. There isn't a single there. Brett Oliveira does the fielding from backward point.
Worcestershire, Oxford University at New Road, and Richard Illingworth was the Worcestershire captain, and Worcestershire got 5 million, and they bowled at the university out fairly cheaply towards the end of the second day, and the commercial manager ran out going, no,
Oh.
bat again. I've got a marquee full of people tomorrow. It was actually Father's Day on the Sunday, I think. So they did. They had to bat again. All the players were thinking, we can have a day off here. Yeah.
Yes, the old chief executive pitch.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of those this year.
Here's Josh Baker. He's coming in bowls, side bottom, forward. Plays around his front pad, out to the mid-wicket area. No run. Not a cloud. Well, yeah, there's 1 or 2 clouds in the sky, but they're very far off, very faint. Next ball turned away on the onside. No run. Probably the same way most people, the majority of people who are following the game via whatever platform. Probably the same way you are. Oh, side bottom down the ground, and he's lofted that one. Smacked that over the head of Finch at mid-on. Whacked that away for 4. So I guess now that Dahl has got his 100, he's got a bit of licence to swing the bat, hasn't he, side bottom?
My update in a minute.
Oh, is it that time
It's
of
that
day?
time. You haven't set at 4:30, have you?
No. Oh, my thing's giving up. Needs charging. No, I haven't. Well, better get off and do it.
Come on, brothers. Oh, there it is. 5:31 for 8. Side bottom moves on to 13. He hasn't been given the runs yet on the scoreboard that I'm looking at, or indeed the big scoreboard that's old, or indeed my computer. There we go. There they are. Excellent. That's going to help me enormously when I do this update with the scoreboards there. Next delivery, side bottom defends, batting with the runner. 1932 and just Saranga Lakmal to come. Wow, I wonder. So update for Radio Derby coming up as that one is defended. Baker bowls the final ball of his 41st over. Here we go. Well, I'm delighted to say that Anuj Dal has got his second first-class century. His first of this season. He's 103 not out. He got to three figures off 165 balls with his ninth four and celebrated in real style out in the middle with Ryan Sidebottom, who's moved on to 13, and you know what that means. 10 of Derbyshire's 11 batsmen, and there's only Saranga Lakmal to come, have now reached double figures. It's only happened once before when all 11 have got to double figures, and that was back in 1932, 4 years before Derbyshire won their solitary county championship title, would you believe? It's been a really good day for the home side. Lewis Rees 47, Leas Deploy 62, Alex Thompson 54, and even Sam Connors is 16, in which he helped add a 49 with Anuj Dal for the 8th wicket. I mean that Derbyshire are in a very good position here. They're 536 for 8 now and lead by 168. Single taken off the first ball of the Adam Finch over, so it brings Sidebottom on to strike, and he defends the first ball into the onside, I beg your pardon. And there's no run. Dal had moved on to 104. The partnership's worth 43 from 54 deliveries. So it means that Dal has pretty much got 2/3 of the runs from this partnership, which is a terrific effort in itself. Alexander says he actually lived in New England 3 years ago, for 3 years. And Adam knew, it's a fair point. What a cricketer Anuj Dal is. He says if he played for Essex, they'd be talking about an England call-up. Sidebottom waits and carves this away for 4 runs. That's a terrific shot from Ryan Sidebottom out to the backward point boundary. Laid into that one with some force and moves to 17. The score moves up to 540 for 8. The lead is 172. That was a magnificent shot from Ryan Sidebottom, who did bat with a runner down at Lord's, of course, as we all remember. Don't we? Of course we do. That game against, where's that Sussex game in my notebook here? Against Leicestershire, Derbyshire made 531, so they've surpassed that. Against Sussex, they made 505 for 8. So they've surpassed that. There's a swish outside the off stump by Ryan Sidebottom. The ball goes through to the keeper. So this is Derbyshire's high score of the season. Excellent. 540 for 8 is the kind of thing I should have at my fingertips, but clearly don't. The ball has made its way back to Adam Finch. A couple of balls left in the over. 5 runs from it so far. 4 of them to Ryan Sidebottom, who's on 17 and waiting now. Partnership worth 47. Sidebottom gets a short delivery that he just about manages to get out of the way of, given that he's lame. Does well. Ball goes through to Ben Cox, and there is no run. Tap on the back there by Ed Barnard for Adam Finch as he prepares to bowl the final ball of this particular over. On his way in now to bowl to Sidebottom, who gets hit by that one. That's nasty. There's a cheer from some quarters, and he's had to remove his helmet. He'll have to have the concussion protocols carried out now. That was a nasty bouncer for a man who can not move with the freedom that he would perhaps like.
He's waving away the physio. He says he's all right. But if he has been hit on the helmet...
Yeah, even if it's on the grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll have to be checked out by Julian, the physio.
Yeah.
In his red trainers.
Very smart.
Trademark. And now he's saying, well, he wasn't hit on the helmet. And now he's saying
he was hit on the
he
helmet.
was hit on the
yeah.
helmet.
So he's
So,
gonna,
yeah,
he's
he has to
call
go
him over and hold up 3 fingers. How many fingers have I got? All that sort of thing. No, he's just... And if he's been hit on the helmet, he's supposed to change the helmet.
Yes, he
I believe,
is.
isn't he?
He is, yeah.
So another
Yeah.
hold up here. So we're never going to finish at 6 o'clock. Never going to happen. Anish Dahl has gone away to get a drink. And the Worcestershire fielders are sort of generally strolling in the direction of the pavilion, and they all want a drink as well. So we're going to have a mini hold up here. Shall we do some scores around the country?
Oh, why not?
Why not,
Why
indeed?
not?
Well, we have a mini hold up. The Northants Warwickshire game, that looks as if it's going to be another dull draw at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 314 for 4, replying to Northants 597 for 6 declared. Kent following on are 11 without loss against Surrey, but they need another 430 to avoid the innings defeat. Yorkshire 260 for 5 in the Roses match. They trail by 306, but there again, they look as if they might be running out of time there. Gloucestershire, they're in deep doo-doo. They are 91 for 6 against Somerset, and they need another 314 to avoid the innings defeat. Durham are 242 for 9 against Glamorgan. They lead by 188 there. That could be a really good finish tomorrow. Leicestershire, a bit of a fight back. They're 127 for 4 against Sussex at Grace Road. Sussex made 450, so Leicestershire still trail by 113. Middlesex 9 for 2, having, well, they need 516 in total to beat Nottinghamshire. And they are 9 for 2 at this moment in time. So there we are. Scores are all around the country. The players are wandering around out there as if it's the annual church fete. Get a drink and a scone.
Yeah.
Have a go on the tombola.
See if you can hook a duck.
For those of you listening on medium wave. Not that anybody does these waves. Medium waves disappeared, of
I was
course.
just looking for the scores of my club Blackrod. I can't see
No.
my son's name anywhere. He hasn't bowled in the first team and he's not batted in the second team, so I don't know if he's playing or not.
Oh, right. He had a bender last night. He's not turned up, mate.
I think his girlfriend's there.
No, the Martley first team scored 333. So they're playing Coombs Wood, I think, who clearly have not got a bowling attack. Blimey, these fielders are going everywhere. They're all disappearing. Where are they all going? Baker is the bowler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, every fielder, apart from Ben Cox, is out towards the boundary rope. And Dahl could have taken a single there quite comfortably, but doesn't bother. So the old cat and mouse game is being played out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, I'm never sure
Not
about
sure
it.
about this,
No.
if I'm honest.
Dahl waits and drives the ball down the ground. He thinks there's going to be 2 here. He and Gueston are certainly very quickly into their action. The ball comes back at the non-striker's end. I've got the impression that if that had hit the stumps,
Close.
there would have been a decision for umpire Lloyd to make.
Very close. Yeah. I mean, Guest is sharp between it. Which staggers me as well. Brooke Guest as a runner. I understand because he's quick and all the rest of it, but he's going to have to come out and keep wicket as well.
He is, yeah.
Whereas if you've got somebody like Leas Deploy potentially, I think he would be a decent runner.
Yeah. Here's Baker in and goes across, gives himself some room there, Dahl, and cuts it backward of square on the offside, but only straight to the fielder. Yeah, of course it can be anybody who has batted before.
Well, yes, you wouldn't have Saranga Lakmal anyway, but
No.
with all due respect.
Here's Baker in, and down comes Anish Dahl. Whacks this away through the offside, just gone slightly out of my sight, but they're only going to get a single. So, side bottom, it's looked pretty good anyway. A fine smash down the field in Baker's last over.
Well, the boy can bat, can't he?
17 he's got. Another partnership, 50 partnership.
Yeah, it was a 50 partnership.
Yeah, blimey. So these partnerships today have been, well, building up. And this is side bottom who's whipped this one away backward a square on the leg side. But Azhar Ali is down there, inside the circle.
Where's the field going? Where's it going?
Circle. Now they're all disappearing. Now they're all outside the circle.
Brookcast did run for
Baker in bowls, side bottom forward defensively.
For side bottom at Lords earlier this season. So perhaps they thought, well, he did it quite well the first time, although he didn't do much running because he didn't make any runs. He could do it again.
What are the umpires talking about? Perhaps they're ordering their pizza for later. Off your mate.
I'm trying to work out why Rob White's decided he has to bend down to speak to Graham Lloyd like he's a small child.
I don't know, because he got something in his eye or something, the umpire.
Oh, he might have done, yeah. He was seemed to be peering, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was peering. That's why he was bending down. My apologies.
No, he's all right anyway. He's going to carry on.
No reason not to.
We don't have a third or fourth official in cricket, do we? We have a match referee.
Yes, I don't know what would happen if
I presume
if the
they
umpire went
would
lame.
appeal for a local umpire and he would do square leg.
Yeah.
Normally happens.
Adam Finch, 25th over for him, comes in and bowls to Dahl, who pushes this out into the offside. They want 2 here. They're not going to get 2 there. And he's taken a single off the first ball of the over. He didn't quite judge that as he might have done, Anuj Dahl, because it means 5 deliveries for Arnie's lad. Ryan Sidebottom.
There's some of the Worcestershire throwing in has not been over accurate today. I think Ben Cox is getting a little.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
He's taken a lot on the half volley and a lot have gone over his head.
Yeah.
Never pleases a wicketkeeper. Side bottom waits now as Finch is in again from the city end and bowls. That one is driven quite pleasantly out into the offside, but straight to the man at extra cover. The man at extra cover is Josh Baker. For 504, I remember when it didn't seem 5 minutes since it was 444 for. Now it's 544 for 8. The lead is 176. These are untold riches for Derbyshire, who we did say at the start of the day, if they were still batting after tea, would be in a very strong position. But when they lost Rees and Deploy in the morning session, who thought they'd have got here? There's a short delivery from Finch, which it certainly keeps certainly keeps side bottom down at the striker's end. Never going to get him out. I wonder if we'll see Ryan Sidebottom again. He had his month-long loan extended to a second month, obviously.
Well, if he's done a calf, as you say, probably ain't going to play next week.
And then it's T20 time. They've got some reinforcements in the shape of Mark Watt arriving for the T20, along with Lakmal and Shan Masood, who will continue to play all forms of cricket as long as they're here. As Finch is in, that's short outside the off stump, and he has nothing to do with it, side bottom.
Well,
we've been playing the game of pick your T20 side. Derbyshire doesn't change that much.
No.
Some teams change a lot, don't they?
Change 8 or 9 of them.
Yeah, but no, Derbyshire doesn't change that much. It's a
well, they're like Worcestershire. They've got a big squad to pick one.
Exactly,
already,
there's a sort of tight 15, 16-man first-team squad. And
I think Worcestershire are struggling on the bowling front because the bowlers that they've got have bowled a lot of overs. Joe Leach I don't think is going to be fit for the next game, so they might be looking around.
I think Ryan Sidebottom might be available. He's batting now. Finch bowl, that's a better delivery. Strikes him on the pad. There sounded like there was a noise before it struck him on the pad. Whatever it's done, he's limping, but I think he was limping anyway. And they go through for a leg bye, so there was no bat. 545 for 8. Derbyshire's highest score this season by a little distance now. And the lead is 176. 21 overs left in the day's play after this, and we haven't even got to 4:45 yet. Remarkable. As Dahl waits, and that is pulled into the leg side in front of square for 4 runs. That's quite a violent shot from Anuj Dahl. It's not really his kind of thing, I would suggest. I mean, clearly he can do it because he's just done it. And he moves on to 112. Sidebottom has 17. The partnership's 56. The total's 549 for 8, and the lead is 181.
21 left in the day. We lose 2 for the change of innings. What would they want to do? Leave 15?
Well, they didn't want to leave enough so that the ball was relatively new tomorrow morning, wouldn't they? And give everybody a little go tonight. So, 6 overs from each end, 12, or 5 overs from each end, 10, and then 3 and 3, possibly, something like that.
Yeah. So we've probably got, we're conjecturing here, maybe another 4 overs of the innings.
They've been historically fairly cagey declarers, Derbyshire. David Griffin waiting for Ryan Sidebottom to get out so that all 11 can get double figures.
Here's Baker in, driven down the ground and over the top of Finch at mid-on and out to the ropes for 4. There must be thoughts of maybe getting your mid-on at long on, I would have thought, the way Sidebottom's going.
Ryan Sidebottom's highest score in first-class cricket is 27 not out.
What's he now, 25?
I think he's on 21 now.
21, the 4's gone on.
550 came up with that blow.
Well, Finch has dropped back. He hasn't gone all the way back there. Sidebottom waits again and plays this one backward of square on the offside. Doesn't get a run on this occasion. That's a motorbike. I thought it was an aeroplane. I do know the difference between motorcycles and aeroplanes, by the way. Just that it sounded like an aeroplane. And this one is pushed away on the offside. The Black Crow has just gone across in front of us.
Must have taken you a long time to get to Perth in Australia.
On my motorbike. It's only a 250 Kawasaki as well. Here's the next ball, and this time cut away. That could well go for 4 more. And Josh Baker is he's looking a bit tired now. He's bowling like somebody who's bowled 43 overs in his innings.
Yes, indeed.
And it's ironic that the two Worcestershire's least experienced bowlers, Gibbon and Baker, have bowled, 71? There'd be 72 overs between them.
I think that shows the experience of Morris, Finch and Barnard.
Yeah, let's go and hide. Yeah, don't catch the captain's eye, whatever you do.
Barnard's 3 for 65, sticks out like a beacon.
It does. It does. Next ball from Baker is turned away on the leg side. They're going to get 2 here, I would have thought. And Pollock chases it down. They do come back for 2. And the total rumbles on, 557 for 8. What Derbyshire's highest score against Worcestershire is.
I'm on it.
As Baker bowls and jogs into field himself. There is no run. There's a general, not lack of enthusiasm by the Worcestershire fielders, but a lack of, there's a feeling of inevitability about it. But I think basically we're into the realms of waiting for a declaration here. Looks as if Brett D'Oliveira is going to bring himself on to bowl. They've bowled, Worcestershire bowlers have bowled 22, 29, 43, 25, 24, the main bowlers. So they've put a shift in. Let's say 3 for 65 for Ed Barnard of 24 overs. Is comfortably the best bowling figures, and he has been the best bowler. So.
His score for Derbyshire against Worcestershire was 513 for 8 declared at Queen's Park.
Oh, right.
In 1933, just a year after all 11 batsmen had scored double figures. Derbyshire,
so this is the highest.
Derbyshire won by an innings and 234. They scored 513 for 8 declared, then bowled Worcestershire out for 83 and 196. That's a good, in fairness, that was a really good Derbyshire side. As D'Oliveira begins a new over, and he's cut away by Anuj Dal, who declines the single that's on offer. I mean, Skinner, Storer, Townsend, Smith, Pope, Worthington, Pope, Elliott, Mitchell, Armstrong, Copson, a lot of the team that won the title in 1936, playing in that side, in that game at Chesterfield in July 1933. D'Oliveira bowls, and this one is carved away by Anuj Dal out to a backward point, and they think about a second run, it's not there. So Dal picks up another single to move to 113. Derbyshire move on to 560 for 8.
Can't see anybody on the balcony.
No, indeed. They're getting in the realms where they're going to start climbing the highest scores against anybody here, Derbyshire.
Oh, right.
It's not. I mean, it's not a huge list. they're not going to get anywhere near the 801 for 8 declared in 2007 against Somerset at Taunton. That's mad. That one is defended by Ryan Sidebottom into the onside. That came 2 years after they'd scored 707 for 7 declared against Somerset at Taunton.
It was a flat one.
Yeah, absolutely. D'Oliveira bowls, defended by... No run there, obviously. Defended by Sidebottom out into the offside. Yeah. Trying to see how many of these I've actually seen. I saw the 588 for 5 against Glamorgan at Swansea. But not too many of the others in that list. Next delivery from D'Oliveira is pushed up towards D'Oliveira, and everybody is told to move in various directions to offer the single to Ryan Sidebottom, who's not going to take it. So it's almost entirely pointless. Here comes D'Oliveira, bowls, and he slams it back down the ground. D'Oliveira gets a touch on it. They don't even consider a run as it's picked up by Azarali at long off. And the over comes to an end, 560 for 8. I'm going to do some counting.
Oh, okay.
It's the 15th highest score in first-class cricket by Derbyshire in their history.
Very good.
And it's not far away from the next one, which is 561, so...
Keep ticking them off.
I'll tick them off. I think it'll certainly get in the top 10 if they carry on batting and if they don't lose both wickets simultaneously, of course.
Josh Baker is going to bowl his 44th over. This time last year, he was worried about keeping his place in the Worcestershire Academy. Maybe today he wishes he was still doing that.
Yes.
But it's all good learning curve for the young man. Still only 18. He's going to be bowling to Anuj Dal. I won't describe the field because they're all on the boundary, and he may have got this. It's in the air, but it's safe. And wait is the call from Guest, the runner, and he does wait. Got right underneath that one, scooped it up in the air, and wasn't about to take 2.
No, he's been... There's been a few miscalculations here. He's taken singles off the first ball of a few overs, which is just slowing things down a bit now.
Sidebottom's whacked a couple, though.
Yes, indeed.
He's got 27. This partnership worth 68 for the 9th wicket. There's another one. Record Derbyshire.
Oh, mate, what are you doing to me here?
Record Derbyshire 9th wicket stands against Worcestershire. Baker is in and bowls, and this comes forward and plays it out to D'Oliveira at mid-on. I'd have thought it probably got to be more than 68, but... Baker to Sidebottom, and he goes back and he cuts into the ground and bounces up a couple of times before it gets to Ben Gibbon, who's at cover point.
Record 9th wicket stands. I've got him.
Next ball, he's whacked that one away. That's gone way over mid-wicket. That's 1 bounce for 4. Really copped hold of that one, Sidebottom. Nice shot.
This is now Ryan Sidebottom's highest score in first-class cricket, and he's doing it on one leg. So I mentioned that.
He'll be doing that every game now. He'll be strapping up his other leg to remind him not to use it.
108 is the record
okay.
for the 9th wicket, Carl Crickenden. Simon Lacey.
Oh, yeah. 565 for 8 now. The lead is 197. Any chance that Worcestershire of winning this game disappeared some time ago. Baker in and bowls. So wraps the pad as a big appeal. That looked like a decent shout, actually.
Side edge.
Could have been. Might have been going on down with the arm, but he's bowling left arm round, so he's got to straighten it a fair bit. But the finger remains stationary. Baker again to Sidebottom, who is forward and just flicking this one away on the leg side. Not going to take a single though, because it's the last ball of the over, and Anuj Dal will keep the strike. There is some action in front of the pavilion, but Jake Libby has gone off the field.
They've
They have
declared.
declared, yeah. I thought there was a wave there, yeah. So Derbyshire have declared on 565 for 8, with Anuj Dal getting a huge round of applause. Not out 114. Sidebottom made, what did he make? 31.
Yeah. Career best.
Yeah. So Worcestershire need, well, they trail by 197, so they've got to score 197 to avoid the innings defeat, in theory and also in practice. So 565 for 8. Blimey. The world's gone mad.
Well, it has gone mad. I think there'll be 16 overs to go. Unless it's already been knocked off, I'm not sure.
Did they finish that over?
Yes, I think they did.
Okay.
I think they did.
That was the last ball of the over then.
Yeah,
They lose 2.
I think they've got 16 overs. So about an hour's play. We're going to take a quick break
We
here.
are.
We're going to take a quick break. Brothers is already off.
I am.
And we'll see you in 6-7 minutes' time. Well, welcome back. That was a short break. Felt like a short break anyway. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the final 16 overs of today's play, the third day of the county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Derbyshire having declared their first innings on 565 for 8, and by my reckoning, it's the 14th highest score in Derbyshire's history. But I wait for the official confirmation from the man who knows about these things, David Griffin, who will no doubt tweet something along those lines. He'll have been disappointed after Ryan Sidebottom got to 31, a career best, that we didn't see Saranga Lakmal with the bat. But we are going to see him with the ball at some point fairly shortly. As we say, 16 overs remaining. The over 8's +1. 16 should take around an hour, so it won't be far away from... No point in battling. 3 slips in place. Connors will bowl the first over, having added that 49 with Anuj Dal before being out-stumped on the final ball, what turned out to be the final ball before tea. And it will be Ed Pollock once the scoreboard gets going on strike, and he defends the first ball out into the onside, and there is no run. Lots of chat out there, as you might expect, from the Derbyshire fielders and bowlers. Billy Godwin doing some extravagant kicks. That's about. We will be speaking to Anuj Dal after his career best 114. As Connors is in again, and this one's on the leg stump and turned away for 4 runs by Ed Pollock. 2 straight onto leg stump, and Pollock took full advantage, and Worcestershire are up and running in their second innings now, 4 without loss, trailing by 193. Just one more update for BBC Radio Derby at 5:30, then we're home free. Ball retrieved from the far distance. I think it's Nick Potts who's out there as the 12th man. No Ryan Sidebottom, of course, as Connors is on his way in to bowl to Pollock, who drives it down the ground for 4 more. Glorious shot from Ed Pollock. And Billy Connelton tells Saranga Lakmal that he'll go and fetch the ball because you'll be bowling in a minute. And he certainly will. Saranga Lakmal. 8 without loss. Terrific start for Worcestershire. They'll need to build some confidence this evening. They don't want to lose... Well, they don't want to lose any wickets, clearly, but they won't want to lose too many wickets before the close.
Was 16 overs left, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed.
It didn't come up on the big board originally.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
And I couldn't see that one. So.
Sorry, you should have shouted it. I wouldn't have heard anyway.
I've just been asked, what's smaller than a millimetre? I said it was a mini-millimetre.
A nanometre?
Could be, I have no idea.
No.
We were talking about the seams on the balls, which they reckon are smaller this season. So.
Oh, okay.
I said it was smaller than a millimetre. You've already got a deep square leg, haven't you?
Yeah, the 3 slips have become 2. Connors, who picked up 3 wickets in 7 balls yesterday, is at bowling now. It's a no ball, and it's been hit for 4 as well. And all of a sudden, this is unravelling for Sam Connors. He's conceded 14 runs off just 3 deliveries. This is not the start he would have wanted. It is exactly the start that Worcestershire would have wanted, as Pollock moves to 12. And Worcestershire to 14 without loss.
Well, he's one of those batsmen. He's never going to die not knowing. Is Pollock? That's the way he plays. And talked to him before the season started. He didn't play red ball cricket at Warwickshire hardly, and he said, "Well, that's the way I play. That's the way I'm going to play."
He's taken Derbyshire apart a couple of times from memory in white ball cricket. This one is a no ball again from Sam Connors. Called by umpire Rob White. The umpires have changed ends, of course, and it moves up to 16 without loss. Well, they could get rid of most of this deficit by the end of the day. Currently going along at 16 and over, so 10, 12 overs of this, and they can set Derbyshire a target tomorrow morning.
That would be a headline maker.
It certainly would. The Sporting Integrity Unit might be called in as well. Here's Sam Connors again. Bowls, and that's a full delivery that's pushed out into the leg side. And he'll be delighted because Ed Pollock's got a single and he won't be on strike for the 5th ball of the over. He's on to 13, 17 without loss. I was asked by my presenter what you do in the short break and how to keep yourself refreshed. I said, well, if I hadn't been waiting for you, I'd have been down the corridors, the little boys' room, in all honesty, and getting a cup of tea, but we didn't have a chance to do either.
Oh, I managed a cuppa.
Did you?
No, I'd have bought you one, mate.
No, it was more the other one that I'm...
well, I can't do anything about that.
I know, but I should be...
You have to sort that out for yourself.
Once this over's finished, if it ever is, I'll be off. Connors in and bowls. There we go. Dot ball. First ball of the over was a dot ball, and so was that one.
Why would Lackmell not bowl the first over from the City end?
I don't know.
Because it's...
Don't know.
It doesn't make any difference where he bowls from. First over,
No.
He has the choice. As the senior bowler.
Well, you'd say so, wouldn't you? Anyway. In goes Connors to complete the over, and it comes off an edge down to third man. There is a third man. It looks like Lewis Rees down there. It is in the far distance. And the first over has finally come to an end, thankfully. 18 without loss. 13 to Pollock, 1 to Libby, and 2 no balls.
You are listening to live cricket coming to you from the Incora County Ground here in Derby. I'm Dave Bradley. Dave Fletcher is my host and colleague. And we have reached the final hour of day 3. Brought to you, of course, by the BBC and on the web stream of the Derbyshire County Cricket Club. So you can get us all over the place. Glamorgan need, what do they need? 191 to beat Durham at Chester Street. Durham all over 244. That could be a really good finish tomorrow. Here is Lackmell bowling from the City end in bowls, and this is turned on the onside by Jake Libby. So the scoreboard confused me slightly then. It's not difficult to confuse me, as we all know. If anybody is capable of bowling or taking wickets on a flat pitch, it is Lackmell, who's been used to bowling on these sorts of pitches, of course, in Sri Lanka, dry flat ones, built for the spinners. Lackmell in and bowls, and this has gone down the leg side. It's half an appeal, but nobody's really serious about it as it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. The Gloucestershire game looks as if it's going to finish today. Bristol, Gloucestershire 128 for 7, and miles away from saving the Indians' defeat, and it might be a case of claiming the extra 8 overs in that one. Well, there's still an hour to go, so here's Lackmell's next delivery, which is played fairly solidly back down the pitch by Libby. In fact, I could find out how many overs are left in that one. I could. It was 14 and nearly 15 overs remaining in that one today with 3 wickets in hand. So add the 8 on, that would be 23 overs, of course. If they get that far. Mere conjecture on my part. Here. 3 slips. The close grabbers. Lackmell into bowl to Jake Libby. Libby pushes on the onside. He's going for a quick single here, and he gets it comfortably in the end. Rees coming in from mid-on. Doesn't bother to throw at the stumps because he realises that both batsmen will be in whichever end he would have thrown it to. Most of the crowd have stayed for this final hour, final session, including the drag queens or whatever they are, the stag party, who've been very well behaved for a stag party, to be honest. There's about 6 or 7 of them, and they've not been raucous or anything.
They've been quiet, haven't they?
They have, yeah. They had a good game of cricket at tea time again.
Might be asleep.
Yeah, it's Lackmell bowling to Pollock, lets the ball go by outside the off stump, Just 2 slips for Ed Pollock. Ring of 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside save, and the single on a deep square leg.
Got to be careful with Sam Connors. They can't afford him not to bowl reasonably well, because they're already without Ryan Sidebottom. Of course, he's not out there.
Blackmell, City end. Crouching is Pollock. Drives into the offside. Doesn't really time it. No run. And Worcestershire on 19 without loss. The figure that they need is 197 to make. Derbyshire bat again. The other figure, I suppose, is what's 96, 110 overs they need to bat to save the game. In theory.
Sorry, I just had a series of WhatsApp messages from my lad who I said I couldn't find him anywhere on the scorecards. The reason is 283 for 4, he says, and the only time I got asked to bowl, and he is a bowler, was the last over.
Oh.
No time to warm up, so I said no. Oh, my word. That doesn't sound good, does it? It's Connors beginning a new over.
Why would they want him to bowl the last over? It's a little bit of an insult, isn't it? You know, how many overs they bowl? 50?
50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you bowl the last over?
He then sent me one a little bit after that saying, but I am batting 3.
Oh.
He's been in at the death the last 2 matches and helped them across the line. Could you just help me out here?
I could, of course
Thank
I
you
could.
very
Yeah,
much.
you carry on, mate. You clear it all up. Here's Connors, right arm over, coming in to bowl to Livy, who lets the ball go by outside the off stump. Goes by fairly low, and Fletcher's just gone off to have a woodbine. That'll clear it all up. Woodbines, go, I remember them.
Does he still do Woodbine?
I don't know. We used to run from school. There was a little shop in Tybridge Street. You could buy 5 woodbines. Yeah, used to share them out between us. Not that we ever smoked when we were at school.
No. I used to leave school first, didn't you?
Never happened.
Here's Connors then. 3rd ball of the over. And he's driven, but takes a really good stop with his left hand as Libby drives him into the ground. Yeah, poor old Charlie. He said his mate has gone for 100 off 10 overs.
Ooh.
So,
ouch.
Yeah, that's not great, is it?
Ooh.
And yet Charlie still didn't get on. So he'll be fuming tonight, I'm sure. But at least I know where he is now. He's definitely there. And goes Connors and bowls, and Libby pushes this out into the offside. They'll get through for a single as Billy Godleman goes around to do the fielding. 20 without loss in the 3rd over. Trailing by 177 now. So they basically got to wipe that off and score that again to back Derbyshire out of the game in terms of victory. Derbyshire with 1 win this season and 3 draws going into this match. There's a little change to the field here as Nick Potts has been moved from the offside to mid-wicket, and Leas Deploy is on the square leg boundary. That will fill Sam Connors full of confidence, I'm sure. 2 slips in place, as well as Anuj Dahl at backward point, and Connors is in, bowls a full delivery, and it's clipped into the leg side by Pollock for a single. And Deploy is the man who does the fielding.
They're going to go into the next game with an unbeaten record, aren't they? Whatever happens, here.
You'd expect so.
Yeah,
That's
Worcestershire are not going to win this game.
No. And that next game is against their fierce rivals, who don't really regard them as rivals, I don't think. Nottinghamshire just up the road. David Griffin has come out with the most niche stat in the history of niche stats. He says it's his favourite of the day.
Oh.
Uniquely, he says, for Derbyshire. I'll come back to that. It's bizarre. Connors is in and bowls. That one is a full delivery, and Libby gets his bat down on it. There's a puff of dust comes up as he clips it into the leg side. Potts does the fielding, and there's no run. Uniquely for Derbyshire, numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 8 in the batting order have made scores of 50 or more in the same innings.
8 who've made 50 or more.
1, 3, 5, 7 and 8. It makes no sense. It's not really a stat.
No.
It is the high score for Derbyshire
Against
Worcestershire. And
That'll
also, this one is pushed out into the offside by Libby, and there's no run. And also, as I correctly counted, the 14th highest score for Derbyshire, or by Derbyshire, in a first-class innings, and the 6th highest here at Derby. And Billy Godleman, at the end of that over, has just had a little chat with Sam Connors and patted him on the back. Now, he's either said, "Keep going, son, it'll get better," or "Thanks very much, you're coming off," and Alex Thompson's wheeling his arms around, so I think it might be the latter.
Yeah.
23 without loss.
Well, I guess you want to get Thompson on. If it is turning a bit, Thompson's going to have a long spell.
Poor old Sam looks a bit dejected down there. He did well with that 49-run partnership with Anuj Dal before he was stumped off the final ball before tea, but he looks a little bit disconsolate. He'll have days like that. We'll all be plain sailing.
Lackmell, City End, right arm over, in bowls, wide of the stumps, through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. If ever you were if you're a barbecue person, if ever you're going to have a barbecue, it's going to be around about this time on a Saturday night.
I can think of nothing worse.
Do you not do barbecues?
No. No.
Well, I've invested in a gas one because I can't do with all that lighting coals and all that nonsense. Here's the next ball, which is wide of the stumps through to the wicket keeper.
My regular listener knows that I have an oven and a grill, frying pans.
But not an iron.
Not an iron, no. And B, if I wanted grit all over my food, I'd drop it on the floor.
Ah, that's why. I have a gas barbecue. Yeah, there's no grit.
I can't be doing with it.
It's all right. I quite enjoy it.
Sometimes, I like my food cooked right through as well.
Yeah. Well, the trick is you cook it in the oven and you put it in the barbecue just to finish it off. That's the trick. Here's Lackmell, who's going to come around the wicket and bowl into Pollock, who lets this one go by outside the off stump. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not mad on it, but I do quite enjoy a family occasion.
I'm not big on cooking, if I'm entirely honest with you.
No. So your mate who finds you the 12-inch pizzas. What's the word I'm looking for?
If I could pay somebody else to cook for me, then I will.
Yeah. It's good for local industry as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I've kept a few at home.
Lackmell bowls, and Pollock smashes this. Absolutely leathers it to the boundary. It's short and wide.
Yes, he hit that hard, didn't he?
He's not going to mess about with that, is he? So Pollock goes to, what does he go to, 22? And, or have I beaten them? He's got 18. No. Yes, he's got 18 off 13 balls. So that 4 has gone on to his total. Worcestershire 27 without loss. The figure is 197 to make Derbyshire bat again. Pollock wanders around the crease and then now he's ready to go. Lackmell bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. Goes past the outside edge of his bat. A roar of approval from the Derbyshire fielders. One of the stag party is wandering across. I presume it's him anyway. If that is a lady who is not in fancy dress, I do apologise, but I think it's a member of the stag party. Lord, I hope it is.
Mum. Yes, I think the gentleman who's now walking alongside him is also wearing a frock.
Yeah. Here's the next ball from Lackmell, which is whipped away by Pollock through mid-wicket, and Masood, who's down there on the boundary, lost that one altogether. But he wouldn't have cut it off anyway, because it was through mid-wicket and he was a deep square leg. So Pollock goes to 22 of 15 balls, Worcestershire 31 without loss. And indeed, we're going to see spin in the 4th over of the innings.
Yeah. Sam Connors departs the scene, having bowled 2 overs for 22. Not his finest hour with the ball. All those runs he scored personally were given back in the first over. And he looked very dejected when he came down to field down below us. But it's an opportunity for Alex Thompson, who made another half century today. 54. Which was his career best. One of 3 career bests for Derbyshire batsmen today. Anuj Dal's 114 a career best, and Ryan Sidebottom's 31 a career best. Alex Thompson gets a special round of applause from the supporters down below us. He almost got the ball thrown to him while he turned away as well there by Anuj Dal, but he just managed to hold on to it. He's just going to dry his hand. Of course he is, because he does it between every delivery. On the, well, there aren't many footmarks. Billy Godleman's just done some bit of bowling action with his left hand. Surely not. Here's Thompson then, into bowl to Jake Libby, and turns that one into the leg side. He needs somebody in close, really, doesn't he?
I would have thought so.
He didn't have anybody in close in the first innings either. Somebody under the helmet, just to put the pressure on. And as it is, Libby picks up a single, moves to 432 without loss.
Yeah, I can see him bowling this angle to the left, but I'm not sure about to the right.
No, I'm not really. Who am I, though? Who am I?
Who am I? I'm Jean Valjean. Great song.
Is that miserable?
There's the Les Miserable.
Here comes Thompson again around the wicket bowls. That was left alone by Pollock. Good leave. Really good leave.
I'm going to sneeze.
Excellent. And he has. Pollock on strike. He's on 22 from just 16 deliveries, and he cuts this one out to the cover boundary where Shan Masood is waiting to do the fielding. He moves to 23, 33 without loss. 11 overs left in the day's play after this. We aren't going to be too far after 6 o'clock, but we are going to be after 6 o'clock. Unless, I suppose, Alex Thompson bowls all the remaining overs from the racecourse end, which he may well do. He's in again around the wicket. That one is turned into the leg side. Anuj Dal races around to do the fielding. The aftermath of the sneeze is being cleaned up.
Small earthquake in Ashbourne.
33 without loss it is. Libya, far more sedate 4 from 14. Pollock at the non-strikers end 23 from 17. That one's a little flatter and quicker from Thompson, and Anuj Dal's got a chase on out towards the mid-wicket boundary. He gets to the ball and hurls it back in. But that can't prevent the batsman from picking up a couple more. Libby moves on to 6, 35 without loss. Now Libby waits. This next delivery again. Turn into the leg side. Get a short leg in. Anyway, they haven't. And it's 35 without loss at the end of the over, because that's where that ball went. He's going to turn it that way with the spin every single time. And the helmet, or a helmet, has been brought out. But not for Brooke Guest, because he's given his helmet to the 12th man, sorry.
No, I say with the amount of runs on the board and the situation of the game and where we are in the day's play, I think it might be a bit more attacking.
Yes, indeed.
And I'm going to go attack and update.
Oh, is it that time? Certainly is. Anuj Dal's century was also the 998th first-class century for Derbyshire. David Griffin's going into overdrive on the stats front. And Saranga Lakmal to continue from the City end, bowling to Ed Pollock, the left-hander, who's bowled him. He may well have played on, but Derbyshire have the breakthrough. Saranga Lakmal, the man to get it. And boy, oh boy, did Derbyshire need that. Pollock had started like a house on fire. 23 off 18 deliveries. They are 35 for 1. My word, they needed that, Derbyshire. At 5:30, and they are still 162 behind. Oh, I think it's warmer than that in here. I think it might be 28 degrees behind the glass here at the county ground. He was 23 from 18 deliveries. He hit 5 fours. And Azhar Ali has come out to join Jake Libby. Fielders all have a drink. 10 overs, 5 balls left. Oh. I think I could. Well, it feels about 28 degrees in this commentary box. I was saying before, we're behind glass, and, well, we've just had the sun go right round in front of us. Got to wear a cap in here because otherwise you can't see a thing. Good news for Derbyshire. We heard that they declared 565 for 8. Well, Ed Pollock set about the bowling, took 22 runs or thereabouts off the first 2 Sam Connors overs, but Saranga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan, has just struck. He's removed Pollock for 23. That was a blow that was certainly needed. Pollock looked like he could go absolutely berserk with the bat. 23 off just 18 balls, 5 fours, 35 for 1 Worcestershire. They still trailed by 162 runs. Earlier on today, career bests for Anuj Dal, who made 114, for Alex Thompson, who made 54, and for Ryan Sidebottom on one leg. He's not out there at the moment. He's got a calf strain. He made 31 with a runner. It was Anuj Dal's afternoon. We'll be speaking to him at the close of play. You'll hear that tomorrow morning on Radio Derby. Worcestershire 35 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing by 162. Next delivery from Saranga Lakmal is defended by Azhar Ali. One of the 2 slips has come out and gone into mid-wicket. It's Lear's deploy. A bit of a fly bothering Azhar Ali. He's faced 2 deliveries but yet to get off the mark. Jake Libby on 6. 35 for 1. 10 overs and 3 balls left in the day's play now as Lakmal is in and bowls, and that's defended by Azhar Ali. Back to Saranga Lakmal, whose tail will be up after taking that wicket. I didn't look at a replay. I might look at a replay at some point, but it was an inside edge, wasn't there?
I'm pretty certain there was, yeah. I was kind of between rooms, but I just looked up and saw him depart.
I think it was an inside edge. I'm going to try and get a view of that here on the replay now. As well, yeah, potentially it was moving into him certainly as Lakmal is in again from the city end and bowls to Azhar Ali, who defends it out into the onside. We are going to see somebody under the lid. We're going to see Lear's deploy under the helmet for the next over of spin, I'm certain. He's already put the fielding pads on and the protector. The helmet is out there. So I think it's fairly safe to say that we will see a close fielder for the spinner in the next over. The Derbyshire Twitter feed suggesting it was a Jaffa, so that doesn't sort of suggest that there was no inside edge.
All right, quite possible.
There's Lakmal is in again. Azarali covers up nicely, pushes it out into the onside. It's fielded by Lewis Deploy, and it's the end of the over. Another good over by Saranga Lakmal. It was a wicket maiden, and Worcestershire are 35 for 1 with Azarali on, well, yet to get off the mark, having faced those 5 deliveries, and Jake Libby on 6.
Yeah, it's we've got 10 overs remaining today, so we will actually go after 6 o'clock. So.
Sam Connors is now being brought back into the attack now that now that Ed Pollock has gone.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That was a tactic that teams used when Ed Pollock was opening the batting for Warwickshire in T20 cricket. They would open with a spinner and put a long on and a deep mid-wicket, which got him a few times. So maybe that was the theory. But
2 right-handers out there now, aren't there? So
yes, yeah.
That might help the youngster. I say
Yeah.
youngster, he's 23, but everybody's a youngster, aren't they?
Well, compared to us, mate.
Yeah.
Here is Connors, right arm over from the racecourse end, and this is Libby going up as he goes onto the back foot and comes forward as he plays the shot, pushes it into the offside Deploy, the fielder there, one of many who got runs today for Derbyshire. Reese 42, Deploy 62, Thompson 54, Connors 16, Anuj Dal 114 not out, and Ryan Sidebottom 31 not out. So they all did an extremely good job for their team. Put them in a very commanding position. Libby waits for the next ball from Connors, and once again repeats the shot. Maybe gets a little bit straighter this time. Gets it to mid-off, who is probably Billy Godalman, just out of my sight. Indeed he is. So that total remains on 35 for 1. It's going to be that overs figure that we're going to be looking at more than anything, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Throughout today and tomorrow.
Might be looking up at the sky first thing in the morning.
Yeah, there is rain promised, but we seem to think, the theory is that we'll get underway by 11 o'clock anyway. But that might make bowling interesting. This ball pushed into the offside where Masood does the fielding.
Yes, it might be a bit more lively.
Yeah. So if the covers are on till 10:30, it might make it a little bit dewy underneath. There's a cloud and a half above us. That's it. The rest of it is lovely blue sky. Next ball is turned by Libby again on the onside. Again, it's Masood who does the fielding. Again, there is no run.
Interesting. Anuj Dal's century today, it all started before lunch, didn't it, when he joined Lewis Deploy. His previous century last season, I'm fairly sure that Brooke Guest was with him the entire time as they put on 200 and plenty. But today, the way he shepherded the lower order batsmen, I can't call them tail-enders when I speak to him, otherwise he'll probably take objection.
Here's the next ball to Libby. That's a good ball. Hurries the batsman full length, and Libby comes forward, keeps it out, but only with some difficulty. There he goes, the man on the motorbike. I think it's the same one. It's like the white car leaving the car park. It's the same one all the time. He just goes round and round. It is like the Truman Show. I watched the end of that the other day, and he spots there's something going on because he says, in a minute, a bloke will go by on a bike and somebody will go the other way in a car, and he knows exactly where people are going. It's a good film, mate. It's really good.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Oh, you want to watch it, mate. Very clever. Here is the next ball, wide of the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, Jim Carey. Ed Harris is the man in charge of it all. 35 for 1. Hazar Ali has yet to score. Jake Libby has 6. 9 overs remain today. Yeah, it's actually... It's a bit creepy because it is fictional, obviously, that this boy grows up in this huge studio and doesn't know that he's in it. But then after that came all the things like Big Brother and all that sort of thing. And you think, yeah, or The Jungle or whatever it's called. Hey, it's getting warm in here, mate.
Well, I reckon it's about 28 degrees in here now.
You got a temperature over there?
No. Rob, doing the show, was talking about degrees, and when he came to me, people were talking about 23s and 24s. I said, well, it's got to be 28 easily. Saranga Lakmal to continue, of course, from the city end. That's turned into the leg side by Azar Ali, and there is No run, as it's fielded there by Nick Potts, the young man who's substitute fielding in place of Ryan Sidebottom, who scored 31 runs on one leg. Imagine if he'd have had two legs.
You've been out for 3.
Yes, he probably would. It focuses the mind, doesn't it? It focuses the mind. Here it is, Saranga Lakmal once again. 2 slips in place, and Azarali defends that one. Ignore the oohs and the ahs if you can in the background. They're there for effect. From the Derbyshire fielders. Hasn't done the averages of a number of players any harm at all. Most recent innings, Anish Dahl averaging 84 now. 114 not out and half help.
It does. Yeah.
Brooke Guest averaging 57 at number 3. Hasn't had a not out. That's not bad. Lakmal on his way in balls to Azarali, who defends it back down the pitch, straight back down the pitch. Just misses the stumps at the far end. There's Deploy's average. He's had a couple of not outs. Has now moved above 50. He's under 53.
They'll hope for those averages at the end of September.
Won't they just? Won't they just?
When the cricket season ends, of course. Almost into October.
Well, it won't be long before we're playing in November.
Final at Lords is into October again this season.
Are they still having it?
Well, I don't know. I think they are.
I thought they'd done away with it.
In the book.
Next delivery from Lakmal's Fuller, and it's defended up towards mid-on when Lewis Rees does the fielding.
No, 29th of September finishes.
There is no final.
No.
Good.
50 over finals on the 17th of September at Nottingham.
Really?
Which would be that'll be a Thursday afternoon again, wouldn't it?
It's a Saturday this year.
Oh, it is a Saturday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a Saturday
right.
this year.
Yeah.
They've elevated to the Saturday status.
So the Bob Willis Trophy
is no more.
Is no more.
No. I don't think many people will be too sad about its
No.
demise. As Raleigh waits and leaves alone outside the off stump. Saranga Lakmal just a little bit too wide on that occasion for Azarali to be in any way interested. Scored a few in the first innings, of course. Azarali, what did he get?
88.
88. Jack Haynes, 133. Haynes due to be in next. We're getting down towards night watchman territory as Azarali defends this delivery from Saranga Lakmal out into the offside. That is 3 successive maidens. That's much, much better from a Derbyshire perspective. Having seen Sam Connor's first 2 overs go for 22. 12th man duty is currently being performed by George Scrimshaw.
Oh, good old George.
He's got the 9 on his back. And
Nice lad.
Yes, he is.
Sadly plagued by injury.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's rapid, though.
Yeah.
If you can get it right.
Yeah. When he gets it right, he's
Get it right. He played a key part in the T20 campaign last year. He was bowled in the middle overs, quite often here from the city end, and was very economical. It'd be a total surprise to see him feature in the Derbyshire T20 side this season.
Was that the stag party leaving?
Staggering. Yeah, they're not actually. They're doing okay, aren't they? I think they've had enough. They've obviously got somewhere to go to.
Yeah.
What time the strip club opens? Here's Connors. It's you, isn't it?
I'm just puzzled as why you don't know what time the club opens. It's not, is it not on your membership card? 4 through the offside. Sorry, folks. We're enjoying ourselves far too much here. Nice shot that from Livy, who needs a long knock. He's really not been in the form that he's shown the 2 seasons since he's been at New Road. He's certainly not shown it this season so far. I'll tell you what he's been doing before this game. He waits again, pushes out on the offside. He got 75. Well, he got 148 runs at 21. In the last 2 seasons, he's been the 2nd highest run scorer in county cricket. So clearly, that little bit of form had deserted him. So get a long knock in here. We'll get him back into some form. Connor's bowling from the racecourse end. Libby waits. Bat held high. And this time he turns this one away on the onside. Picks out the fielder, picks out Masood either side of him. He might have got 4 after that, but he hit it fairly solidly, but he didn't. So yeah, the stag. I think is that the stag party leaving? Yeah.
I think they've gone.
But they changed back into gentleman's attire. So you should see 6 or 7 blokes turning up in the. Yeah, you probably wouldn't let them in, would you? Anyway.
No.
Here's the next ball, which is cracked away off the back foot by Libby. He walks away a little disappointed. I think he was trying to get that square, but he got it more to extra cover, where deploys the fielder. Lots of encouragement. Well, Lackmal in particular has had a nice break, hasn't he? And bowled since. When did Worcestershire go in? Before lunch yesterday? Here's the next ball, which is nice bit of pace on it, but Libby sees it nice and early and just gets out of the way. Let's go through the wicketkeeper. Middlesex 36 for 3. Looks if they're going to go down not fighting against Nottinghamshire.
He hasn't done anything since 12:30 yesterday.
Yeah. Good game, this county cricket. Gloucestershire 8 down now for 144, so that could still end today if they claim the extra 8 overs. Here's the next ball, which is turned by Libby on the onside. Masood comes in to field. End of the over, and at the end of it, Worcestershire are 39 for 1, and 7 overs left in the day.
Billy Godman has another long chat with Sam Connors.
Yeah, he's going to have to be clever with his bowlers here. It doesn't matter at this time of night, does it? Because he knows.
But tomorrow he is,
tomorrow
isn't he? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you'd rather assume that there's a precious little chance of having the extra seamer back tomorrow, and even if he came back tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to bowl for the first 11 overs. But he didn't look like he was in any fit state to bowl. Stagdo's still leaving, is it? Possibly not. It's Saranga Lackmal bowling to Azhar Ali, who's yet to get off the mark, and he bowls him a bouncer and he ducks underneath it. That was a good delivery. Almost sat him on his backside, nothing better.
At Edgbaston, they've had nearly 1,000 runs for 10 wickets.
Wow.
973 runs for 10 wickets. Warwickshire 376 for 4.
Never replace entertainment, will it?
No.
Good grief. There's good pitches and there's ridiculous pitches, and
Yeah.
that sounds...
Yeah, I think this is a good pitch because
Yeah.
there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. You look at the scores and you think maybe not, and if Worcestershire do better at the game, you might think maybe not, but I think this has been decent.
Azhar Ali waits and clips this next delivery from Lackmal out into the leg side and gets off the mark with a single. Fielded out there in the distance by Nick Potts. Interesting that it was Alex Thompson who had a lengthy discussion with Sam Connors as he walked out back down to field at fine leg. Still lots of encouragement for bowlers and fielders and just general chit-chat out there from the Derbyshire fielders. They want Nick Potts to come in. They will get us through to 6:30.
Yeah.
Derbyshire. They always do.
Yeah. Can't finish at 6 o'clock.
Cleverly done.
Ruins the whole evening.
Over 8+1, so they can do a bit as Lackmal bowls to Libby, who defends up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. These two batsmen appear to be in let's get to the close mode now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And what runs will matter more tomorrow, but runs don't really matter. It's time out of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
And as soon as they get to that 197, if they get to 197, then it gets that much more difficult for Derbyshire to win.
Yeah, absolutely. The Stag do haven't left. They're now in the grandstand away to our left-hand side. As Lackmal is in and bowls, that one's left to go. So I sincerely hope that is the Stag do.
I sincerely hope that is a bloke in a dress.
It is the Stag do, isn't it? Tell me it's the Stag do,
Yeah.
brothers.
Yeah.
For goodness
No,
sake.
it is, yeah.
Some of them look like they're wearing high heels for the first time.
And the last. Oh, they're going to the coffee bar. Oh, it's just shut in. Oh, lads.
I think that's the. It's not a coffee bar.
Oh, is it? It's the
no,
beer bar.
No, it's a beer bar.
Oh,
Yeah,
good lads.
yeah. I think the other bar's shut, isn't it now? As Lackmal bowls, turn into the leg side by Libby nicely into a little gap. Potts is chasing. They're going to come back for a second run comfortably enough as Potts gets there and throws the ball back into Brooke Guest. It may well be Potts who reappears in the side for the game at Trent Bridge, unless they go with an extra spinner, which will be Matty McKinnon, but you never know the dimensions of the playing area at Trent Bridge.
From what I saw at Trent Bridge the other week, I don't think they'll be playing the extra spinner.
No.
Not with their pace attack, I'd be amazed.
It's Lackmal again, bowls, and that one is defended by Libby into the leg side. And again, it's Potts who does the fielding. Yes, good point. They're not going to prepare a turning pitch, are they?
No.
End of the over, 42. 4-1, Worcestershire trail by 155. 6 overs to go. Azhar Ali 1, Jake Libby 12. The man out. And it was exciting while it was happening. Ed Pollock, 23 from 18 deliveries, including 5 fours.
Yeah, not look as if they could go into that game with a victory behind them. Middlesex now 36 for 3. Basically, they got that all day tomorrow to get a draw.
Seems unlikely, doesn't it?
Yeah, because they ain't going to win. Leicestershire, 179 for 5. They still need 61 to make Sussex bat again at Grace Road. So their lower order is going to have to do some work. Here's Sam Connors going to be bowling to Azhar Ali. Probably for the first time today. I'm not sure that Azhar Ali's been up that end before. Plays nicely to mid-on. Lackmal fields there. Floodlights, shadows lengthening towards the middle of the pitch, middle of the ground. Probably won't quite get there before close of play. Get round to late August and September, they probably will. Connors to Azhar Ali, that's short and wide of the off stump, and Azhar Ali lets it go through. A gentleman down the far end gets very enthusiastic, clapping his hands. He's Sam Connors' dad, I don't know. I haven't got my binoculars. He looks as if he's got some sort of jumpsuit on that fellow.
Yes, the blue one.
Yeah.
With a yellow hat.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I saw him wandering around before. It was most extraordinary.
A lot of people staying in our hotel in yellow and pink trousers because there's a Rolls-Royce convention. I'm not trying to, put people in boxes.
Stereotype them.
Yeah. Yeah, they look like 10 Michael Portillos coming down the stairs this morning. There's one chap, he's so well dressed. He's got a green tweed suit. He really looks the part. A few field changes, but Connors is in and bowls again wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. So we've got 2 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a fine leg down on the boundary. 42 for 1 Worcestershire. Ed Pollock the man out, bowled by Lackmal for 23.
You don't be going out in the rain in a tweed suit, do you?
Ooh, no, that'd be heavy, wouldn't it? But he's got his handkerchief coming out of his pocket in the right place. Not the sort of thing I'd ever wear, but fair dues to him. He looks the part. Connors bowls. Forward comes Azhar Ali. Solidly in behind this one. Plays it out on the offside. I think I'm going to go and do a 5 to 6 one in a minute.
Are you?
Because, well, 6 o'clock is our
Oh, yeah, well, we've finished
end of
now.
our sports programme.
Yeah, we're finished.
So,
I think.
you think?
I'll turn the
No, never quite there.
turn the volume up, but I can't imagine for a minute. They'll come to me before 6 o'clock now.
Connors to Azhar Ali, that's short. And Azhar Ali, well, he ducks, but probably gone over his head. So 3 balls in this over that he hasn't had to play at. So did this the other day, Sam Connors. You rather wasted the new ball, and then you came back and took 3 wickets in 7 balls.
Yeah.
When it got old. And blew away the Worcestershire lower order.
Perhaps he doesn't like bowling, but there are bowlers who don't like bowling with the new ball.
There
aren't
are,
there?
yeah. Yeah, want a bit of wear on it, so it might be swinging a bit or doing a bit.
How handy would it be if Lewis Reed could indeed bowl? It'd be very handy indeed.
Last ball of the over, and again, batsman doesn't have to play it, goes over his head through the keeper.
It's all going over my head as well, this. .42 for 1. Morgan 41 for 2. They need another 150 runs to beat Durham. Here comes Saranga Lakmal in and bowls to Jake Libby, who just guides this down towards third man. I think it's going to get all the way to the third man boundary. Is it? Oh, Wayne Madson's chasing it and keeps it in. Excellent work by Wayne Madsen. They come back for 3. Terrific effort by Wayne Madsen. Now then, David Griffin's come up with a statistic that he's very happy with. He says here, for the first time in Derbyshire history, 2 players have scored 100 in a first-class match in 4 consecutive games. The previous record of 3 was set in 1996 and equalled in 2009. Wow. Hold on, Griff. I don't know how he does this, but he does it. As his next delivery goes past the edge of Azhar Ali's bat. That wasn't far away at all. My word. That's a good delivery from Saranga Lakmal. And Madsen just feeling the back of his right knee, giving it a rub. He's been for that long run down towards the third man boundary to save a single as the batsman ran 3. Libby moved on to 15, 45 for 1. Worcestershire trailing by 152. Then comes Lakmal and balls, rather reaching for that when he drives it out into the offside. Azhar Ali drives it straight to Shan Masood, who doesn't field it cleanly but gets his body behind it, as everybody is told to do as a youngster. And again, encouragement for Saranga Lakmal, as you would expect. Lakmal turns at the top of his mark, running towards us from the city end. Bowling to Azhar Ali, who's on 1, and he pushes this one out into the offside. It looked like a fairly routine defensive shot to me. What do I know? It's fielded by Shan Masood, and there is no run.
Why was not needed?
Were you not?
No. Needed apparently after 6 o'clock.
Are you?
Yeah, apparently.
How does that work?
I've no idea, mate. I'll just do as I'm told.
Well, yeah, we're on a shared programme after 6. So.
No, I think there is a station programme going there.
Right, very good.
So I'm told.
Yeah.
As is not to reason why.
Well, no, I've been stood down. Well, I haven't been stood down, but I've stood myself down. Lakmal bowls, and that's defended again by Azhar Ali up towards mid-off, where Billy Goldman does the fielding. There's no run. It has thinned out a bit now, the crowd, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, they're all going home for the barbecue. that you're not invited to?
No, if I'd been invited, I'd have declined. I'm starting to get peckish, though, and I've got a wee bit of a drive this evening.
Oh, yeah, you're going back.
Going back home tonight and coming back in the morning, which is fine.
There you go. They're warming your motor.
If I went on that, I'd be back in no time.
Be back before the end of the game tonight.
Potentially. 45 for 1. Last ball of the Saranga Lakmal over. His 60 bowls, and that's clipped nicely for 4 runs by Azarali out to the mid-wicket boundary. It hits the rope now. Nick Potts was giving chase, but never looked like catching it. And Azarali moves on to 5. Libby has 15. Worcestershire 49, 49 for 1.
No, you've had your chance.
Trail by 148 runs.
Yeah, well, I'll start this one, then I'll have to go and come back and go, and there you go. It's all very complex. It's all far too much. Connors to continue. He has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 26, had a terrible start. He went 4-4, no ball 4. I think he got for something like, was he 14 off his first 3 balls?
Yeah, it was horrible, wasn't it?
Yeah. But he's tightened up a bit. He's coming in and he's bowling to Jake Libby, and Libby this time comes forward, plays the ball back down the pitch. Connors on his follow through does the fielding.
And it's Dal warming up. That might be the end of Saranga Lakmal. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Decent start for him. He'll have a good rest overnight and come back in the morning.
Yeah. Yes, he could be.
And Dal would have 2 overs.
Could be a bit tasty in the morning if it's a bit rainy and a bit cloudy. Libby waits. Short ball, as has been said. Very difficult for the wicketkeeper Guest to take because it bounces again just in front of him. It was a real tennis ball bounce. So they go through for what is somewhat cruelly indicated as a bye by the umpire. But the wicketkeeper did well to stop it without stopping it cleanly. One more to the Worcestershire total, which goes to 50 for 1.
Fletcher Jr.'s gone into bat.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
You got the old play cricket up.
Yeah,
very good.
He's off the mark, which is something. I think that's as much as we can hope for, really.
Here's the next ball, wide of the stumps, and Sam Connors is not getting the batsman to play here. This ball is its 13th over. He really does need to make the batsman, force the batsman into it.
Yeah, it's not been a great start by Sam Connors, has it? He'll go away tonight and reflect on that, I'm sure. Worcestershire 50 for 1.
Oh, I'll have to go, mate, so I'll leave it with you.
As Connors sets off again from the racecourse end, bowling to Azhar Ali, wide of the off stump this time, and Azhar Ali can let it go. Connors turns around and shakes his head. He knows he's not getting it right, and he's not entirely sure how to get it right at the moment, I don't think. He just looks a little disgruntled, which is understandable. But he's bowled beautifully on occasions this season, bowled beautifully in the first innings towards the end of that Worcestershire first innings when he picked off 3 wickets in 7 balls, not to be sniffed at. Turns down, sets off again. He's in and bowls to Azrael. It's a no ball. Oh dear. 52 for 1. Still 2 balls left of the Sam Connors over. That will have hugely disappointed him, I'm sure. His 3rd no ball potentially. Something along those lines. Oh, he's 4th, I think. Yeah, he's 4th. He's in again and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar Ali to go through to the keeper. He's pulled his runs per over back. He's still just slightly under 5. Saranga Lakmal as economical as ever at 3, but 4 no balls is doing himself no favours at all, I'm afraid, at the moment. Poor old Sam. He'll get it right. He'll get it right. Next delivery is defended by Azhar Ali. At least he played at that one and had to play at that one. And as a result, there is no run. 52 for 1 with 3 overs to go in the day's play. We're going to see... We're going to see Anuj Dal bowl 2 of the remaining 3 overs from the City end. Saranga Lakmal's work for the day is done. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Griffith's sitting next to me, fuming about the declaration. shaking his head. He's going to be Anuj Dal. There's been some terrific niche stats that. The one about 2, 4, 6, 8 and whatever it was, 3, 5, 7 and 8. I mean, that's madness. Absolute madness. 52 for 1 as Anuj Dal marks out his run-up at the City end. 3 overs to go. Only Derbyshire could have turned this into a 6:15 finish.
Oh, mate. Leicester, 13 overs in the last hour. Finished at 6:10. They had about 13 overs. I think they should.
It isn't good enough. Really.
They should all be deducted £10 each for every over after 6 o'clock. That would concentrate their minds.
Tell you what, they would stop, wouldn't they? They would stop. 145 now. The deficit. And Anuj Dal just doing that thing that he does when the ball goes straight up in the air. I've no idea how he does it. Watch, there it goes, right up in the air as he goes through his bowling action.
2 short extra covers here. Interesting.
There's a cunning plan being hatched.
Dal races in and bowls. Libya's forward, pushing away on the offside. One of those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the offside comes in and fields enthusiastically. Derbyshire, of course, a bowler light. Ryan Sidebottom not being able to bowl in this one. He batted okay on one leg, though. Smashed his way to 31. Is the next ball, which is wide of the stumps, and Libby, the batsman, is not drawn into the action.
No, yeah, I thought Ryan Sidebottom batted really nicely. If it had got out slightly earlier, then Saranga Lakmal might have had a bat, but we might have seen all 11, but we saw all 10 of the batsmen featuring gets to double figures. It doesn't count, of course, so 1932 remains intact.
Here's next ball wide of the off stump. There is no run. I don't think many of the people who played in that game will be celebrating tonight that their record is still intact.
No, indeed. Yeah. They might be having a barbecue, though.
But there's not many who saw that game still around 90 years ago.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. There'll be many of the...
There's still a few people I know who saw Bradman play at Worcester in 1948.
Wow.
Not many who saw him play in 1938, I wouldn't think, but my dad was amongst them in 1948. Here's the next ball, which is whipped away off the pads out towards deep mid-wicket, and they're coming back for a comfortable 2. Can't quite see around the corner there. It's a very good book called Pairs All Year, which was done by Andrew Thomas, who every date he has something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's the date today?
It's the 14th of May.
14th of May. Yeah, he's got stuff on here. People who were born. The next ball is driven very nicely, but straight to cover point. Sam Connors is the fielder there. You say the 14th of May? Yeah.
Yep, still the 14th.
Oh, it's a good one.
Excellent.
Oh, like this. This is 1954. During the Middlesex match at Lord's, Worcestershire were guests of the Worcestershire Association.
Yeah.
I'll let know. Anuj Dal bowl is next ball. If he lets it go outside the stump. The chairman suggested that MCC considers 2 divisions of the county championship with the promotion and relegation. 1954.
It'll never happen.
Tim Curtis scored 228 not out for Worcestershire against Derbyshire at Derby on this day in 1992. There you go. Fascinating facts. The one I read the other day, there was 14,000 turned up at New Road for Worcestershire against New Zealand. This was just sort of post-war when... Here we go. 7th of May, 14,200 saw New Zealand beat Worcestershire. 1949 went.
Glad to be out.
Everybody was desperate, weren't they, for
Yeah.
sport.
Yeah.
Some discussion going on here.
Yeah, and I've taken his sweater and his cap. He was in discussion with Billy Godwin and Wayne Madsen, who was very much part of the Brains Trust, out on the field. And just telling Anuj Dal that he is the victim this evening for the interview. Sam Connors, dogs getting excited. Balls to Azhar Ali, who turns it into the leg side for a single. Shan Masood with the bright orange backs to his cricket boots does the fielding. Azhar Ali moves to 6 and it's 55 for 1. Derbyshire's Sri Lankan bowler is throwing a catch to himself with something that he's pulled out of his pocket. I have no idea what it is. It's like he keeps a stone in his lucky stone in his pocket. He's just tossed it from hand to hand and he's put it back in his pocket now. And this next delivery from Connors is kept out by Jake Libby.
Jeff Miller tells the story of Fred Swarbrook, former Derbyshire spinner, who kept a stone in his pocket for luck. And he bowled one ball that went straight over the head of Bob Taylor, the wicketkeeper, who suggested he bowled the stone and put the ball in his pocket. It's a more elongated story than that, but he's definitely got something there, hasn't he?
He has, and he keeps taking it out of his pocket, tossing it from hand to hand, and then putting it back in his pocket when he's ready to field, as Connors is in again and Libby drives, but he doesn't time it. It's picked up by Lewis Rees, who's at extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I'd love to know what it was, but we'll never know.
We will never know. No. It will remain a mystery.
Because he won't be able to understand the question I ask him. We have to get Joel to ask him what he's tossing in the air.
Joel's your man.
Well, if he got a fifer, he was going to be, he was definitely going to be the victim, but I think we'll leave him for now. Here's Connors in again and bowls to Libby, who pushes it up to Saranga Lakmal, who throws it back to Brooke Guest.
Yeah, Joel is a lad who's doing stuff here for the University of Derby, is that right?
He's from the University of Derby. Certainly he works for a number of websites, I think.
Yeah, he's all right. He is, he speaks fluent Tamil, as we were saying before. His parents were Sri Lankans. And yeah, I've had an interesting chat with him at lunchtime about the languages of Sri Lanka.
Good lad.
Yeah.
I think he's enjoyed his 3 days so far. I'm sure he'll be back for tomorrow for the final day. It'd be foolish to miss it. As Connors is in again, and that one is defended by Libby. Burgers tomorrow, of course.
Burgers?
For lunch.
Is it?
Oh, they're magnificent.
Wow.
Yeah, always have burgers on the 4th day. We thought they'd done away with the burgers on the 4th day, but that was because we didn't have any 4 days last year.
Nothing to compare it with.
No, but they are definitely here. I can confirm. Something to look forward to tomorrow, as well as the cricket, of course. We'll be back at 11. As Connors is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Jake Libby to bring the penultimate over of the day to an end. Sam Connors, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 29. He's dragged it back a bit, having been thrashed to all parts by Ed Pollock in the first over. Pollock has since departed for 23. Azhar Ali has 6, Jake Libby has 17. And Worcestershire are 55 for 1, needing a further 142 runs to make Derbyshire bat for a second time. You would expect they'd have to.
And if Worcestershire did have a 12th man padded up, he can take his pads off. Because if a wicket was to go down in this over, that would be it for the day.
And it's almost 6:15. And they're still talking.
Gloucestershire have lost by an innings in 3 days.
Oh dear.
To Somerset. Won't go down well in the Shire. Last over of the day. Anuj Dal bowling it from the city end. And this is dug out. Full length delivery by Azhar Ali. Plays it back down the pitch. Eventually ends up at mid-on, but no chance of a run. ground staff are hovering. Want to get on. Looks as if they're going to mow the outfield as well. The big mower.
Yes, they will be, just to annoy everybody who's doing post-match interviews.
Yeah. Always helps. Here's Azhar Ali. Turns this one down towards fine leg. He might be going to get 4 here because fine leg is not fine. He's a little bit squarer, so Azhar Ali picks up 4. And Ujidal just, bless you, whoever that was outside. Hope you feel better now. Hope that's not a recent and repetitive sneeze. Lots of chat. Derbyshire fielders. And he got 4 balls. There's the crow. Just gone.
Yeah.
The big black crow.
Yeah, it's a big one.
His Dal bowls wide of the stumps. Azhar Ali leaves it to go on its way. I'm not sure that the stag party got another drink.
No, I think they were disappointed in the end.
Yeah.
I don't know what
I think it's the bar closed.
What the bar arrangements are at the county ground.
Perhaps they do make it till 6 o'clock. Don't have to do extra overs.
Yeah.
Next ball from McDowell. Forward comes Azhar Ali, pushes out on the offside. No run. 2 left? 2 left.
2 left.
2 left feet.
Yep, I imagine we'll probably still be here at this time tomorrow as well. It was about 6:25 when the game against Glamorgan finally came to an end.
Next ball pushed out by Azhar Ali again. No run. We come to the final ball of the day. Been a good day's cricket again, though. This is a good cricket match. It is a good cricket.
Oh, it's excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batsmen have had the sway, but every now and then something happens and you think, ooh, maybe they're not as in charge as they think they are. Azhar Ali waits and drives this one out to mid-on. There will be no run. The umpires will call time and the batsman, followed by the fielders, will wander off to the pavilion. And that will conclude play for the day.
Yeah. Worcestershire 59 for 1, trailing by 138. The stumps are being removed. The mower is out. And we're going to go and chat to somebody from either side. We will be back tomorrow on the Derbyshire stream and on the BBC Sport website and app from the Incora County Ground.
Good night.
Just before 11 o'clock. Night, brothers.
Good night, all.